the golden lead. Got battle for the soothing beast. Don't make the lion wrong. We're fighting war. Love ain't no game, 'cause brave feel the same. Don't make the lion wrong. We're fighting war. Love ain't no game, 'cause brave feel the same. Don't make the lion wrong.
Tonight's the night you've all been waiting for. Another good one here at LCK in the Nexon Arena will be KT Rolster up against Longju Gaming. And boy, crumbs, do we have a match tonight. How are you feeling about this one?
This is just the tip of the iceberg for a fantastic week of LCK, and it starts off with a battle for first place. Longju versus KT Rolster, both sitting at first place, 13-3. KT Rolster, a 6-game winning streak. Longju, a 7-game win streak. And if that wasn't enough to salivate your League of Legends palette, KT after this plays SKT, and Longju plays Samsung. This match is the culmination of League of Legends. This could be the finals. This could very well be a World's Finals as well. The amount of information that the world will take from these two titans battling tonight is going to be dictating patches for weeks to come.
It definitely will be, and it's a big test for both of these teams, but especially for Longju. They've come in to Summer, they've destroyed big teams, they've destroyed little teams, and now they're on top. They're both tied at 13-3, but Longju Gaming has more indicator points at +18. So definitely looking really, really good. I think it's going to be a very close performance, but Longju, they got to get through KT first, then they got to get through Samsung. It's not going to be easy for them, but if I had to pick one team, I would be relying on the Longju tonight. It is going to be really close. What are you thinking, Crumbs?
Well, the naysayers for Longju have always stated one thing, that under pressure, the rookies will falter. You've got BDD, you've got Khan, and you've got Cuz. Will they be able to perform? This is now the last week. This should be when they're actually feeling the pressure as the battle for first actually starts to culminate. And this is actually the test for them to fail. If they choke here, I think that we have a lot of trouble for them coming up. But if they succeed, if they give us a run for their money, regardless of if they beat KT or not, they will definitely be coming in as strong contenders in the playoffs.
Exactly. Huge test for this team. Guys, let's jump into pick and ban for game number 1.
Blue side will be for KT, which has been favored a whole lot, but this time around, I think that we might get to see teams actually start to diversify in their drafts. And while many times you would say, okay, KT is a team that loves Elise. They succeed so well when they have Score and Smeb with that Renekton, with that Jace, with the duo of Elise, and whatever that thing that Smeb plays into the top side. But then now Dev has been making waves on his Kalista. They've been drafting so many tanks around him, and Longju have to come up with the answer to one of these two picks. You're gonna absolutely have to give one up, but KT actually just throw it out the window. We're not gonna get to see Elise or Kalista, and way more new picks will be in store.
That's really interesting. Lots of targeting towards Cuz already. He played a couple of games of Sejuani very recently in the recent matchup against Jin Air, and he looked really good. He was performing really well on the Sejuani, so they say, no, you're just not going to have that. You also won't have the Maokai. Haven't seen that yet out of Cuz, but they didn't want to let that happen. And then also the Elise, another big pick for Cuz, but as you were saying, good for Score. But it looks like they want to take away another jungle with that and go ahead with the Gragas.
This is exactly what Korean teams are known for doing. When a new player, somebody that has been relatively untested, steps onto the field, they say we are going to target you to no end. That's 5 jungle picks already taken away from KT between the 3 jungle bans, the Zac, as well as the Gragas tonight. They're already putting Cuz in an unfavorable position. He might have to resort with a Rek'Sai, and if he goes with a Rek'Sai, that would mean that Longzhu would be committing to a composition that will not be able to survive in a late game scenario against what KT has drafted, which is what we're imagining will be the case because they already have Gragas, the best jungler for getting to that position in both peeling as well as engaging.
Well, they take away a lot of picks from Cuz, but they do give a big one over to Khan. That Jace being picked up. Also the counter pick of the Thresh. We've seen Gorilla play it a ton, but it is Mata's also most played. Both of these supports actually most played support there. So they picked that up. They also get that 8-0 Jace for Khan. Definitely a good round of picks for Longzhu so far.
It's a good round, but KT's showing some crazy preparation here, prioritizing the Ashe over any hyper carry. A Kog'Maw could have been in order, but instead they have gone with more engage in the bottom side, and that could be an indication that they do not want to let Longzhu go for some early game power. They just want to have the complete control as to what fight is happening on the map, and boy, with Renekton already for Smeb, we got fireworks in this game.
Yeah, Smeb's most played here. I was expecting maybe they would get to have Renekton Elise if that did get through, but targeting Cuz means they will just have the Renekton pick for now. They also can make some fireworks happen with the Gragas. And as you were talking about before, the Rek'Sai having to be picked up before even more jungle bans could come into play. And, well, Cuz he's 0-2 so far on the Rek'Sai. Curious to see how he'll do in this game.
We don't know just yet, but I think what will be interesting here is the support pick from Mata. Morgana is an available pick, and I think that if that actually goes through, we might get to see Longzhu be completely stopped in their tracks in the early game playmaking. She can stop Rek'Sai's Unburrow, which is a critical ability for her, as well as Thresh. The laning phase, Thresh has a lot of opportunities to legitimately outplay the Morgana, so it's not a complete counter. I think that most people would agree that Thresh has the advantage if he is on point mechanically, but if KT chooses to simply drag this out to a 5-on-5 scenario with the 3 picks already in store, it looks like they will be coming out ahead.
Waiting on this last ban here, they already took away 1 support. Will be the Alistar with that Zyra being taken away. So Morgana's still available. Other picks, you know, Braum, the Rakan, also still on the playing field for KT for when they do have to pick up that support.
Absolutely. There's still a plethora of champions for both these guys to lock in. And while the support is the interesting pick for KT, I'm curious to see what Longzhu is going to identify their composition with, because it is all about the early game, and Rek'Sai will have to be tracking down the Gragas in order to allow Khan to have a strong laning phase against the Renekton. Jace can beat that by himself if he is without any jungle interference. It's range versus melee. We know how that goes. And at least they have banked on the insurance of the late game. By locking in this Twitch, we already have a team that has the opportunity to beat a 5-on-5 brutal front line with Ashe and heavy engage as long as Longzhu can outplay it. So Longzhu is banking on their mechanical prowess and their team fighting capabilities, which have allowed them to get to that 7 win game streak, whereas KT will now be having to resort more on their champions. And if they lock in this Braum, you have Unbreakable to deal with Twitch as well.
Yeah, interesting that Prey goes ahead and picks up that Twitch instead of the Tristana we've been seeing a lot more often. Has played 3 games of Tristana, has played none of Twitch so far, so he'll have his debut in summer, at least, on this pick. Actually, no, he's played 3 games of Twitch, my bad. And he's actually 3-0, so he's looking pretty good on that one. And we are going to finish up the picks here. The Braum and the Galio being picked up on the side of KT, so they have that huge front line to protect the Ashe in the back, and then the Orianna picked up here for BDD.
This is an outstandingly strong draft from Longzhu if they are up to par in their mechanics, as we have reiterating. Top lane wins, mid lane has pressure, Rek'Sai can find Gragas and track him out, the Thresh and Twitch can have a decent lane into the Ashe and Braum, but when it comes to a 5-on-5 grouping phase, because they don't have such a brutal front line such as what KT has, they will have to rely on great hooks, on fantastic plays, on great positioning, and equally, KT will have the option of outplaying Longzhu. If you flash out of the Shockwave, if you can mitigate the pressure early, hit that mid-game even, and just force down fights into the bottom side, which we know that KT is going to do at level 6 into that bottom side of the map, they can blow it wide open. So both have plenty of win conditions, but I believe that Longzhu's are a bit harder to execute.
A bit harder. They're going to have to wait a little bit longer, get Prey online. We've seen BDD's Orianna pop off, as well as Pawns. Both of these guys have been playing fantastic Oriannas, so definitely one of the key picks coming in here. Pawn going to hop onto his Galio once again, 9-1 with this pick.
And with the Galio, this composition is similar to what KT was running with their Kalista. So 4 tanks in the Kalista, but they've shifted some of the damage over from the Kalista to the top lane, whereas before it was a Shen, now it is a Renekton and Ashe. So a little bit more engaged capabilities that are more straightforward than the Kalista with her Fate's Call, whereas you have KT or Longzhu now with BDD that will be able to pressure topside, but he is taking that cleanse, and once he starts getting some itemization in, he's going to be safe in the mid lane against Galio.
So here we go, guys. The moment you've all been waiting for. Game number 1 of KT Rolster versus Longzhu Gaming. Let's hop onto the Rift. Longzhu starting off with a louder cheer, as no doubt they've picked up tons of fans coming into this summer split, and their radical success coming in here so far, but that KT fan group staying strong as ever as well.
And Gorilla is going to be taking the Ignite in this lane, so I think that they have more kill pressure in the bottom side of the map. And with Cuz starting on the top side, I expect to see a quick level 3 into possibly an invade into the red side from Cuz to scout out what KT was doing, what the path that Score has taken, and maybe sneak in for a gank into the bottom side. Although, when you have a draft such as what KT did, which very obviously wanted to have Cuz on the rec side, you want to see them go with more than just putting him on a champion, but make sure that it fits their entire MO throughout the game. So they have to be invading Cuz, keeping tabs on him at all times, because they have identified him as perhaps the weakness of Longzhu. And I think that many people would agree his inconsistencies have been far more than anybody else on this team. And it will be disappointing if we don't see KT completely stick to the theme of targeting Cuz, and that will rely on their lanings, on their laners, getting advantages, pushing the lanes, and then getting the vision necessary to keep track of him.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see if he's going to come up to the test tonight, because he hasn't won a game on this rec side. It's that extra pressure just in the back of his mind. He's waiting to get a win on this champion. No doubt he's very strong on it, but still going up against a team as strong as KT, you got to think he's going to be thinking about that a little bit. We got also the Khan versus Smeb matchup in the top lane. Khan, he is 8-0. He is undefeated on this Jace so far. He said, I can basically win any lane with this Jace. I think it's unbelievably strong right now, so we'll see how he does. Got a little bit of a skirmish in the river right now. Looks like Pawn will be the first to respond as Score gets extremely low. And Pawn, because he did lose his ally, is going to back off. So because winning that small skirmish will pick up the Scuttle Crab.
He wins that skirmish, but I want to draw attention to Khan and how he was playing the wave, because he was able to crash that wave at the turret before Gragas was already at the river. So typically, laners that aren't that aware of the timing of the jungler will be still not have crashed the wave by the time that the jungler already finishes Scuttle Crab and can find the gank to the top side. But because he had pushed so thoroughly, he finds an opportunity top lane and is not susceptible to a gank, let alone when Cuz spots out Gragas.
Now Score is in here doing his Gromp. He's getting a bit low, and Cuz is seeking him, looking for his prey in the jungle. Will be spotted on a ward. And look at that damage already up in the top side. Smeb getting low, but they know that Cuz is here. Smeb should play this very passively, or even throw down a ward. There it is. And he should know that Cuz is here, and will just have to back away from his turret.
It would be unwise to follow up on this, even though Pawn did just blow his teleport onto the mid lane, because you know that Score has space. He could have made a route back to the top side and protected Score if it was necessary.
You can see how much respect he's given up in that top lane to this early game Jace, especially as he's playing the Renekton, just giving up some of those creeps under turrets. Just trying to survive here. Getting another look in the bot lane. So far it looks like Deft and Mata have the more aggressive stance in the lane, are pushing a little bit harder down there.
That has been what they have been doing for quite some time. Ever since they got the Tristana on lock, they were just pushing relentlessly, even with the Caitlyn at the time where it was not a permaban. They would always just push the lane, try to knock down the turret in under 10 minutes. They're not going to be able to do so this time around, but the curious thing about this game is that, sure, there's not that much action this early on, but both teams have plenty of reason not to find that much action. I think that KT has full confidence in themselves come a late game, as they will be having 3 Gargoyle Stone Plates if they choose to team fight that much. And then you have Longzhu that have Orianna and Twitch, and while many hyper carries do struggle to kill the Twitch, what we have discussed about this meta is that it is imperative for you to have backline access. And Twitch is that champion. If he can get past Mata's Unbreakable, time his spray and pray well, they will be able to hit death. He will be able to position significantly better than most AD carries that are on the map 24/7 and have a good chance of winning these late game fights.
Okay, we have some action brewing up in the top lane. Khan trying to get out of this one. He does have his flash. There's the body slam. Bunch of damage coming out, but they will not follow up, though, as Khan, with the respect flash, going to knock that drunken man away, and he does survive.
And the opportunity cost for that is the vision that Cuss gets on the bottom side of the map. And we still have yet to hit level 6, and we would hope that some deeper vision goes on this part of the map, but I think that both teams are well aware as to what their plans are. KT really wants to go for the dive onto the bottom side of the map, and they also want to protect themselves, which is why they have a deep control ward on their own side. This is the first time that we've seen KT go with a vision that or a control ward that defensive. Usually we'd see it at the Scuttlecrat or at the Tri-Brush, at the Golem camp, but this far back at the red side buff, indicating that they do not want Cuss to enter this side of the map to go for any counter jungles or any deep routes that will access their dual lanes.
You got Cuss cleaning out a ward here. He is going to be spotting Score as he is burrowed there, but here we go. A bit of a roam from Gorilla trying to come into the mid lane, lurking around. It doesn't look like Pawn will get aggressive enough for them to have an opportunity to go for that gank. So immediately hopping towards the top side. They know that KT is going to be focusing Khan that does not have a splash. And here we go. Should be a 2v2. Score just waiting in the wings. Not yet level 6. Doesn't have his cask, and so is just going to stop that gank from happening.
Longzhu cannot take this fight, not because they can't win the 2v2, but because Pawn has his ultimate. Every time that there's action to the top side, he lingers over there. So a lot of it revolves around BDD. Can he keep Pawn distracted and busy, not capable of going to the top side of the map and help with an ultimate? Because if the ultimate is there, even if it doesn't get challenged, the damage reduction will be enough to sway this matchup.
Oh, Braum getting low, and there's that ignite. The poison coming out here from the Twitch. The Lantern forward, and he's going to pick up first blood. Now it's Deft, 1v2. The heal coming out. Deft, he doesn't have his heal yet. That play backwards. It's going to be a double kill, but he does at least trade one, getting the best of a bad situation for Deft, but Longzhu getting 2 kills on the bot side.
That is huge for Prey. That's 2 kills on the Twitch. His early game has already been scot-free. 2 kills on him means that he's going to have an accelerated mid-game, hits that Blade of the Ruined King earlier, and boy, if a Twitch is getting fed, it doesn't matter how tanky your team is. This is the strongest hyper carry in the game in terms of just flat out DPS. Sure, a Kog'Maw can melt a single target down, but a Twitch kills your entire team.
That's going to be really scary. They did a lot to counter specifically Prey, but also Cuz. And yeah, Mata just getting a little bit too aggressive in the lane after taking that much damage, not respecting the hook as Braum. Thinking, hey, you know, I've got a big-ass shield. I should be fine, but no, not the case.
He's walking back and forth, thinking that he could just push one more wave before the recall's in, but Gorilla with an excellent hook, showing why Thresh is such a powerful pick, and this is an indication as to what is going to happen in the rest of the series. I think that just from that kill alone, KT will have to reevaluate their priorities over Thresh, because that was a possible first pick this game. We've seen KT first pick Thresh and go down into series where they truly value that champion because Mata is so good at it. I mean, for crying out loud, he's got a world skin on this champion.
Yeah.
You can't really get better than that on him. And now that Gorilla has it, really showing why it's so prized by not just KT and Longzhu, but other teams around the world.
He had some skirmishing up top. Cuz is going to clean out this control ward and just help push the lane, as Smeb very confidently really standing up to the Jace so far. I mean, it's been nothing but domination in the top lane for Khan on this Jace in all of his other games that he won, but Smeb on the Renekton, his most played, is looking like he's taken this lane to Khan and saying, hey, Jace isn't as overpowered as you may think.
Well, he has had so much help from Score in the top side of the map. Score has yet to visit the bottom lane. And then you have Galio, who has been pressured 24/7 by BDD. It's apparent in this CS discrepancy, but that's because he's just been wave clearing nonstop, trying to pace back and forth, and BDD just doing his best job and trying to stay ahead in pressuring Pawn. This is where the team play aspect comes into play, where we want to see, and we look at a lane and think, oh, sure, maybe this guy's doing well because of the champion, maybe this is why he's doing well. But when we reach the pinnacle of League of Legends, it's all one big, well-oiled unit. And right now, that two-man unit is looking for Khan.
Uh-oh, he's going to be just clearing out this wave, and he hops forward. Does have his flash available, but already the fast body slam. He's waiting for the flash here out of Khan to put that cast, but he puts it down, and now Khan is all alone, 1v2, trying to hop on over with that flash, and with the slow, he make it away, but here comes Pawn. They're looking for the dive. 3 members trying to go under this turret. There's the flash stun. There's the burst damage, but slow! He gets killed under turret! Now Smeb is forced to flash away, and Khan gets away! What the hell? How did he just win 1v3?
Holy, what? That was ridiculous. He actually got away. I think KT was so confident that they had the kill. They were lackadaisical about it, and Khan just took full advantage. The cutlass at the end to close the gap between Score. Oh my God.
That was unbelievable. Sign him up for the highlight crew. That was really, really cool.
That's exactly what was happening with Longzhu picking this draft. You don't pick this draft if you don't have full confidence in your mechanics. You know you're walking up into an unscalable wall if you don't have the skill to do so with the really beefy front line that KT has. And we're going to look at it again. So, okay, he gets a little overconfident, blows his entire combo, immediately gets ganked. How does it happen? KT, they blow everything on it. Sure, the stun comes out on the cast. But then Score prioritizes the mana on the drink, not the slam. Doesn't have enough mana for it, and right at the last second, wow.
Smeb loses the tower aggro, and then Score takes it. So he gets killed first. He can't follow up. He doesn't have that mana. Then Smeb has to flash away. Pawn, he uses that heroic entrance as well when Khan is so low and doesn't just stay there and try to, clean up the kill. He's trying to save his own allies after a failed dive.
Even at the dive, it looked like what should have happened would have been Pawn tanking the turret first, committing to flashing over and keeping that massive range of the taunt up to make sure that the rest of the team could follow up. And now Khan, with a red buff into Smeb, sure, the CS isn't there, but the damage has been done. The pressure that happened in mid lane was felt on the turret. A dragon was taken, summoners went down, and now Cuz has advantage in the jungle, and they're looking for Score.
Yeah, he's got his flash. If he needs it, he will use it. Score going to be slowed down. Incoming BDD. Looks like Score just getting a little bit too far away and will escape. That bottom lane turret for Longzhu is getting low. The KT bottom lane always pushing, trying to get that first blood turret. Smite fails for Score there, and Cuz going to pick up the Gromp, adding insult to injury for KT right now.
Yeah, but it looks like their only hope right now is on Deft and Mata. They're relentless pushing to the bottom side. The lack of jungle pressure means that because Deft has complete wave clear over Prey, they can push this lane. And one more instance where these two laners find themselves will mean that KT can get the turret. They're trying to get some bases in to go for that final push, as I believe Essence Reaver is already completed. But Longzhu needs to be attent about this turret. If they lose this tower, their advantages that they found into the top side will be slightly mitigated, and that's the last thing they want. They have leads everywhere.
We're going to have a bit of a fight over this blue buff, 3-on-3, but in comes the supports. You can see him on the minimap as well as that arrow. It's not going to hit anyone. It flies wide. And that's what they were looking for, and engage after that arrow. But here we go. Now it might be 4v4. as the two supports have made their way up. Just the 80 carries not in this one. The blue buff going back and forth, and Cuz is going really deep. There's that big shockwave though, and BDD picks up the blue buff, but here's the retaliation. The heroic entrance is gonna get caught. Can they follow up and get another one? The box coming down, the taunt missing, and Pawn not able to pick up another one, only will get Khan.
Longzhu gets super cocky there. They're thinking, all right, KT have to respect the possibility that even Prey was there, because you have to respect that Twitch is Mia. So perhaps they thought that KT would back off, that they would not take that fight, but they are tanks. They are strong at this stage in the game, and so they commit to it. And even though the shockwave was great, they are still using their heavy CC, the disparaged Longzhu, to make sure that they can go for the engage. And they had a two-man knock up on that one with the Galio with the hero's entrance. So let's take another look right there at this play. The shockwave will get used to not only secure the blue buff, but hits all three members. So it looks great from this point on, but the great glacial fissure on top of the heroic entrance means that Khan goes down and BDD just barely gets out. That's been the motto for BDD, with a fantastic KDA across multiple champions, always living.
Always lives, doesn't die, but gotta highlight Gorilla too. I mean, he gets Cuz out of harm's way with the Lantern. Then he saves the rest of his very weak team with the box in a perfect position, denying that taunt from the range because Pawn was slowed down and couldn't get close enough. So great Thresh play, just highlighting exactly how strong this champion can be in certain situations.
Especially when Gorilla has been so well known for his roams. Since the first week, we've been looking at his roams as being a stellar. Even in this first match of Longzhu against KT, Gorilla single-handedly was turning lanes around by his Thresh roaming to the mid lane, helping people out with a Lantern, baiting ultimate. That was when Fizz was being played, when Pawn took that champion, and didn't have the greatest of times, but he has now stabilized his position, and we have the gank in the bottom lane.
Okay, gotta face check this brush here, but at least they know scores here. The arrow is gonna be flashed and it hits Prey, but Gorilla staying alive means that the Lantern is still available. But after all, they do pick up that bottom tier 1, and that will be the First Blood turret. Meanwhile, Cuz not even responding down there, saying, hey, you can take First Blood turret, we'll take the Rifts Heralds. And you can see that Khan is coming over to help out with this one. Smeb gonna make it interesting, it seems. Already popping the Dominus, just waiting for the smite. There it is. Now Cuz just has to get out, but they need that buff. Khan trying to get in. They need to have this fight. In comes Score, and Mana from the right side. Cuz in a lot of danger, but at the same time, so is BDD. Takes that Lantern, though. There it is, the missed Shockwave. BDD not able to follow up. Here's Dev trying to get one more. Cuz is going to go down. Down goes BDD. They're on the chase for Gorilla now, too. They want to get 3 kills on the back of this, and yes, they will at the end of it. 3 members, 4 members even, of Longzhu going down.
And KT does not allow Longzhu to get anything that they want. They will have to fight with tooth and nail for anything they want on the map, and the collapse is imminent. It looked like, oh yes, a trade of turret for tower, but Renekton and Galio collapsed instantly. The second the Dominus got popped, you knew it was going down. You knew they didn't want to fight it, and here we go again. It's super low. They're thinking, how are we going to get this out? Renekton's already so strong. We can't take this 2v2 on, and what it looks like, BDD has an answer to this. It's a 3-man. He can help over the wall. They don't account for Score, and Mata making it so damn quick on this side of the map, and BDD gets bopped over the wall, and so much CC on his side of the map that, and the Shockwave does get to whip, but that would not have been enough. It's a 3-on-5 at this stage, with Def making it to the battle already. This was obviously going to go into the favor of KT, and they punished Longzhu hard.
It's a huge turnaround right now for KT, who is beginning to take control of this game. Longzhu, they can't really engage at this point. Members on the side of KT getting tankier and tankier. We have this Infernal Drake now that both of these teams, they want to take here, they want to contest, trying to block Pawn's charge, and they are going to get the hook. He is still extremely tanky. There's a nice Shockwave in the back, but follow it up. Here's Smeb in the back. Down goes 1. Can he get another? There's 2. There's 3. And now Kush goes in. He wants to die. He's asking for it. Make it 4. And KT, they're running away with this one.
He's had enough. He doesn't want to see what's about to go down, but Longzhu cannot take these fights. This is KT's realm. They are so strong in the mid game. This is the tank composition. Longzhu need to be utilizing their split pusher. The Khan needs to be on the side, not just dropping the Rift Herald to try to slyly secure a tower. And in the end, Longzhu's hesitation and lack of cohesion in this play results in KT with a massive engage that just wipes out everybody. And the biggest thing was Score and Smeb there going on the left. We're going to look at that once again. And notice how chunk depth was on this one. Khan having to snipe on the side, but they are separated. It's a 4-man unit with a Jace on the side. And sure, the shockwave is great, but look at Score. A great double body slam that hits the Orianna, the CC onto him, and then Smeb. We have seen this man make Renekton look like a champion that does not have any limits. He has been playing Renekton the entire split, and it has been beautiful. I think that he single-handedly has actually made a case for Renekton to be pretty much the premier top laner.
Especially when you're going up against him. I mean, he's playing it to the same ability that, you know, only the tippy top laners in LCK can really play. And it's really cool to see. He's 4-0-4. And following up on the setup on that one, though, was extremely easy. Made it look very easy. Just went in there, took out all those members, and Longzhu beginning to falter a little bit under the pressure. Not looking as strong as the Longzhu that's, you know, taken out SKT, that's taken out Samsung. It's looking, or rather not taken out Samsung, but other strong teams. But they've got to really regroup in this game. I mean, they're having a really rough time so far. They're down in Infernal Drake, about 3,000 gold at the same time. They still have answers. They still have that Twitch that got fed early game, but Deft at the same time very fed himself. 3-1-4, getting ahead of this Twitch.
They have answers, but they are in the back. They have to realize that it is time for damage control. They need to start giving up objectives that they cannot contest, especially around the bottom side. You've got Galio that can help, the teleport on Smeb, the Score that is already so powerful. It's only going to get worse from here until Twitch actually gets about 2 or 3 more items. So they need to just be conceding as little as they can while not dying. They are not capable of taking a fight. They can go for picks, but they need Khan to start separating KT apart. As long as they can't collapse, as long as they're separated, it will be in their best interest.
It's been a roller coaster of emotions. You know, I hope that thought. Smeb, he's all alone against 4. Can he make it out of this one? The heroic entrance, as well as the Dominus, will be forced out, but Smeb does live.
That's exactly what Longzhu needs, to try to get those picks, force out some ultimates, buy some time. KT is relying on their ultimates right now, especially Galio's, in order to make plays happen. And if Smeb doesn't have his ultimate, he will die quite easily in the fight. So this is a good move from Longzhu to scout out what KT was doing and buy themselves a couple of more minutes into this game that KT is trying to accelerate past Longzhu's control.
Yeah, here's Prey lurking in the side. You can see that Mata is nearby to help out with this fun, but he is recalling. Looks like Deft will do the same and just backing away from this lane. Gonna recall. Yeah, I mean, it's been crazy. It's been up and down. Longzhu looking strong in the beginning. Khan surviving a 3-on-1 dive. And the double kill in the bot lane for Prey. But then just a couple of mistakes. That's all it takes. One at the Rift Heralds. Trying to go for that. Cuz just desperately trying to get it as fast as possible. But a nice identification by KT to see them doing it and to collapse as fast as they did from the bot lane even as 5. And then that fight over the Infernal Drake. And now it's all about damage control, just trying to stay alive, trying to get their carries fed. We'll see if they can do it.
Well, speaking of identification there, I have to praise KT immensely here, because not only has their draft been fantastic in what they've been trying to do, but look at their itemization. 5 Ninja Tabis. They know that Khan does so much damage. They know that Prey actually needs to be the late game carry. They completely understand what Longzhu's win condition is, and they can extend that even more if they play the team fights prioritizing BDD. If they focus BDD and kill him first, wait a minute, they're going to kill Cuz, but he's got Lantern, he's got Flash, he should be fine. As long as they prioritize BDD, remove the magic damage from the fight immediately, they will just win the fight with flying colors.
I like the idea here from KT. They've just become so unbelievably consistent, especially after that one loss against the Rock Tigers. They've really pulled it together. Here we go. The arrow directly on top of Prey into the Glacial Fissure. Goodbye, Mr. Bot Lane from the side of Longju. They were playing good passive play up until this moment. Did not respect the dive.
And the dive is always going to come at the duo lane. That is the strength of KT. This is what we saw the composition do. Khan is caught, and he is going down.
Yeah, goodbye. You're not going to go in. Nice shockwave, buddy. Going to do barely anything at this point as the rest of the members on your team continue to get caught. Make that 3 members. So 2 turrets go down. They're just piling on the gold tier. About 8,000 gold ahead now as KT after the recent couple of fights we've had. And now they can easily regroup, use that extra gold, buy some items, and then pressure the Baron.
Yeah, they don't have any need to be pressuring Baron immediately after that play. Many times you would imagine the team would push for Baron at that moment. You get the first kill, you kill the duo lane, go for it right away. But their composition is not a Baron comp. And even though Twitch is stealth, they don't care. The arrow goes out twice, does he get arrowed in invisibility. But even being invisible does not save you from the death squad of KT Rolster that takes down the tier 1 and then finds a way to kill Khan and the tier 2 right after.
Deft, apparently he can see invisible people. Having the game sense to do it.
I see dead people.
You saw the future dead person, that's for sure. Making it happen himself. He's like, I see your Ashe, Prey. I think I can play it a little bit better though. Let me show you how it's done. Let me give you a couple of my arrows straight to your face. See how you like that.
And I don't know how much Longju is going to like the next 5 minutes because 3 chain vests on 3 tanks is the beginning of everybody's worst nightmare. The Colossal, the Gargoyle Stone Plates, the most powerful tank item to ever grace League of Legends. I think it's safe to say with how much tankiness it gives to your characters, and with 3 main physical carries and Prey not even close to armor penetration or an Infinity Edge, they are far from being able to take down anybody on KT.
Good read here by Longju. They know that they can definitely be dived once again, as they have been multiple times already in this game. You can see that Khan not even hanging around. They did not want to make an effort to save that tier 2 turret. So another one goes down. The only tier 2 they're missing is now in the bot lane, as Khan at least has been doing a decent job of pushing that out ever so slightly, trying to take their first turret of the game in the bottom side. But here we go. The Baron has started. There's not much vision at all. Tons of deep vision here from KT. Preyseeker is going to hit Mata, and even though this is a bit slow, you know, it's not that Baron comp you were talking about.
He needs to steal. He needs to go for the steal.
Okay, the cast coming in into the Glacial Fissure, and so many CCs in a row. Now he's just trying to survive, but he will not. Down he goes. Goodbye, Gorilla. Goodbye, Prey. BDD, can you survive? Khan's not even joining. He's like, yeah, I don't even want to be part of this. Let me try to split push at the same time. So they get 3 kills. Deft does die, but Khan is pushing.
That's actually great because they can't do Baron without Deft, so Longju find a way to actually take that down. And I think that KT misplayed that a little bit. They could have actually committed to finishing the Baron, but because they were so eager to go over the wall and just eliminate Longju, they disregarded the Baron and they immediately gained all its health back, where because gave up on the threat of a Baron steal right away. So we're going to look at it again. We've got Braum and Smeb zoning Renekton away, but everybody goes over the wall. Even Deft flashes in instead of taking the Lantern, and as soon as Renekton or Rek'Sai was out of the fight, they could have just committed to taking that Baron. It's one of those moments where it's difficult because typically when you're starting to learn about Baron, you've got 2 choices. You either actually make that 3. You're baiting, you're finishing, or you're turning. And it's so rare that you get situations where you have to both turn and finish. That is actually the best play, but that's what you can expect from these teams at the top level. It gets misplayed at the slightest level, and in the end, they do not get the Baron, and Longju gets a sigh of relief.
Sigh of relief, a little bit of extra gold, and they buy time, you know? we saw the power of the Shockwave into Prey's damage into that back line you were talking about. Yes, they weren't able to take out any of the tanks in the front line, but Deft, he was in the wrong place and he got hit by all that damage. There was nothing that the tanks could do in that moment in time to save his life. And so the positioning of Deft is going to have to be so stellar in the future. Gorilla having a little bit of trouble. He can't lantern himself out of this one. He is going to burn his flash, but that's really not going to help out. Here comes Score from the right side. Nice knock-up from Cuz to save the rest of his team, but a good pick onto Gorilla.
It's so curious to see how these teams are utilizing their itemization to tell us a story. Prey gets that double kill into the bottom side, and he's thinking, I could just go Ninja Tabis here into Renekton and Ashe, but the second that they fall so far behind, he can't even finish that item. He sits on the cloth armor looking for damage, and once again, Cuz has flash. They need to be trying a steal here. Smeb has ult. They're going to turn.
Okay, they're going to turn. Here comes Khan flashing away, but unfortunately, we are going to have Prey getting caught once again. So they do get that one pick. Score is a little bit low, but now it's 5v3. Gorilla did just respawn. Smeb trying to go 1v1 on Cuz. But again, this Baron, it goes down pretty slow with this composition. It's only Deft doing that damage. So Khan trying to poke onto Smeb. You can see Cuz, BDD even poking Deft a little bit. Smeb all by himself is getting pretty low. He gets taken out. Look at the rest of KT. They're getting low. Are they going to finish this one? Looks like it's going to be close. They do get it. Ashe picks it up in the end. There's the hook. Are they going to continue onto this one? Longzhu doesn't look like it. They just get that one kill onto Smeb, let the Baron go, and back off.
Oh, that was the most uninspired attempt at a Baron steal from Cuz. BDD was trying his darndest to make sure that they kept vision, utilizing the ball to give him sight to make sure that he could get in. But instead of flashing to get the instant jump on it, he goes for the unburrow, for the tunnel to get inside the pit. And it just felt like they did not prioritize the Baron as much as BDD did. I think that BDD understood how valuable that objective was and was doing so much work for it, but Cuz failed to live up to the standard of you have to at least try that one. He went in anyways. You might as well either go in early, you go for the flash and tunnel out. There are plenty of opportunities, and now they're sitting at 4 members of KT with that Baron, and they're gonna go try to dive Prey. Also, Deft got the Baron. When you see that the AD carry gets the Baron in the end, you have a heart-wrenching moment that tells you, damn, if I was there trying to steal, I could have had that.
Yeah, we talked about it. It's one of the big things, the big talking points coming into this game. They targeted Cuz with all of the picks that they went for. They forced him, essentially, onto the Rek'Sai or onto one of these other weird picks, you know, the Kha'Zix or the Lee Sin, right? And so far, he hasn't been having the best game of his life, to put it very lightly. So we'll see if he can try to shore that up here. Perhaps a steal in the future would get our hopes back up, but he needs to get into that backline onto Deft. That would be a big play for him to win the hearts of the fans once again. Going to be hard to do, though, past this front line, especially now that the Baron is up and ticking. They're beginning to push bit by bit.
Slowly but surely, all that Longzhu have to do is clear out the minion waves. Without minions, KT's dive is a lot harder to execute. So they have to prioritize it, and BDD is the main wave clear here, so he has to move between bottom and top as effortlessly as possible in order to stop any attempt at a dive, and Score threatens with the Righteous Glory, but he does have flash, so they have to be careful of him.
Look at that damage. Look at Score, the burst from Orianna. At the same time, Cuz was taking a bit of damage, but Score is lower. Khan doing a good job dealing with Smeb on the other lanes here. So Longzhu holding on so far, although the Shockwave did go down. So KT, they've got an opportunity on this next push.
Shockwave is down, but Score does not have flash. Here we go.
Okay, there's the dive. Look at Prey. They want him. There's the flash. They get it. There's the follow-up stun, and down he goes. They went for one target, and they took him out like it was bread on butter. That was so easy, man. Not much that Longzhu could do to stop that fight from happening.
They are killing Prey like if he's got the plague. Wait a minute.
Okay, we got a bit more fighting here, but there's going to be one. The Void Rush finally coming out. I think that's the first time I've seen it all game. Because he will get out alive. Now it's Khan trying to clean up. He's got BDD, still has a bit of mana, so they're going to take out the Croc. Can they get any more? Only one inhibitor has gone down from this push, even though it looked very dire for Longzhu. So only one inhibitor goes down, a bunch of members die. Prey, he's really having no effect in these fights, but Longju, they hang on.
That has been the story for Longju. It just doesn't look quite that bad. That has been what happens every single fight, where it looks like KT somehow is going to walk away with a game-breaking skirmish, but it's just not enough to get Longju down for the count. So they are able to take down Gorilla. Sure, but the great Void Rush from Cuz gets him to safety. He has to flash out, and Smeb is isolated. There's no more minions there because Khan has been dealing with the wave for so long. So any kill that they can get is still fine for them, but still the problem remains. How do you keep Prey alive?
Yep, definitely a problem they will have to address. I want to call out Gorilla again. He essentially gave his life for Khan because they were all collapsing into the mid lane and saying, okay, we got to get this Jace from behind. Let's push in the mid wave and go for this inhibitor. But Gorilla, he got the hook onto Smeb and said, hey, come fight me instead. Come dive the turret, take a bunch of damage. So that saved Khan's life. It allowed him to come back into the fight and do that damage from behind after Smeb and the rest of KT had taken some damage. So good on Gorilla, for sure. I also want to showcase that BDD picked up an elixir in that moment. Something that you might not do unless you're at the highest level, where it's, you know, do or die. You got to spend that gold for the extra elixir just to make sure that you can have just a bit more, that little bit of oomph to keep your team in the game, and definitely helped out BDD in that one.
Exactly, and at this stage in the game, for what Longju have, it doesn't matter about KDAs, it doesn't matter about whether you make the correct individual play. You need to sacrifice yourself for the benefit of the team. BDD and Prey are the highest value targets, and BDD is already level 18, but Prey remains at 14, so he needs a long ways to catch up.
They're going on to Pawn here. You can see that he's still extremely tanky, though. The Stone Plane is going to be procced. We got another push coming in. Dominus as well from Smeb on the right side. Look at Prey again. Can they get onto him? The box coming down. They're scoring from behind. Prey is still alive. The heroic entrance, though, trying to get out of that damage, but Prey does get knocked up. But there's the Shockwave. This will be the turnaround for Longju. Can they get the kill? Pawn's still alive. They need to flash. The hook is not going to hit him. It's in Smeb instead. And Deft, they finally get Galio. Deft is on the run. Looks like they're trying to get out to Smeb. Prey, he's still alive. They're hanging on to this one. This game is not over by any means necessary. Here comes Khan from behind. They're looking for score. That's going to be one more. Can they get any more? Deft is still on the run. Mata coming in here. Cuz and Khan on the long chase. Cuz going to take the shortcut. Deft, what can he do? Mata can't protect them forever. They want these kills, and they should be able to get them. The Lantern coming in. There's that burst. Down goes the ADC. The hook gonna miss, but there's the Unburrow. And this should be the ace coming out. Longju, they're holding on.
And what is up with KT? They go dive a turret again without a minion wave. They just want blood non-stop. They just cannot resist the aroma of Longju, and it bites them back in the end. There's not an objective immediately. It's 15 seconds on the Dragon and 20 onto Baron. What is Longju going to prioritize here? The inhibitor is no longer a concern. That chase allowed the wave to push all the way back, and Inhib's coming back up. They're going to go for the Baron. There's plenty of members of KT, but I believe this is just going to be a trade.
They went a little bit too far. Score, he was diving way deep after the arrow hit BDD. He's like, okay, I smell the blood in the water. I want this guy really badly, and didn't work out. Prey survived the entire time, as the focus was on the other members. Good positioning, and that's going to mean the Baron. Longju, after the ace, they pick this one up. And it looks like they're confident to perhaps take another fight here. They're still down on gold, but the confidence, the turnaround, the morale must be really high right now for Longju.
And that confidence is built in money because they have got way more items now. Prey has actually reached that point where we were talking about 20 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago. He's got his completed armor penetration item, a QSS to mitigate the arrow, as well as score, as well as a new BF sword, ready to have that Infinity Edge to trade results, as they still don't want to take a fight right in the open. They have to remember, they've been winning these fights because of KT's over-aggression. They can't just walk in and say, oh, we're going to win these battles now. No, they're recognizing exactly what has happened that has put them in this position, and that's what's been so interesting about these two teams. They recognize each and every play that their counterpart is making, and they're trying to respond, and we're just getting excited because these dives are happening out of nowhere.
Yeah. Every team, no team is safe from the allure of a turret dive, especially in the base. It means taking out inhibitors. It means winning the game at the best. And every team has done it here in LCK. Season after season, you see dives that just do not go well, and can't really fault them. It's hard. It's really hard to say before the fight goes in whether or not you're going to be able to win on the back foot.
I'm going to fault them for diving that. That's a no minion tower dive. It's like they've got 5 Marians, but Prey, he's got his ult.
Okay, they got the hook, and look for that damage. The stone plate is popped, and Cuz in the back is taking a bunch here. He's going to take that lantern in, but Prey, he has been taunted by the pawn here. The shockwave is going to be good. Score's getting low, but lots of members of the Longzhu side is getting low as well. Prey is still alive somehow. They can't kill him. They need to get on the backside. Pawn getting lower, though. Smeb can't get in range. They take out Jace, which is going to be good. And now Longzhu, they have to back off and regain their health, which means that this inhibitor should go down.
Longzhu have to remember that under normal situations, they would have won that fight. But this is a tank composition with Elder that makes them deal damage. Normally, you would have seen Longzhu just wipe the floor with KT in that moment. But because everybody's dealing damage, they actually won that one without Smeb even being there at the start, which is not like most fights we've seen so far. So we're going to look at it once again and keep your eyes out on the carries as all time. So KT, Deft is dealing enough damage, but the knockup from Galio just barely gets to hit Prey, and he is just sitting on Twitch the entire time. And sure, the Shockwave is able to take down Score, but he doesn't really matter. It's all about the carries, and they're not dealing enough damage. Pawn did such a great job of keeping Prey distracted that the rest of the team built enough space for Deft to wipe the floor, and that's what happens when you have a one carry composition. There is not enough backline access because Prey, being the only guy that can get there, because there is no ball carrier, he's got his hands full with a stone plate Galio.
The entire fight, Prey was just dealing with the gargoyle in his face. That's what he had to do, and you got to have a bit better positioning for the next time, not to get hit by all that CC. It's really hard with the abundance that KT does have on their side, but we'll see if he can do a little bit better on the next time. So the Baron, after all those plays, the Baron didn't really do much, right? The Elder seemed to be more valuable for the side of KT. The dive worked out. They got the turret. They got the inhibitor. Now they have this open bottom lane at the same time, so they're going to be looking to push this one next.
But at the same time, the Baron did, because we're back at one inhibitor in the favor of KT, and now the itemization is completed. Infinity Edge for Prey, Death Cap for BDD, and no more Elder. If KT is overeager again, KT can win a fight, especially if Prey can snipe out Deft. If Deft goes down, Longzhu win the fight, guaranteed.
Yep, look for the ball and look for Prey, because Deft, he's been in the front. He's playing, you know, a little bit of that Tristana style, getting aggressive, trying to poke a little bit. Ashe doesn't quite have the same amount of range, and he needs to be available to get the arrows down to follow up. So just trying to poke here a little bit. The flash is not available on Cuz. It is available on Gorilla. And now it looks like the tanks are going to move forward from KT. Just little by little, get that poking damage done. Score eating a chunk from the side of Orianna. They hook Pawn here, but again, he's just so tanky that they can't really do much. And now Cuz in the front, the Shockwave not going to do much. Cuz still alive, funnily enough, but this will mean the inhibitor goes down, and the fight will continue. KT doesn't look like they want to dive anymore after the failed dives from earlier. Although, as I say that, the arrow goes wide, as well as the Winter's Bite, so not quite working out for them. Longzhu was thinking about a counter engage, but a good disengage by KT.
I wish we had a replay for how that push actually happened. Even though there were no casualties, every time that Longzhu have won a fight, it's been either KT being overeager or it going off a hook from Gorilla. Now, because this time Pawn gets hooked and he's tankier than Gragas, he can survive a little bit longer. But what's important is that Gorilla can't stay next to Prey. He's the one that's looking for picks, and Prey has to remain stealth. So they put up a control ward right in their faces, and they just can't kill it. Is Prey going to de-stealth and kill that? Is BDD going to approach it and put himself in that position where he can't follow up on Gorilla? And worst of all, is he going to position himself near Prey? Longzhu have to keep both their carries separated because there is so much CC from KT. It's such a hard engage that it is imperative that if one gets targeted, that the other can follow up.
So this game will continue. We're here at 43 minutes into the game. If you're just joining, you've missed a banger. It's been good. It's been back and forth. And Longju, they continue to hold on. KT was looking good, especially in the mid-game where they took a couple of very one-sided fights. But Longju, capitalizing on a dive, was able to make it as close as it is now. They're down about 5,000 gold, but we're reaching the point in the game where everybody is near 6 items. So having to deal with the pushes on their 2 lanes for sure. But we'll see if they can take a fight coming into this one. KT still slowly pushing.
It's fine for Longju to have any member distracted by Khan as long as they separate the strong 5-man that they have on KT. Khan is perfectly okay being in the side lanes, dealing with the waves as long as there's no real threat. KT needs to protect Deft, and Longju just need to watch out for their carries. We've got Baron coming up in 10 seconds, and there's not enough vision for Longju to defend this. And I believe that KT can take this, and Longju can be okay with giving this one up. They're not in the position to contest it, and will still just have to take on their confidence in these team fights to win one where Baron is up. And they're moving in close. Khan doesn't have TP.
There's an FTP, so it's a 4-on-5, and here we go. Smeb coming in from behind. Here's Khan. They're looking for that engage. That hook almost hit Prey, or rather Deft in the back, but here's Smeb getting onto Prey. The heroic entrance to QSS is used, but Prey is knocked up. Trying to do damage to these tanks is so incredibly hard. Look at Smeb getting low, but Cuz at the same time, they're looking for that, but Prey over the wall. Deft, he's getting so low, he doesn't go down. Finally, Cuz can get onto the back line so that AD carry is taken away. There's the shockwave, 2 kills for Longju, and now they're on the chase. They get those 2 amazing kills, and now they're going for Baron.
And KT's getting full-on tank syndrome. They cannot kill Prey at this stage in the game. They absolutely need depth, and the positioning that was allowed for Prey means that even though he got exhausted, he was able to just bop Deft from over the wall, and that allowed Cuz to finish him off. But Renekton and Galio cannot kill carries at this stage in the game. What worked in the mid-game needs to change in the late, and they are refusing to adapt. We're going to look at the fight again. Here's Renekton, sure, but look at how tanky Prey is. The shields, the heals, the CC, it's not enough. He's got lifesteal too, and through exhaust, Prey just can't get hit. Deft does not have the range. Their Prey and Spray is too big, and someone, for some reason, score flashes at the end, but he's just using his flash in vain. Longju get a Baron, and they are now still in the driver's seat, kind of in this game in terms of damage, because KT is refusing to play around Deft. If for some reason he's not on the hyper carry, they just ignore him.
They need to protect him. He's the main source of damage, basically the only one at this point. Whereas Prey, the perfect flash over the wall and no response. They had used so much to get on him in the beginning, but he still had everything available, and he was totally fine. Deft just taking that damage over the wall, couldn't do as much consistent damage.
Well, it's not so much about protecting him, it's about making sure that he's dealing damage. If the tanks are soaking up damage from BDD and Prey, they're losing this battle. BDD and Prey will output way more DPS than Deft by himself, so they need to make sure that they are soaking up while Deft is dealing, and that's just not happening. They're just giving their lives away while Deft is wondering, hey, who am I supposed to be hitting at this time? I'm by myself. There's nobody near me. Prioritize the front line from Longju, because after all, they don't really have a front line. They can kill Cuz quite easily if they only resorted to being 5-man strong, making sure that Deft hits. The fights would be looking a little bit different, but now Longju have Baron. They are pushing straight down the mid lane, and KT split again.
You have double teleport. You can see that pawn, he went up to top side to push that one in. You can see Smeb doing the same in the bottom side. So not the best waves right now in the lanes for Longju. They can't exactly just push it down mid as that's going on, especially with the Elder Drake about to spawn, 25 seconds away from coming in here. Khan trying to find relevance in the late game on this Jace. He's so far just been sending in shock blasts into walls and tanks and stuff like that, but needs to be pushing. He's going to get his teleport up here in just a bit. And here comes the Elder Drake. It's coming down. KT's in position. Longju not so much.
Remember that if Longju want to fight this, they have to funnel in. The second they see KT being completely grouped, they can get through. Last time they gave it up, they are grouped in. The teleport comes out. KT wants to turn this.
Yeah, Smeb coming from the left side. Keep an eye on him, but they tag him. They know he's there, so they're going to play it a little bit more carefully. Taking it slow. Look at Prey actually getting onto Smeb, trying to zone him out all the way on the left side. That Elder Drake is getting low. Pawn once again going to be slowed down incredibly. It's going to come down to the Smite. Prey poking that down, but it's going to reset. Okay, here we go. Getting extremely low. Score still sitting by. So is Cuz. There's so much tension. Really big shockwave though. And Mana getting low. But can they survive for Prey? So many stuns coming out. Prey's not doing damage. But look at the backside. He's going to stay alive. And Cuz getting in deep. But finally they get the Twitch. Just finally in the end of that game. Now it's all about BDD versus 4. Can he do it? Khan is still alive. They have that poke damage. Still a bit of mana left over on BDD. They're looking for some more plays. Death getting low on mana too. And it looks like even though they got Prey, they took too much. And BDD is too healthy. The rest of KT is on the run.
That actually worked. They went all out for Prey, and he wasn't even able to use his flash out of that one. They're going to be able to pick up Pawn at the end of this one, but they are going to get that Elder Dragon in return. But I want to look at that fight again because they blew everything onto Prey. His QSS was popped. They blew so much that it looked like he was going to survive right at the end, but Deft was capable of taking down Rek'Sai by himself with the assistance of the stun from Mata. But boy, that fight looked so close. Prey, if he lived on that one, we would have seen a push for the end.
Yeah.
Okay, so the fight is split because you've got Prey in the backside with Renekton coming in. And the Shockwave and the Arrow are the biggest cues for the fight happen. They're fed up here. Just go on Gorilla already. And here comes the Arrow. So Arrow gets out. It gets prioritized on a different target, but the Unbreakable is up from Braun, and look at how much they throw onto Prey. 3 guys on him with stone plates on, CCs for
flash.
days. He's got flash, and he could have gotten away from that one, but
he could have flashed the taunt. He could have flashed over the wall.
Over the wall,
yeah,
for sure.
Exactly. He just didn't do it.
That's what happened against Jin Air, where Prey was playing Tristana, and in a late-game team fight, he made one crucial mistake. He's been playing decently well this entire game, but when it comes down to these late-game scenarios, one mistake is really all that it takes, and I think both teams are quite lucky to have the fight ended as it did.
I would have to agree, and I think everybody's lucky here that we're getting the first game between KT and Longzhu go past 50 minutes. It's been full of excitement so far, so many kills, and I'm very excited to see who's going to end up with the win on this one, because still, really anyone's game. The Elder Drake, only a minute left, is going to be strong during that moment in time. Would expect KT to make a push towards these inhibitors.
Prey has sold his boots for a Phantom Dancer. Full-on DPS from the Twitch. They once again need to prioritize Deft, but I think that he's a bit stronger now to deal with the tanks. He has Flash still available, whereas Smeb and Pawn do not.
You see that Khan, he always tries to target. Okay, that's done. They get up to Death. They get the flame, but he's still alive. Shockwave is not going to hit him. Death still doing that damage on the back, but here's Prey. They're trying to get onto him as well. Khan getting extremely low. The Arrow going to hit Gorilla. They will take him out, and Prey couldn't do that consistent damage. He wasn't close enough. He was zoned out for long enough, and it looks like they take out Gorilla, and now they'll go for the push.
Smeb is recalling right now. His teleport is not quite up. I don't think KT can be going for a push here. They do have Body Slam Flash on score. Okay, 2 inhibitors and they're out, but what was that out of Longzhu? For the first time, they try to go for the dive. It starts with Gorilla flashing in and Khan trying to go on to Deft, but that Ashe is way harder to kill than the Twitch. You've got Gallia, you've got Braum. It is significantly tougher to go for that one. KT's trying to end the game here if they go for this Baron bait, but I don't think KT or Longzhu should be even thinking about face checking this, and without Gorilla to help anybody with a Lantern out, one death would be a disaster and would surely spell the game, so they have to deal with KT having Baron now.
One mistake in that team fight, just trying to go a little bit too deep, and it didn't work out. The call, that super tanky Deft. It feels weird to say, but as you were talking about, he has so much support at this point, it's ridiculous. So let's take another look at how he went for this.
So it starts with Gorilla flashing in, but notice how Score plays this fight out. They've decided you're no longer killing Twitch, just get him the hell out of here. Blow the cast on him, and again, the Shockwave hits a couple of tanks, but Unbreakable is there to stop so much of the damage. Prey can't deal with the Renekton with a Stone Plate in his face 24/7, but the biggest thing was just Khan going on to Deft. Such a difference in styles from what we have seen all game long that allowed Longzhu to get to this position that it's not going to work. It hasn't worked all game.
Yeah. You can CC Deft for like 10 seconds and you'd still have trouble killing him at this point. So they're going to have to rethink their game plan. See how they do that cask, as you mentioned. I'm glad you caught that. That was basically perfect to get Prey out of the majority of that fight.
That's basically how you play out the late game fights into hyper carries. You reach a point in the mid game where the priority becomes, all right, just kill him, get him onto us. But then if you don't have enough damage, or it's not safe enough, where he can just take down everybody, your motto is just get him out. Lee Sin does it. Gragas does it. Any other disposition champion like an Alistar will prioritize that one as well, as it's a simpler move to orchestrate that only requires one character, as opposed to, all right, Score, get Twitch onto us and let's kill him, especially if he has Flash.
So we have Khan dealing nicely with Smeb, who's going to go back and look for the teleport here. Coming with this push, the hook is going to sail wide. Score will avoid that for now. They're desperately, Longzhu, trying to clean up this wave, but Deft moving in, poking the turret, and moving out. The hooks, another one misses. And this push, ever so slowly, but ever so effectively, as that turret is getting lower and lower. And Prey looking to come from the left side. We'll see how this works out. He's going to poke Pawn, so he revealed himself. Hook going to hit a minion this time around, and here we go. The TP coming in. They're looking for a big play from the right side. Smeb, the speedy Croc. Can he get in the back? It looks like they'll take this one slow. They're just going to go for the inhibitor. No dives this time around. A much safer KT this time. And they get the hook onto Score, but again, they can't fully engage onto him. Redemption also coming out. And now we're in a 3 inhibitor down situation.
KT have to push for the game here. They've got minions. They need to be patient.
The hook going to miss again. Croc gets away scot-free this time, and the arrow is good onto Prey. They forced that QSS early. But again, the minion wave going to go down, and no Nexus turrets. Another missed death sentence. Just looking for whatever pick they can get. The push continues. 45 seconds left on Baron. Here comes another super minion and another teleport. They're really pushing hard for this one.
It's now or never. They've got 3 flashes.
Okay, they got that turret. Down goes one. Will he get another one? Here's Cuz going in the back. The Umburrow is not going to work. He's going to be burst down. The Shockwave is going to be flashed by Deft, and down goes the Rek'Sai. Score, rather Pawn, is going to stay alive. Now it's 5v4. KT's looking good, better and better to take this game. It looks like in 55 minutes they might be able to do it, but here's Prey trying to do that damage, trying to take down Smeb in the front. The heroic entrance, they're just focusing the Nexus. Down it goes. Game number 1 to KT.
Oh, the triple inhibitor is at 55 minutes. What looked like an easy stomp for KT just got stalled out to 30 more minutes, and Longzhu gave us everything that we hoped for, a game that revolved around team fighting. This is what these two teams have been doing for the last 2 weeks, just team fighting and beating everybody that way, and it was only iconic that we got to see them both brawl it out till the very end.
That's what we wanted out of this matchup. We wanted down to the bone, as close as you can get. Extremely on the edge dives, where it goes wrong for KT, then it goes wrong for Longzhu. Back and forth, KT in the lead for almost all of that game, but having trouble closing it out, as you were saying. So you could see Mata screaming at the end. The energy was really high in that KT booth, as in 55 minutes they take out game number 1. But that was just one game. We still got potentially 2 more. And you were saying even, Longzhu, they put up a fight, right? They were behind. They made a couple of big mistakes and they got really far behind. They pushed it 30 extra minutes. They gave it their all, and they almost even came back in that one. So looking good to try to challenge KT here on the big stage.
Well, they do look good, but because both these teams were excellent at recognizing what got them into that position, they have to remember that their early game had nothing to do with themselves. KT just stomped them early, and it should have been a game similar to game 1 of KT versus SKT, where KT just wiped the floor with the team and then moves on. It was only because of KT's over-aggression that we even got to this point, and this is where it really all started. This big fight around Dragon, the mid-game spike of a Renekton that after this fight was 4-0-4. They were so strong. Cuz didn't even want any part in this one at this point. He just donated himself for science. Tell me what I'm doing wrong. And this was another moment where KT just barely was not able to finish that Baron. Stalled out the game a little bit longer, play by play. It got a little bit worse with Deft going down at the very end. They were unable to turn back into a Baron, and they played the fights around objectives beautifully. Sure, it stalled out, but for the most part, KT walked away with major advantages, and it only came down to fights around the base where it started to go wrong. Here's one of those. It goes with a dive onto Prey. He gets deleted instantly. This is what we're thinking, oh, well, KT surely has it. They're so confident. They're just wiping the floor with KT, but now we look cut to them inside the base with no minions, just wandering around after a dive. And here comes another one where they're so over-eager, a crazy overcommitment from Score to go onto this one. The fight's already done. There's no need to be going deeper, but they're still in on this, and it's already too late. The Shockwave has already come out, but it becomes so apparent how crucial Mata was for this KT victory. Unbreakable is one of those abilities that we can't truly be sure as to how much it does, especially in the late game with so much chaos happening. But every fight, it was up to mitigate much of Prey's damage, stopping so much of the spray and pray DPS. And every time somebody just tried to go onto Prey, the knockup just right on the edge. And he had to hit Galio the entire team fight, and that's just not who you want to be targeting. You don't have a choice, though.
Yeah. And that's just great play out of Pawn. He knows his job in this one. He's not the mid lane carry. He's not going to get all the kills. He's just get in the face of Twitch and make sure he's not carrying. So eventually, at the end of it, the result, 55 minutes, 41 seconds as KT, they take out Longju in game number 1. Let's take a look at the damage. 73,000 from the side of Deft. And the majority of the damage on Longju actually going to Orianna first, and then Jace even before Twitch.
Well, absolutely. Twitch was not able to do a whole lot, relying so much on being stealth. You don't expect Twitch to have crazy damage numbers because of his skills. His play pattern do not allow him to be always on board dealing DPS, so most of it goes to BDD, who was doing so much of the poke.
So we got a pretty ridiculous, amazing to watch game number 1. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're going to go into game number 2. Stay tuned. everybody. We're in the midst of KT versus Longju. We had a 55-minute, 41-second game that went the distance. KT eventually took it in the end on the blue side, but things will certainly be different going into game number 2 as the sides will switch. And the MVP is going to be Deft.
He had a stellar game on Ashe, actually, and most notably was his use of Flash, flashing out of so many critical abilities, particularly BDD Shockwaves. And as the sole DPS out of the KT lineup, it is no surprise that he walks away with an MVP performance. Arrows in the mid game were critical in getting the huge advantage that KT again. Well, we're going back to Season 1, baby. If you're not paying as a subscriber, you don't get to see the full replay. Hell, we don't even get to see it either. We don't know how or why, but that's just the way things are.
That's life. If you're MVP, you only get to feature in 1.5 segments of the replay. Sorry, guys. So we are going into this. Longju is going to be on the blue side this time around, and with the amount that KT focused on the bans towards Cuz, they will not have the freedom to do that on the red side, as there are very particular bans that you have to go for on red side. The Caitlyn, the Zac, the Kalista / Elise. I'm very curious as well which one of those two they're going to let through, or if Longju is going to help them out and ban one of the two.
And the curiosity in the draft extends to what Longju wanted to do in that game 1. Did they want to play that composition, or were they pigeonholed by KT's 3 jungle bans? We still don't know, and that's what I really want to find out. If Cuz wanted to play the Rek'Sai, if the team truly prioritized the Thresh. I believe the Thresh sure makes sense, but Rek'Sai, out of all champions, it felt like it was something that KT had orchestrated and planned for Longju to play. And the Thresh, yes, it's already the priority, so understandably so, it gets banned immediately.
Yeah, does make sense, and I'm sure they're going to be avoiding more Rek'Sai for Cuz. I mean, he's 0-3 so far on the Rek'Sai. Doesn't really want to be playing that all too much unless he gets forced again in a game 3 if it does come down to it. So you see the Caitlyn, the Zac are banned out, of course. Galio taken away from Pawn this time around. And the Gragas as well. Score having multiple very nice games on the Gragas in the past, and had a good one in game number 1 here.
But this means that Elise and Kalista are still up, and we might see KT fancy leaving one of them up so that they can trade. They're quite successful with both champions, and it would be a surprise if they test Longju's hand, because if they don't leave both up, they would just be giving one power pick away to Longju.
What'll it be? Down to the wire. It will be that Taliyah ban. We haven't really seen this type of strategy you're talking about all too much in summer, but I love it.
Yeah, this is the strategy where you say, well, we can play against both Elise and Kalista. We have a strategy prepared against both, and let's make sure that we take the Elise. But KT has had a lot of success with the Kalista, and it looks like Longju found a way to prioritize some of the champions that KT likes to run with Deft's Kalista. The Galio and Gragas are the 2 big ones that they really love to pair with Deft on this pick, and they will be picking up another tank, and it wouldn't be a surprise if once again they go with a 4-tank lineup to make sure that the Longju early game doesn't strike, and they hit that sweet, sweet stride in the mid game where Kalista and 4 frontliners can just wipe the floor.
Looking to pick up the Ashe here for Prey in game number 2. Does make sense. It is his most played AD carry by far. You add even more CC and engage onto your lineup, but will they pick up something in this round to deal with the Kalista? Looks like they're thinking about the Alistar. They will pick that up.
And you've made Longju angry, and now they have busted out their signature picks. The Ashe for Prey, the Alistar for Gorilla. It couldn't be more iconic than this, and this is when they're really putting all their marbles on the table. They're saying this is our best composition, and it looks like to me this is what they wanted to go for in the first place. But KT, they are no strangers to the meta, and sure, Longju gets comfort that is relevant to the patch, but is it as relevant as Kalista Rakan? I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, Maokai too, even into the mix, so taking that in, and now they're thinking about banning away certain top lane picks, the split pushers, the Jax, which Khan already is 3-0 on that pick. They want to deny it from him so that they can force this kind of 5-on-5 team fight with the Kalista and tank composition that they're going for. LeBlanc going to be banned away from Pawn.
The LeBlanc ban is one that makes sense because she can dodge so much of Elise's spells, make sure that she has a great time laning no matter what gets thrown at her, and more targeting towards Khan. These two picks, I guess they did not fancy dealing with the Jace, and these early bully picks will have a lot of synergy with the Elise. So if they get Elise and a bully into the top side, it could be disaster for KT. However, Renekton still remains available. You've got Camille that can also synergize quite well with what Longju is going for, considering that KT has banned out 2 split pushers. Longju might be thinking, well, if they don't like split pushers, how about we give them what they don't like and pick that pick ourselves?
Thinking about the pick here for BDD, and yeah, there it is, the Orianna coming out. They already banned the Taliyah, and they're going to take another big pick away from BDD, another pick that Pawn has been looking so good on recently, specifically in the Orianna. So now I'm curious to see what BDD is going to pick up, because no Galio, no Taliyah, no Orianna. That's just 3 main picks that he's played the most here in LCK Summer.
And the synergy here is bonkers. You've got Maokai that can go in, Rakan with the Kalista that can just be tossed in, so they have so much engaged to hit the backline. And sure, the Syndra and Ashe are going to get locked in, but they're no match to the hard engage that KT can go for, and it's an unconventional hard engage. Typically, you'd look at these picks and not think that they would be able to access the backline as easily as they are able to do so, and instead, it all relies on execution, whereas Longju have a more traditional composition with the Alistar, the Ashe, and yeah, we can't get too excited about. I
kept my mouth shut. No getting debated here on this English
It was
stream.
played as a mid laner in EU LCS, so if Kayn gets locked in, what you make of it is completely up to you, but the compositions are in, and both are much more well-rounded, and they will actually be meeting each other in fights in an even playing field, unlike last time.
This is really cool to see. We're going to see if Longju can get the early ball game rolling with that Renekton Elise combination on the blue side that we've seen so often. Also got opportunities in the bottom side with Prey on Ashe and Gorilla on the Alistar. If they have Cuz rotate down and perhaps a teleport out of Khan, could see some big fights down in the bottom side around the Dragons, or even just around that bottom turret.
I think KT, as always, they love to prioritize the bottom lane, and they have many ball carriers with Kalista, which means that, or with Orianna, that means that they can go for engages with multiple members, and that's exciting to see because so many times has Orianna become this lackluster pick that is just there in the mid lane, for wave clear, just wave clearing every once in a while, or somehow getting 1 or 2 man shockwaves, or with tools at her disposal and other champions, she becomes that much more exciting. And Rek'Sai, we have criticized this pick so much, but when you have this much hard engage, she works. And it's hard to imagine that she needs a composition similar to what Nidalee has, where you need many champions to go for hard engage, but she really does. She's not your engage pick. She's your follow-up. She's now a bit of DPS and can assassinate picks.
Yeah, Score looking to make it work on that pick. This time the composition's very even. Let's jump into game number 2, KT versus Longju. Seeing fans in the audience praying, trying to say, hey, maybe if we pray, then Prey can go off in this game.
You saw somebody praying?
Yeah.
Damn.
They're going hard, man. They got to do whatever they can as fans to make sure that their team is the victor.
See, now that's real support. Not just our thoughts and prayers, but we're literally there. Our cheers, our thoughts, our prayers, the snacks. They get snacks. They get treats here.
Yeah.
Make it feel good.
Nobody's birthday this time around, so we didn't get any little packages or anything like that.
It's all of our birthdays today. It's this week for LCK. It's a long week birthday celebration.
Would have to agree. It's pretty ridiculous, the games we have coming up. This is only about 1/3 of the way through the Longju KT series, but as you were talking about before, it is going to be KT versus SKT on Thursday, and then also Longju versus Samsung on Sunday. So lots of big matches coming up with all the teams that are on top.
Big matches, all for first place, all for the playoff seedings. Remember that in LCK, we don't have the format that we see elsewhere where you have the quarterfinals and semifinals bracket followed by a finals. It is indeed King of the Hill style. So if you finish first, you only get to play one best of 5 before winning the split. Second, you get 2, third, and so on.
Yeah, which just makes these fights even more important for both of these teams. It would be fantastic for Longju. If they take this win against KT and Samsung lose to Rox, they're immediately in first. Now, Samsung losing to Rox, that's going to be hard for Samsung to lose that game, of course, but they're putting themselves in such a good spot to only have to play in the finals. And for a team that's found the most success for their organization in this LCK Summer 2017, that would be a fantastic way to secure their spot. But they got to win 2 in a row against KT. It's not going to be easy.
But we can't get too excited because they're still SKT, and it feels like SKT was just hit with the blue shell out of nowhere, that they are still lagging behind, just waiting to make a comeback, but they're still as dangerous as ever. Have they come back? Well, they were able to walk away with a victory over the lower ranked teams. Here's a gank in the bottom lane, though, but a nicely timed ward from Deft will stop it.
Oh, he's looking to get Mata here. Oh, that was really close as Mata decides not to put a ward down or check the brush.
He's still going for it.
Okay, here we go. Coming around the side. Mata trying to hop away. Still has his summoners. Looking for that cocoon, and it will land. Just going to offer some damage. Deft even fighting back a little bit, forcing that repel away.
Yeah, you got to fight back there. Make sure that he learns not to gank you again, and you are aggressive. You're not just a passive laner that will not react to being harassed.
Because even under sight here, trying to put down wards, trying to mirror score and get as aggressive as possible, distract the bottom lane, force Mata over so that he can get a nice ball rolling for his bottom lane for Praying Gorilla.
Well, it's a position you want to be in as an Elise. We saw what Jin Air was doing on their Elise, what Umti was capable of with that pick, just 1v2ing at times, making sure that you use that range advantage whenever possible, especially in a matchup like Rek'Sai. If you see her use tunnel, you know she can't follow up on anything that you do, and you have such a wealth of advantages if you play it out properly. However, we've also seen Elises make big mistakes into Rek'Sai, so this matchup can go either way, and it's just a matter of who has more finesse around finding the opponent and respecting them.
Yeah, I don't know which game Cuz will feel more pressure in between the two. The first one where he had to play the Rek'Sai that he's not comfortable on, or the second one where his team is behind and he's on that playmaking Elise and his team is counting on him to have a good game.
Well, the team is counting on him, but they still have a strong late game. You've got Ashe and Syndra. They can play out well. You know that Renekton can deal just fine into these picks. It's not the end of the world, but it's going to come down to Smeb. How much can he actually do on this Maokai? And the pick of Maokai before had the emphasis of being such a powerful pick because he was so easy. It's a point and click, and you can't really get killed because of the damage reduction onto the ultimate. But now that it actually is a skill shot, it takes a surprising amount of skill to actually use. Even though it's a massive AoE, we've seen many players miss that ability, and it's so critical that you actually can't afford to do it, because if you get caught out, you die right away, and you lose value for your team by doing so.
Yeah, I think it's the speed is a little bit hard to get used to. You got to play a lot of games of Maokai and have that forward thinking, saying, okay, they're going to be running away in this direction, so I have to angle it in that exact direction.
I do not envy those who have to play a lot of games of Maokai.
Bit of fighting back and forth here. You can see there wasn't much kill pressure. None of the jungles around. And Pawn did get low on mana. BDD still having a potion means that he will stick around. Just trying to force one of the other mid laners, the opposing mid laner, to go back before them so they can get a slight lead.
Well, remember that individual kills used to be more prevalent in League of Legends. They kind of got whittled down, but also there's the belief that if you've got two teams or two players at the highest level, that there should never be any solo kills happening. Instead, we're going to get an attempt onto a dive on Cuz. It gets spotted.
Yeah, the sapling slowing him down for quite a while. Here we go. Dominus is put down as well as that. But look at the ultimate coming out. Cuz is going to be locked down for way too long and is not going to hate that kill. So both Cuz and Khan getting low and a failed dive.
That wasn't even close. Welcome to the Maokai zone. You just don't die. You can actually survive. Elise, Renekton, that so many other picks just cannot hold a candle to that combination.
You seem really confident to deal with that. Immediately popping that ult, knew the angle, and Score with that move says, okay, I'll just steal your red side jungle. Come on down, take the red buff, get some wards, and you can see that Cuz is running straight in that direction, and level 6 is hit here for Score.
He steals the jungle, and it's actually more apparent than not because that's a 54 to 17 CS. When it's like 17 to 30, you say, oh, that's not too bad. You know, it's double. Score's route did include the double camp. There's a full red side. And instead, he's now 26. Wait, 36 CS up. 36 CS up.
Doing math on stream in 2017.
Hey, I got it quickly.
And you eventually got it. Props to that. Doesn't always happen. But yeah, really making his presence known. And here we go. Lots of CC burned onto Pawn, who actually does cleanse. Nice respect there, saying, okay, don't want to give up first blood on kind of a rough play to make happen, but just playing it safe.
I think he realized that Longju did not have to commit. Oh, here's a fight.
Okay, that red buff ticking onto Khan, and there's that point and click. The twisted advance into the knockup. Can he get taken out here? There it is. First blood into the shockwave, and the flash over the wall. There's the double kill. KT with a fast start in this game.
Oh, that is disaster for Longju. Their two early game champions just got put in the dumpster. 0-1 for both. And that's a call for Renekton now. And Elise previously had a Dark Seal. She's thinking, oh, maybe I can make something happen. Maybe I can try to snowball. Longju will not have any of it. Maokai, so simple. And Renekton doesn't have his ultimate here. This fight could have been different had Dominus been available. But it was used in the dive earlier. And the collapse, what looked like a Renekton going for a cheeky steal, denying the Rex some CS, trying to help his jungler out, ends up being that Maokai followed him. The trees are alive in this jungle, and they are not happy that you're harassing the Raptor camp.
Yeah, I was watching Cuz in that fight too. Even after 3 members of KT were collapsing, he still tried to cocoon Score and hop on in. He stuck around for way too long, trying to make something out of nothing, and it's really hurting him. He's down 2 levels against Score. He's attempting to take a buff, which he should be able to, even though this is spotted by KT. But he has a long way to make his way back, even after that blue buff, still level 5.
And because he's so low, this could have actually been an opportunity for Longju to go for a dragon with the recall of Mata with the pushed lanes. They could have started this, but it's just not viable. Cuz cannot afford to go for an objective like this without being farmed. He's 50 CS behind Score now. This is a significant number now, and as long as he continues to look for these plays, all that Score has to do is keep farming, and Elise will be put further and further behind. And Longju's already dealing with a composition that what should be 5 members is basically 4.5.
Trying for another one of those opportunities that's really on the fringe. It's more than likely not going to work. Trying to get onto Mata now, and there's no follow-up, and it's Gorilla alone against 3. Can he make his way out of this one? The fast collapse out of Longju. They're trying to help out here, but he's getting extremely low. There it is, the flash over the wall. The Void Rush coming in, though. He's looking for that kill. Can he get it? The headbutt away, but on the other side, Cuz is going to go down, and so does Gorilla, and things are beginning to fall apart.
And it starts with Cuz looking for somebody once again, thinking he can go on Mata. Now they've got their sights set on Prey. Fate's Call is available. There is a flash. Goodbye, Prey.
Stop the recall first. They're going to use that Grand Entrance and then save him if they need to. Okay, not going to save him. Maybe he was like 1 mana away? Not 100% sure. It looks like it's 100 mana.
Yeah, he didn't have
He didn't have the mana, so that's really unfortunate for KT.
Fake call. it
Once
wanted
it's
Mata's
Rakan back. Yeah. Well, they were doing good up until then. giving Longju a little bit of hope. They want to make another interesting game, perhaps.
Yeah, it's like, hey guys, come on, remember, make this close.
Well, because he's so far behind, 0-2-0. Kind of unfortunate to see his performance here when that really matters, when the pressure is on.
He's too far behind. Him and Alistar cannot take down Mata without him getting away. And when you force everybody to collapse on, they're already at a massive disadvantage. That's a completed Cinder Hulk onto score at this stage in the game. So Cuz gets taken out at the same time that Dev picks up a kill onto the Alistar. And they also get to counter jungle again. And it was right from KT to start prioritizing Cuz. Their preparation for this game was correct. Game 1, they prioritized him, they shut him down, and it was apparent with their early game lead. And this time around, mistakes from Cuz have been punished dearly, and now they're looking for a first break and a play onto Prey.
Okay, the arrow does come out, but look at Prey, he's all alone. Gorilla trying his best to save him. There's the heal, but eventually he does get taken out, and Gorilla, no doubt he's in trouble too. The Void Rush coming out. Looks like they're not going to go for that full-on dive as Def was tanking the turret, but that will mean one kill, and surely this bottom turret.
Mechanically, it was a bit of a misplay there from Score using that Void Rush a bit too preemptively. It made the aggro go back onto Def, and they were unable to walk away with the kill onto Alistar. Cuz answers back with some red side counter jungling, but there is just nothing for KT or nothing for Longju on this map, and it's so unfortunate to see him now soloing this Herald. Resorting to major objectives will only put him further behind. There's rarely any experience or gold in this one, whereas KT walk away with a first brick turret. They get an Infernal, they get to counter jungle side of the map, and now Cuz is in fighting an Orianna.
It is 3-on-2 in favor of Longju, and you can see the stun is going to miss. Pawn still very much confident to take this one. BDD low on mana. There's that Maokai ultimate coming in too. Score coming from the right side after taking that Infernal Drake. And it hasn't leashed. They're just going to give it away. Longju starting that one, and KT coming through and saying, huh, thank you very much. I guess we'll take it.
KT really looking like big brother here, and Longju just barely realizing the real power that KT had in store, because they are being matched every step of the way. The composition that KT has is capable of fighting and closing out games, and this looks like the adaptation that KT has added after their mistakes against SKT, where they picked compositions that were not capable of closing out games, but they have such a wealth of engage that it doesn't matter. They're able to get those early game leads and still close out effectively while maintaining the punishment on everything that Longju wants to do.
This game is looking a lot less close when you compare it to game number 1. Even when Cuz got behind, he was still doing something in the game. This time it's just more of a lead, I suppose. And he really hasn't made any kind of early game for this Elise work at all. So,
well, think of the preparation that KT must have put into this, especially when we come down to the debate of Elise versus Kalista, one that has been brought up so many times. They gave up the Elise. And you could argue that maybe KT thought that Longju would take the Elise, because so many times did they prioritize the top lane with Khan and Cuz. Their synergy has been stellar. That Prey has a wide variety of champions in the bottom lane. He can lane Ashe into the Kalista. It's expected, considering that they played it in game 1, KT. And so they leave up the Elise, and because you know that Cuz's tendencies are to the top side of the map, you give up that champion, but then you pick something that is not going to die at all. The Maokai has no threat of dying to the Elise and Renekton, so you mitigate one of the strengths that Longju have relied on for so long. You throw them that curveball of confidence, and then you have Score just running Cuz around in circles. Now the levels have caught up. Thank you, Jungle, for making it so easy to now catch back up to somebody that you've outplayed all game long.
I can feel your your feelings about this one, the negative energy, but either way, he's still way far behind in terms of items, in terms of, you know, impact that he's had on this game. We'll see if he can do something to make us be excited about him again. Maybe we as a community got a little bit too excited about Longju. This is why this is happening, but KT, seriously, looking quite good.
Our excitement was the bane of Longju. I don't know about that one. Here comes the Void Rush over him.
Oh, really nice Q there to get him out. And the Void Rush coming in, that blasting plant's trying to save their lives, and Score does take a bit of damage, but here's Mata, and that's going to be 1. Can we make it 2? Cuz is going to flash there. Nice stun from BDD to save his life.
That's quite strange that we didn't see BDD commit to an ultimate there. He could have easily taken out Score with Unleashed Power. He has Ghost, he's got Flash. Pawn wasn't in range to come up on that one, so maybe the rest of Longju is starting to feel a bit of demoralization with the excellent play that we've seen out of KT. They've been stuffing everything that Longju wants to do, and that has to take a toll on your mental fortitude.
Yeah, it definitely does. I mean, the bricks are beginning to just crumble before their eyes, not even just fall out of the wall. I mean, you got one turret up in top getting really low, Pawn rather, by himself in the mid lane, taking that mid lane turret. Another red buff to be stolen, this time by Deft with a mid-game Kalista. Going really aggressive, actually, by himself. Is going to eat that arrow. Thankfully, Mata's there to save his life for now. The Unleashed Power comes out, and Deft survives. Oh boy, not looking too good for Longju. Now they're on the run. Let's see if Mata can get another engage, looking for another grand entrance. There it is, nice dodge, and actually Mata getting pretty low. Shockwave coming in is not gonna do too much. Now Pawn is being focused down. Gorilla trying to get that stun, can't quite. And actually Pawn takes out Cuz on the back of that fight, so nicely done by him. Smeb incredibly tanky. Not sure if Khan can do enough damage, and again, Pawn is still here, so they were even thinking about turning that one, but we'll just let them go.
Because his mechanics right at the end allow him to get some participation in kills. Finally, we get to see the 0-3 at least get something on the board, but it's still not enough to get any stacks in the Dark Zone. They're thinking about killing Khan again. He's got Dominus.
Okay, we got this Maokai ultimate coming out here. There's that burst trying to get onto Pawn, but Pawn with really good positioning, able to get out of this one. No kill, just pretty close.
Oh boy, and in the meantime, Score just gets left to farm by himself in the top side of the map. This is the jungler's dream, where you get to free lane farm and then look at your CS be significantly higher than your counterpart. And it all starts with a bit of a half-hearted engage from Deft onto the Elise, and sure, the stun comes through, but BDD's under so much pressure that he blows the ultimate immediately. Not enough orbs to take out Deft. They commit for a chase, and the Cocoon really is the big part, as well as the headbutt from Gorilla that actually puts everybody kind of closer towards Orianna so that the Shockwave does not connect. But in the end, Pawn still gets to walk away with some great kiting and another kill onto the Spider.
This guy's a beast on Orianna recently. You can see the reason why they take it away from BDD. Already 2-0-4 with 8 stacks on his Dark Seal and 2 other completed items to go along with those Merc Treads. So in Wonderland for this Orianna, having a good time.
Especially because of her summoners too. Will she be even more safe? Not in danger of getting arrowed or scattered the weak, let alone the Cocoon, as she can just almost one-shot the Elise at this point, and they're looking for Khan. His ult is not up yet.
Hey, looking for the engage grand entrance. Good dodging so far, but the Shockwave will come in. Is it enough damage? There it is. One more Q out of Pawn will take it away. The arrow is going to hit Mata, but who really cares? I mean, there's no follow-up. They can't do much after that.
Oh, what I really want to see is Score give us a Flame Horizon over, because so rare is it when a jungler actually gets over 100 CS over their counterparts, and so much of the farm is revolving around the solo lanes. But if he can pull it off, oh, that will be so satisfying.
He's working on it. He was up in the top lane boosting his numbers for quite a while. And just about 71 CS, or 81 rather.
And you know, that actually affects the morale of your teammates too, because let's say you're behind and you've fallen far behind in CS as a jungler. You're like, hey guys, I'm a little bit behind. And maybe your allies haven't been following your every move the entire game, so they don't know where you're getting your CS. They press tab and they see that their jungler has 70 CS more than you. They're like, what's been going on? I haven't seen you all game, and you're really far behind. What happened? And so it impacts the morale of everybody else. Not positively, by the way.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, BDD in the mid lane, he didn't have all too much help from Cuz, and you know, still was able to do decently well against Pawn in the mid lane. And even though Cuz didn't come to his lane more than once, he's just not doing all too well. A similar score line actually to game number 3 on his Rek'Sai. And I would have to agree with you. I think just the coaching staff, the entire team of KT have seemingly read into Longju's strategy, into their weaknesses, and they targeted it. And it's looking really one-sided, especially here in Game 2.
They've read into Longju, but they've read into the meta. They definitely have been doing their homework, and it's been showing up. It's a kind of new evolution. It's a slight tweak to what we have seen so far. It's a different combination of champions that is typically expected. And this is one of the few times that we have seen somebody actually succeed against the Elise Renekton Onslaught. Before, it was a death sentence if you let it go through. They're going to start Baron while this fight is going on, but it gets spotted right away. So they're going to turn with Mata on the side.
Yeah, they do have the Kalista, so they have the gigantic Rens that will eventually come out here. Also having that Blade of the Rune King. Gorilla already taking a bunch of hits here. They're going to flash actually after Cuz. They got him into the knockup, and that damage from the Rek'Sai is enough. Death, though, does get burst down by BDD. The shockwave's going to be good, though. BDD getting super low. There's that twisted advance, and down he does go. The rest of Longju extremely low. Can we have an ace? There's the fourth. A triple kill right now for Pawn as Khan by himself on the run. Score gonna go for the Void Rush. Down he goes, ace for KT, and that will be the Baron.
An almost perfect ace. Oh, there it is, the pearly whites. But this is what KT have been doing so many times, and it's beautiful to see. They do these Baron base, but instead of making it obvious to the enemy team when they're going to turn, they have one member that can flank, one that can engage on the side brush, waiting on a different angle, and so nobody expects it. Game 1, it was Smeb on the Renekton, waiting in the banana brush, gets to go for the engage. This time it was Mata, and you can't just face check every single brush. You are on a timer going for this. They go on to Cousin, sure. Maybe the flash was a bit unnecessary. It comes out of nowhere, but because of the quickness of the engage, Longju is not capable of responding thoroughly. They commit to Pawn, but the damage is already there. Prey is in no man's land there, dealing with the most fed Rek'Sai we have seen in quite some time. So he goes down in hell. He still had a Void Rush to take him out. It's just so cool seeing the interaction here with Void Rush right at the end. Oh, knocks him out. It looks like an angry cougar.
Yeah. Prey Seeker into that one. Actually hunts him down.
Not even like a cougar. It looks like when you have a cat that you don't like, and then you just you chuck away. You're like, get away from me, cat, and like, rawr, and then scratches.
Yeah, something like that for sure. Maybe when you're playing with a cat with a toy and he charges something, jumps at it, or if you scare it and he hops up with his paws in the air. Looks a bit like that, but I think Rek'Sai is some kind of void monster, so still some comparisons there for sure. You could see where that gold goes for score. He goes for the Stone Plaint and the Knight's Vow. He's like, well, I have carries on my team. I have a 6-0-6 Orianna. I don't need to do damage anymore. I was strong in the mid game. Now I'm just going to use all that gold, become extremely tanky. You can't do anything to me. I'm a finisher, but also I'm a starter for these team fights that can follow up. And you can see he's even going 1v1 with Khan right now on the Rek'Sai. This is pretty ridiculous.
It's similar to the old Rek'Sai where she had the tunnels globally, where she could just split push and kill nearly everybody because her E gives so much true damage. So you can actually deal with these tanks, especially if it's a Renekton that is far behind. He is near useless. Sure, he's got damage items now, but by this stage in the game, for Renekton to be strong, he needs Stone Plates, he needs Randuins, and he's not even close.
Longju trying to make the heroic defense right now. No inhibitors are down, but they are going up against a Baron push. Already, all of the tier 2s on the top side of the map have been taken out. Only that one left down in the bottom side, extremely low. But KT trying to send their focus into these top 2 lanes. They still have a minute left of Baron. We're thinking about that engage onto Smeb, but Smeb's like, yeah, okay, sure. Nice cocoon, buddy.
Oh, man. The side of Longju looks so sad, whereas KT looking at the screens with complete glee. No engage for Longju here. They're not strong enough to take KT right now.
Yep, they're down about 13,000 gold as an extra turret does come down, and they're looking for the Miracle Engage. It's going to have to be some kind of burst onto Deft or Pawn, and even then, you know, that doesn't mean it's over. They get the arrow, it hits Mata, they can't further up the engage. He gets Bates called, and down will go Cuz. He will be the first casualty in this one. They get Mata, and Khan is trying to do his best, but look at this, the Shockwave down in the base. Gorilla's gonna go down following Khan, and that's gonna be an extra 3 kills. Only BDD remains, and he can't stop the onslaught of KT.
Smeb is basing, they're going for the end. He's gonna TP on the minion wave. They've got 24 seconds on Cuz, but he has been useless all game long. His being alive or dead will not matter here, and this is going to be KT finishing Longzhu in under 30 minutes.
Yep, there's the TP, and they will go. 10 more seconds. They're going to go on to BDD here. No hope for him. The ace comes out. Down will go the turret, and this game, this series is no longer close as KT declare themselves the victors of the Rift, the victors of LCK Summer so far. They're looking for this 2-0. They're going to focus down that Nexus. Big engage from Gorilla, but it doesn't matter. 2-0 victory as KT slaughter Longzhu tonight.
Not even close. If you look at the mistakes that KT made in the mid game in the dives and you forget about them, had they cleaned that up, this game would have looked exactly like game 2. And wow, it looks like if SKT is not in the mix, KT's mental trigger is just not there. They sail right through, but it's not quite that. They definitely learned from their battle at the top against SKT. They applied it here, and it's a joy to see because now they're poised to have great seeding in playoffs, and they're basically almost at Worlds.
They're basically there. They're so close. Have to have a good fight against SKT. That's going to be their real test. We talk about tests tonight. We said Longzhu, this is the first one for them. They have to get through KT. They have to prove that their lack of experience, their rookie jungler, is going to come through in this fight against the veteran team of KT. And the answer was absolutely not. It was 0-2. They had a very close first game, but game 2 did not look like the Longzhu versus KT that we expected. And so Longzhu, they have to go back to the drawing board. They're still in the playoffs, but they're not going to get that first seed. And it's going to be extremely hard for them. I'm not even sure mathematically if it's possible now. But they're not out of this. They can take these games and try to learn from it. And hopefully they do, because I was excited about Longzhu. Perhaps that's why they lost. But you can see they're taking it a bit hard. Lots of discussion in the booth right now for their team.
And the discussion has to revolve around the meta. It really felt like Longzhu was using a composition that maybe was viable 3 days ago, 5 days ago, a week ago, but KT just came out swinging with something much better, and their play was there to match. And it all started here. When your Elise and Renekton go down at this time without getting an advantage, you lose so much hope.
Yeah, they just couldn't get anything going early game, and it was just desperation after that. Cuz looking for certain cocoons, he got locked up by the Shockwave twice in a row, that max range Shockwave out of Pawn's stellar Orianna tonight. And after that, with the engaged compositions that they had, the Rakan into the Rek'Sai, into the Fate's Call with the Kalista, it's just one after another. Of course, the mechanics in this fight weren't the greatest, but they were able to eventually get this one.
They were just relentless, and it was a thing of beauty. This is the KT that we all get excited about, even though there's cautionary tales about doing
I don't know what you're talking about.
And see, look at it, right? You get the stun, he's right there. You can just click him and get a kill, but even when the arrow connects, the rest of Longzhu does not have enough damage in them to take down Deft, and the game was just all about KT. We just watched KT killing Longzhu over and over and over. Nothing that Longzhu was doing came at their own fate. It felt like KT was just driving the main car, whereas Longzhu had the fake steering wheel on the right, just thinking, oh yeah, we're a part of this, we're doing this, like we have a say in this.
Yeah.
No.
They're like the younger brother that has the unplugged controller. The older brother's like, yeah, you're playing with me, you're helping. Well, not really. As We're getting a look at all the fights here. We get to see all the fun stuff when it comes to that end of game recap at least. The eventual ace that came out through here, the perfect setup with the Baron bait. KT looking so smooth, so collected as a team. No pressure felt by the side of them as they crushed Longju in 27 minutes, under 28 minutes, under 30 minutes, and looking so good doing it.
They surely did, and now they are that team to fear. And it seems like only SKT can be the team that can truly knock them down, but they are still 2-3 wins behind KT now, so they've got a long ways to go if they truly want to challenge KT once again, as before we called KT as the potential SKT killers, as that was what they were designed for, but maybe SKT is now the only team necessary for them to knock down KT back down from first place.
So guys, with that, this will conclude the series, but we will have an interview first. I'll throw you over to Jisun for the translation.
Hi, this is Jisun, your translator, and here we have Dev for the MVP interview. So how do you feel? So if you win today's match and also the upcoming match, we're going to make it to the first place. So we prepare until the late morning, and I'm really happy that we made 2-0 victory today. So Ash, what's the key dealer? You have to put all the damage. Were you confident? Well, we got actually in the lead in the early game, so I'm kind of not satisfied that we couldn't make it easy going. So yeah, I'm kind of sad, but I'm happy that I made it. Then how did you feel after seeing the damage graph? Well, I was the only dealer, so I was the one who has to put all the damage, and I expected to more damage that I put it, but I'm kind of sad that I only put 70,000. Then how did you make your game in the lead? Well, as we prepared a lot, we had too many shot calls, so we try to make it simpler. Then what kind of feedback did you guys share after the game? We have a lot of matches that we lost after the winning game turning around, so we try to keep our focus till the late games. And who was the most supportive player? Well, all the players were trying to cheer up each other. Then let's check out the MVP on the VCR.
Okay, Def not giving it away as the MVP for Game 2 was Pawn 9-0-8. One of the smoothest Oriannas I've seen, especially that kill.
We got to see it on the VCR. The tape got popped in, and in the end, KT Pawn was written all over it, and without a death against Longju. His shockwaves are great, and this final one was just a thing of beauty. Watch this flash in, make sure that Prey gets bobbed again.
So we're back with Pawn. So how you feeling recently? I'm feeling good. Then how do you feel from today's victory? I actually, in the beginning of the season, I performed really bad, but I think I kind of made my form to the among levels, so I'm really happy right now. Well, speaking of form, BDD is also in its best form. How did you prepare for today's laning phase? So I try to focus on the champions. And I saw your big smile after the team fight. How did you feel? I really wanted to beat Longju, so I was really happy to take the victory. And the second set was really an early, short game. How did you feel? well, they let us play Kalista. And as soon as I picked Kalista, I was sure that we're going to win the game. And Pawn, I also thought that Deft is the best Kalista player, so we're trying to make competition based on Kalista, and it worked out really well, so I think we won the game. And how was Pawn's performance today? I think Pawn is performing really well. Recently, he's carrying us, the whole team. Yeah, I think Deft also puts a lot of damage. Any more compliments? It's really hard for the dealers to carry the game, but it's really amazing that we both carried the game and got the MVP points. I think our performance is not consistent, even especially in the late game, so we're gonna try to get improvements on that. So your next match is versus SKT. Your last words and your message for your fans? I really want to beat SKT this time and make it to the finals. I also want to, I really wanted to win Longzhu, but also I really want to beat SKT, so we're going to prepare and practice more and make sure that we're going to win. And this was the end of the interview. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Ji-sun, for helping out with that translation. And man, both those guys so shy, so nice, and they're pretty sick good at League of Legends. Definitely deserving the MVPs for today. So let's take a look at the standings after today's matchups. KT Roaster on top and Longzhu sitting right behind them at number 2.
Yes, and now they have SKT, the final match of Redemption. I don't know who scripted that one, but that is the most fitting end match for KT and SKT. And if they win that one, they absolutely clinch that first seed. They are no longer capable of being beaten with another victory under their belt, and that would mean that I believe they will pretty much auto-qualify for Worlds. They did place at second last spring split, and a second and first place seed gives you a hell of a lot of points. And the race now becomes between Longzhu, Samsung, and SKT.
Yeah, definitely is. The Longzhu versus Samsung game on the last day of the regular season is also going to determine probably who is in second place and who is in third place compared to Longzhu and Samsung, who's going to get in there. So I said it before, Longzhu, they had a rough time today. They failed the test, essentially. Hi, girls. But now it's up to KT. We'll see if they can come to the test, if they can actually go up against SKT in that final match. I'm feeling pretty confident, Crumbs. I don't want to say I'm excited, but they're looking really good.
We've yet to see SKT, though. We have yet to see SKT, and SKT, you never count them out, ever.
Okay.
Yeah. You're confident.
Yeah, I mean,
you specifically said your confidence ruined Longzhu today. What is the confidence going to do to KT now?
I thought it was going to be like a 2-1 victory Longzhu. You know, I thought Cuz would play a little bit more calm. You know, he would have more of an effect in that early game specifically, but not the case. So I don't know. We'll have to see, guys. We're going to go to a big break about an hour before we get to Samsung versus Rocks. We'll see you then. We are back here at the Nexon Arena for our second match of the night. Will be Samsung Galaxy versus the ROX Tigers. How you feeling about this one, Crumbs?
I'm feeling lopsided about it, Valdez, because it is Samsung which is making a run for the top. Just like the match that we saw earlier between KT and Longju, the two Titans battling it out for first place. Samsung is right behind them, so they absolutely must win here. And anything short of a quick 2-0 against a team that is 5-11 in the ROX Tigers will be a disappointment for them because they have much stronger opposition to face in Longju on Sunday this week.
Yeah, that's the big question for me, right? It's no secret for anyone watching, anybody who's paying attention to LCK. They know that Samsung is the favorite coming into this one, but Samsung, they've showed weaknesses against weaker teams in the past. They lost to MVP 1-2. They had trouble closing out against Ever8, and I don't know. Coming into this one, it seems like the 2-0 or even the 2-1 for Samsung is inevitable, but ROX, they're not going to be not trying. As you were talking about before, they're standing. It still does matter. They want to stick around here in LCK for as long as possible, and they will be putting up a fight tonight up against Samsung.
They absolutely have to, because they are also in a close race for standings. They are tied with MVP, so they have to try hard. This is not a time to be messing around, even though it's usually frowned upon for teams to be dilly-dallying with their picks and play still at the end of the split. But they have started Mighty Bear instead of Songhwan, which is typically the main jungler, though Mighty Bear has split about 40% of the games this season so far. And Shy is back on the reserve, and we've got Linderang for us.
Yeah, Linderang coming out here. These guys have shown mixed success. I mean, the entire lineup of ROX, when they are at 5-11, not looking too good, but we'll see what they can bring in here. I'm hoping for a Volibear for Mighty Bear, but, you know, chances of that happening are decently low, as they still do have to try here.
When pigs fly.
That is a man can dream.
Not a first ban that you'd normally expect. A Blitzcrank against Key.
You know, if there's one guy on this lineup of ROX that you really need to look forward to, it's Key. I mean, he makes plays all the time. A lot of supports are coming in big nowadays in the LCK. You look at Tushin, even on the side of Afrika. Key over here for the ROX Tigers. They want to focus him down.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. We are going to get a hell of a draft here so far. With Zyra being the ban, you've got many tanks still available. Caitlyn has yet to be banned. I would be surprised if ROX Tigers do not ban that one last. I think Samsung can easily count on that one. And now Kalista and Caitlyn are up. Those two are definitely going to be taken here. Okay, whew. Caitlyn not picked. I mean, Ruler was saying himself that he believes that Caitlyn is the most broken champion in the game right now. And I don't think a whole lot of people would disagree with him. When is she going to be fixed? We don't know yet. But until then, Kalista remains at the top of the table for our premier AD carry.
Yeah, she received some, I guess it was fixes with the Runon's Hurricane, not stacking the headshots and stuff like that, but it just doesn't matter. Her kit is out of control, her range is crazy, her lane control, everything you want to say about the Caitlyn, it's broken. It's not going to get through. And we do have both of the AD carries picked up right away, obviously the Kalista for Samsung, and then the Kog'Maw for the ROX Tigers.
But the second that Kog'Maw gets locked in, Samsung know exactly what ROX is going for. Just protect Sangyun. They've been doing it all split long, and picking it this early on doesn't even give Samsung the room to guess, hey, maybe are they going to go with maybe an Ashe or a different pick, something else against a Kalista? No, Kog right away, and so Samsung could just respond with as much hard engage as possible. And I wouldn't be surprised to see a Maokai as well here to just imitate what KT did against Longju previously, but no, it will be instead the Orianna. But still, you get that same combination of Rakan jumping into your Kog'Maw with the Orianna Shockwave, and no AD can survive that.
The time in the audience said that that member, that fan, came down to watch the host of the Korean cast. Doesn't care about the players, doesn't care about the other casters, just the guy in the middle. Then we got him on camera. Very cool guy, one of the nicest guys we have over here at Spo TV.
How nice is he?
Just a really genuine guy. I mean, generally after big tournaments, you know, you go out, have a little celebration, and he's just really genuine, loves to hear what you're talking about. You'll get a chance to meet him at the end of the season, Crumbs.
I don't speak Korean.
It's okay. We can translate for you. We got you covered, Matt. I don't know who that is. He said maybe it came from Ursan. I'm not 100% certain. Said something about Crown as well. But going back into the pick and ban, let's focus a little bit here. We got the Lucian pickup for, I would assume that's Lava. We haven't really seen top lane Lucian in a hot second.
Yeah, but locking away these super important picks and roles for the Tigers makes it even more like Samsung have the easiest path to a draft now. There is no guessing game. It becomes, all right, double AD carry composition. You're most likely going to see tanks. Just pick a Gragas for Ambition, maybe Maokai for Cuvee, and then you're done with it. Maokai at least gets banned, so Rocks recognize the power of that one, but Gragas seems to be the important pick here, and Mighty Bear will likely try to clinch that one for himself, as giving it away to Samsung side would be huge for them.
Taking away the Gragas here. If they want to go full-on defense mode, they'll be looking for other gigantic tanks. Perhaps something like a Jarvan or a Cho'Gath.
Oh, Cho would be so risky here because the later this game goes, the less likely you're going to actually be able to hit a Rupture. You've got Kalista that can dance around, Orianna that speeds up everybody, and then Rakan, who is the hardest to catch support out of all of them. So Sejuani makes a little bit more sense until we get Crucibles and QSSs, but until that point, she will have an easier time than Cho.
And do you like that pick? Hi, Crumbs!
Oh, where is he?
Where is he?
Hello.
Oh, there you go. There's this guy,
Yeah,
Crumbs.
see, he came to see me too, so.
Yeah. So that's pretty cool.
Nice.
Whoa, zoom in on the star.
It's all over
Back
the place.
to Cuvee.
All right, but the Jarvan gets locked in instead. So going with that hard engage, just all about the Kog'Maw.
Oh boy.
Like, see, this is what happens when you don't save your valuable picks. Imagine how different things would have looked if you had the Sejuani in the order of the Lucian instead. You got to take the Kog'Maw away because it's expected that Samsung would ban that one out against Sangin, but at least you wouldn't give your hand away saying, hey, it's already a Lucian mid lane, unless they're not prepared to go with another champion in the mid lane and they just really wanted to have it, but they will have to play up to the standard required to blind these champions early. It's not a terrible strategy as long as you are mechanically sound and have practiced this composition multiple times before.
We had the last pick Kled after the Jarvan for Samsung, so we will have another Jarvan jungle. And I'm going to take a quick look at exactly how many times Ambition has played that. Just once. He did take the win on it. But we've seen it to limited success. You know, can't really build up those items as fast. Has some nice gank potential with the flag and drag into the shield, and especially after he hits level 6.
But that's all he's about, just ganking. He doesn't have to do anything else. You just blow your Cataclysm on the Lucian after he used Dash, use it on Kog'Maw on cooldown, and then you got everybody else that can combo. So it's full-on engage. Every single member of Samsung can participate with a hard engage composition, but Rocks have plenty of engage and disengage themselves. You can use Sejuani Ultimate, you can use plenty of tools at your disposal to battle what Samsung have drafted.
Yeah, they definitely have an opportunity here. I need to see them get into the late game and actually put up a shot here up against Samsung. See the lineup here. All about that engage, even the Kled coming in, Cuvee bringing that back onto the Rift, a pick he's played many times.
But the early game does not rely for, or will not be in the favor of Rocks Tigers. With a Sejuani jungle, you're always at a disadvantage, and it's going to be up to Ambition to turn the early game in Samsung's favor and snowball an advantage into a mid-game teamfight win.
So there you have it, guys. We're getting ready to go and jump onto the Rift. We'll see which one of these teams is going to take the lead going into game number 1. Let's find out. Samsung versus the Rocks Tigers. Let's do it. Welcome to game number 1. Here we are.
You know what would be amazing, actually? If one day you convince this entire crowd to yell, say, Crumbs fighting or Valdez fighting. You record it, and then you make that your wake-up alarm. You wake up to people yelling your name, fighting. That puts you in high spirits right from the get-go.
Do you think that would be enough to wake you up?
Oh, absolutely.
Just a little like, Crumbs
The
fighting.
smile on my face would be too much to keep me in a slumber.
I used to have an alarm that was like, it's time to get up. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. Time to go to the gym. Grab your shake, get up and stretch, do a couple of jumping jacks. But it never really worked because as an esports
your alarm
caster,
said that?
yeah, it was something that some guy made. I forget exactly where I got it from, but I wanted to try it. Kind of half as a joke, but also to see if it would actually work. So I tried it, but it would never work because as an esports caster, I'm not necessarily waking up at 4 o'clock in the morning. And only started going to the gym about a month ago once again. So at that time, it really wasn't very effective because I wasn't going to the gym. It wasn't 4 o'clock in the morning. And I certainly was not getting up and doing any jumping jacks at that time.
So then why did you get it again?
I just wanted to try it out. Didn't work, so I got rid of it. Now I just have the standard one. Actually works a little bit better. I find it's more effective to change your alarms because then you don't know what that really loud sound is in your house. But if you become familiar with it, it's like, oh, that's my alarm. I just want to go to sleep, you know?
I actually don't use alarms. I let my body decide.
What if you got to get up for something?
My body knows.
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Or I sleep, you know, with enough time. Because I guess the most I can sleep is like 7 hours, not 8.
I'm like a 7.5 hour kind of guy myself. I used to be, like when I was a teenager, I would sleep for crazy amounts of hours, like 12 hours in a row.
So you missed your teenage years. It just, you slept past them.
Well, I mean, it was, you know, play LOL, get up, play LOL, eat a bunch, go work out, go play hockey, come back, play more LOL, go to sleep, and then basically repeat that until I went to college. So I wasn't really wasting them, but I did sleep a lot.
That sounds a lot like wasted.
To each his own.
Yeah, well,
I enjoyed it.
And speaking of each their own, you've got Ambition taking away the doubles camp on the opposite side, and then you have Mighty Bear splitting the map with Raptor camp. Both junglers seemingly will be going for that level 6. Ganking Lava early on is not a feasible option as Orianna doesn't have enough damage just yet, and then Shen, you're not killing anytime soon. Bottom lane relies on wave control and setup, and so they've got nothing to do but to farm. But hey, Jarvan has a lot of utility and is a lot easier to execute than Mighty Bear, to be honest. How many times have we seen Sejuani's miss ultimates? Too many to count, and in fact, even at that, we see them with the ones that are successful with like 60 or 30% of them.
You're saying 30% of the ones that are thrown out are successful?
70% are successful, 30% fail.
Oh, okay, I see. Just having trouble with the math there. I get it. Here comes Sejuani, speaking of which, not level 6, but they will thankfully accept this trade, the Rocks Tigers. Jarvan coming in too, so we have a little bit of a 3-on-3. The exhaust is going to be used. CoreJJ will be healed up here. Should be the first blood, but no! They don't go for him. They don't execute the double flash to get out of it. And now they're looking for Key. He doesn't have his Unbreakable up. A couple more Ren stacks, and there it is. Jumping in. First blood. CoreJJ still alive. And Ruler on the Kalista picks that one up.
Like you got to see the Cirque du Soleil. CoreJJ gets out of the mix and somehow survives with a final sliver. I think one more auto attack from Key would have actually kept him alive in that exchange. But overall, the Rocks Tigers, their composition does not have enough damage at this stage in the game. They try to go for the gank, and some should have been enough. But the Kalista, she's excellent at turning these situations around because she can always stack up those Rens as you continue to go on the chase, and then the time that she decides to turn on you, she can keep going forward and then has way more spears in you than you had initially anticipated.
Yeah, meanwhile we had Lava kind of hopping down.
So here we go. It starts with CoreJJ jumping in. He's been playing like this the entire laning phase, so they're trying to get the final proc off. It's not enough, and Keith says, you know what, let's just get this out of the way. Let's see, one more auto. Could it have gone? Oh,
Yeah,
Key,
definitely.
yeah, Key had it. He absolutely did. And the double flash is enough, but Key's life is not, as he doesn't have enough HP to survive the endless stacks. But cool to see CoreJJ have presence of mind to remain active to go for that knockup. I don't believe it was necessary, but it looks cool.
Certainly does. And cool little play there by Samsung, able to capitalize on the mistakes of the Rocks Tigers. So already 1,000 gold in the lead is Samsung after picking up that first blood. And not just that, but Crown was able to get a slight lead in the mid lane. He took out 2 control wards, and he should be feeling pretty good about his lane as well, picking up double cloth armor up against this Lucian to start.
But now we wonder, what is Samsung going to be doing? Because, okay, Kog'Maw doesn't have flash. Level 6s will be coming up soon. The Ruler is already level 5, halfway to 6. You've got a Jarvan. There are no teleports available. Do you go for the Kog'Maw? But there is a Stand United available, so they have to take many precautions if they want to go for this play. They are setting themselves up to go for it as Ambition moves towards this side of the map, and there is an aggressive control ward. But at least Juve needs to be in on this to be able to stop the teleport. And okay, here we go. It's going to happen soon.
He's setting up, coming in very deep, even checking the Wolves. Puts down a deep ward and is not moving towards that bottom side, although pings are coming down. Is going to pick up the Scuttle Crab instead to start.
Pings are coming down, but you can see that Rocks expected some action to the bottom side. They retreated far back from their turret. They placed a control ward, and now they're still lingering far behind their tower because they don't want to deal with the chance of going for it or getting tower dove. That would mean that Kog would just be useless for quite some time. Instead, they fall back into the Dragon, and it's a great pickup because you've got so many champions that benefit from flat AP and AD that why not?
Yeah, the more safe approach, you know, just keep Kive up in top. He didn't have his TP. Wanted to make sure that they could get a realistic objective without going for any turret dives, especially with the response from the Rocks Tigers. So good start here, picking up that Infernal Drake. Level 6 has been hit down by both Ruler and Songyun.
And they have to respect the level 6 from Kalista, Rakan as well. Even though Rakan isn't quite 6 yet, and they do have Stand United, you don't want to bait these guys with the Stand United because you're not going to kill anybody unless they fully commit onto you. They're so slippery that Lindarang's teleport would have to absolutely include his flash if they want to turn on to any of this. So Rocks Tigers resort to farming, to trying to get some vision, and this Roman to the bottom side is not going for a dive attempt. It's just getting enough vision. Oh,
And
wait
they
a
were
minute. Stand United.
Spotted by that Scrying Orb. This could be a big 5-man opportunity in the bot side for Rocks, but Ambition spots it out. You can see immediately the bottom lane of Samsung backs off, so no can do this time around.
It actually did look like they were fancying that dive, but the second they saw Ambition, they ran away. You do have Kled with teleport, so it's not like they can just show up and win these fights. Not that easy. Just having an access to the lane does not mean that you're going to be able to pull this off. There's still execution involved. The damage that you have isn't as high as it is on Samsung right now, so there are factors to consider when attempting these plays.
Yeah, so Samsung with the nice defense and going for a bit of a knock-up, just harassing, trying to deny some CS from that Cog. You can see already some of that denial is coming to effect as Ruler's about 10 CS ahead after Cog picks up this wave. So far, no other kills have come onto the map. So far, Kive hasn't really gone for much. He actually walked over a control ward, and they see him coming down into the Raptors.
Well, being spotted isn't the worst thing in the world. You can always be, or it's easier to have your presence felt if you are actually in vision. If you have said, hey, I'm literally walking towards mid lane, Lava has no choice but to say, all right, I'll back off. If you're not in sight, that means that you're here. I need to respect it, and I can't contest a wave with Orianna in the face. I have to wait for it to crash, and that opens up room for Crown to do what he's doing right now, which was clearing a control ward.
Oh, they're going deep on the Crown, but look at the quickness and grand entrance. The Shockwave coming in, they bait out that Stand United, and the play from Rox does not work as Cortez's position does deny it.
Sign number one of a bad Chen ultimate is when you don't have preparation and you use it as a response. They use it because they see that Crown got caught, but that play had nothing to do with Rox orchestrating that. It was simply Crown who initiated that because it was Cuvee roaming down. So that was basically a reactionary Shen ultimate, even though it wasn't used to save anybody. And now Samsung get to respond once again with Vision. And without Stand United, this Kog'Maw is fodder. They're circling him like sharks, waiting for the opportunity to take down the Void monster.
Will be spotted on a control ward here as Ambition, so immediately Songyun and Key say, nope, no thank you. I will not be buying any of what you're trying to sell in this time. And so Samsung decide to back off from that one. Don't want to go for the tower dive just yet. Although Ambition is still around. But you can see the pathing now of Mighty Bear on the minimap. He's coming down. Definitely will respect the possibility of that dive.
It's so funny because Ambition is just pronging all of Rock's Tigers. He lingers there and goes for this. But
how many of these wards is he going to get?
He had 2 in the inventory, but every time he shows up, it forces Rox to abandon the wave. So they have to sit back, and it gives Samsung advantage in minion control, and they get to push for the tower. So it's a passive way of just taking down their opposition. They have no need to fight as long as they continue to apply pressure. They force the rest of Rox to respond, and they continue to do this, and the tower will go down in one more push. So this is actually fantastic macro play from Samsung. You can trace the exact beginnings of this ordeal to when Cuvee roamed down to the mid lane. It has all been one long chain of events that has allowed them to now pressure that bottom tier 1, to have double control wards in the river, and even though Stand United was using, there was an opportunity for a dive, they just use it as an opportunity for advantages with no risk.
Songyun and Key are doing their best to stop that push. Ping's going down actually onto Ambition at the Krug, so they know his position, and that should make that bottom lane of the Tigers even more scared as he may rotate on down there. Watching some trading up and top. Hasn't had the most action. You can see with the Stand United, Cuvee got a decent lead, about 13 CS ahead, but not much else. Still trying to push this bottom lane.
With these matchups, these junglers have opted to maroon their top lane. There's no need to be visiting those lanes. Just focus it all about the bottom side of the map. And now an attempt on blue buff seems to be in order.
Yep, not throwing out the Sejuani ultimate just yet. Cuvee is in position if he wanted to move cross map for his charge, but it looks like they're just going to hand over the blue buff. Will not be contesting that at this moment in time. But look at this tower. We're going to have Ambition come on down, and just pushing the Tigers back with that little move towards the blue will open up that first blood turret.
All right, now Ambition is the MVP for this game. He forces Rox to react to the blue buff, draws attention there, and then bam, his bottom lane has the freedom to continue to push. And what better timing than 8 seconds until a dragon spawns? So they're going to be able to walk away with a tier 2 dragon. Sure, it's a Cloud Dragon, but hey, it's something for them, and with a composition that wants to be playing the way that they are, just moving around, not looking for confrontation, avoiding the Stand United, it's perfect for them.
That's very nice, clean, standard play so far out of Samsung. No gigantic moves, no Cuvee charges from the top side just yet. Just waiting to get small advantages over and over, slowly build that lead that they got, capitalizing on the mistake of the Tigers early on. So they're sitting pretty, about 3,000 gold ahead.
And here comes the lane swap. So Rox will respond with an equivalent swap, taking their dual lane to the top side, but this is often when we see teams drop the ball. It's easier to start making the same play that Ambition did on the bottom side, just because it's the first iteration of it. There's less variables involved. Now that you get a swap into the top side, there's more at stake. People often access this lane easier. There's people looking to actively kill each other. They've already understood the game plan that has been in order. And so it's unlikely that Samsung can get away with the same clean caliber of play into the dual lane on this top turret that they did on the bottom side.
Look at what Samsung did. They baited Tigers over towards the left side and then went for a bit of a push in the mid lane, just abusing these waves, getting more and more small advantages here, and now he's going to come in and clean up some of the wards that were already put down here by the Rocks Tigers. So even starting this Rift Herald, it doesn't look like they will commit to it. Just trying to bait in the Rocks Tigers, and here we go. It's going to be 3-on-3 to start. Trying to get that ultimate, and they get so much down onto Ruler, but an easy flash away will mean his life is saved.
Starting that Herald was an indication that Samsung was there as it went onto the Scuttlecrab, so they wisely back away, but at least they get 2 crucial ultimates out of the Rocks Tigers, and they blow their Fate's Call and the Charm from Rakan, but Fate's Call is not as valuable as it is for Mighty Bear to have his own ultimate. So this, in the end, will favor Samsung Galaxy, as now Rocks Tigers have less tools to make use of their Stand United. And if the lanes continue to go this way, Samsung continues to get advantages, especially as mid lane continues to have pressure, because a late game Orianna is way better than the late game Lucian.
We do have the double blade of the Rune King picked up by Lucian Kog'Maw right now. So if they did want to go for some kind of objectives, if they could get a pick into an objective, they could do it very fast. But so far, just going to be okay for the front line, the Jarvan and the Kled once they do get tanky. And yeah, not too much action after that first kill. We've kind of just been chilling. You know, taking Cloud Drake after the Infernal for Samsung, and some cute plays around the Rift Herald.
Aww, Lucian's having dinner for one with a Valentine setting.
Poor guy.
It's Thresh. Thresh took his girl.
Oh, look at this damage coming in. He's going to go for the Cataclysm too. Key getting very low. The Stand United comes out. So double ult for Samsung, and only one here for the side of the Rocks Tigers, but more importantly, it means that Key does have to go back home. So we'll see what Samsung can do with this bit of space they've garnered for themselves.
And no Stand United, and Rocks had no intentions of using that Stand United anytime soon anyways, at least from what we have seen. So overall, not much damage to either of these teams as we continue to hit that mid-game lull, although now that the Rift Herald has been started, we're likely just going to see Samsung having to pull out of this one.
Yeah, good vision over here. The control ward is down, and they know where the members of Samsung are. So Mighty Bear, you can see he's waiting. He does have his ultimate up. That Rift Herald getting extremely low. He's going to go for it, looking for the steal, but no. Goes over to Ruler with that Ren. So here we go. Linderon coming in with the taunt, and the ultimate is going to take down Ambition in total. Now this is a 5-on-4, but look at Lava up in the top side, trying to be taken down by Cuvee. The rest of Samsung is able to disengage. Look at Cuvee going 1v2 up there. The rest of Rocks is on the run. So here we go, Crown trying to flash forward and get some damage put down onto this team, but a follow-up flash from Kog'Maw will mean they get away.
Rocks did not want to let Samsung have that one that easily, and even though Stand United wasn't available, they do commit the teleport onto the Shen, but we just got to see the top laners in action, and boy, does Cuvee do a lot of damage. He was almost capable of soloing out Lava by himself. If it wasn't for Mighty Bear there to try to save the day, then he would have had to burn Flash or likely gone down, but at least Samsung turned out with a mid lane tower as well as top. So objectively, they do lose Ambition, but they gain so much in terms of map presence.
Yeah, trade they'll take 100 games out of 100, so feeling pretty good right now. Baron coming up in about 40 seconds. We'll see if Samsung wants to make a play around there. They do have the Kalista and Cuvee to put on relentless pressure in the opposite lanes, but did use that teleport. No doubt they'll look for some picks first before they get on that. A double Cloud Drake would actually be not so bad for Samsung.
Well, they have been prioritizing that Dragon so that they could have more win conditions on themselves. And we expect them to go for the mid and bottom outers, as it's easier to access the blue buff as well as the Dragon. And for now, we have the standard Crown into the top side. This is the traditional Samsung play pattern where you have Crown just farming solo, and he will eventually amass a nice CS lead over his mid laner if all goes well for Samsung. So look for mid push, the bottom push, then Ambition joins in with Core JJ, and we get to see Vision in the blue side, and then maybe turn into a Dragon.
Yeah, the Rocks Tigers feeling a little bit like old Jin-Air, where you would lose in the beginning and kind of just slowly fall over, like the Leaning Tower of Pisa that actually does more than lean and eventually falls.
Will it eventually fall? I think the
I don't know if the real Leaning Tower of Pisa would actually fall, but I have a feeling the Rocks Tigers are leaning a little bit here. It's going to be a free Cloud Drake down on the bottom side. Next one will be Mountain, so just to add insult to injury, if Samsung is able to pick that up, that'll be 4 Elemental Drakes, but also a much easier Baron.
So Valdez, you're a man of class, right? We know this.
Yeah.
Yeah. You wear suits, right? Yeah, you wear suits.
Yeah,
You're
I
a
do.
caster. You
Yeah,
wear suits.
of course. I'm wearing dress pants. You guys just can't see them.
Well, we don't get to wear suits today, but have you heard of the tradition where you don't button the bottom button, right? You got 2 buttons on your jacket, and then you always leave the bottom one unbuttoned. You've heard that a million times, right? That stylistically, it's a sin to do so. Do you know where that comes from?
Where's that from?
Well, it turns out, and I believe this is a legend has it, but it sounds pretty accurate, that a king in London, King Edward VII, I believe, got to be so fat that he could no longer wear his jacket with both buttons buttoned. So he had to resort to leaving the bottom one unbuttoned. And the people around him, in order to not make him feel bad or offended, started doing that. And then eventually that became the trend.
Where did you make up that story from?
I did not. I definitely did not make that up.
Okay, I believe you.
So, you know, next time you find yourself in your classical ways, consider why. Because I'm going to be going double button down now.
You know, that's actually a strategy that I've heard. Speaking of fashion with button downs, you know, that's all the rage, especially over in America. Everybody wears the button downs with the jeans and not tucked in and all that good stuff. But okay, hold that thought. We are going to have a fight here. Finally, some kills, maybe. They're getting on to Songyun. Look at that burst damage. Cuvée trying to get in there, but the Shen dodge circle coming in. And actually, they cannot take out the Kog'Maw. A double kill going over to Songyun, as perhaps this time Samsung overstepped their boundaries.
Just as you said, that dodge circle, the Spirit's Refuge from Linderang, saved Songyun's life. Cuvée was not able to get all his damage off, and Core JJ, sure, he got a great charm and great ultimate onto him for the Kog'Maw, but the CC from the Rocks Tigers and the Stand United keep him alive. And a 2-0 Kog'Maw, there's still hope in the Rocks Tigers here. We're going to look at the replay once again, and it starts with the charge from Cuvée, where it looks, all right, where is it coming from? That's what Rocks Tigers are wondering. Look at how much they combo. He flashes out right away, but the Unbreakable stops the ultimate from Orianna. The ball is not there, so he gets to just stand in the circle from Shen and lives. And once again, we get to see the value of Braum as a tremendous counter pick for so many champions. The Twitch gets denied, a plethora of damage. Orianna's ball cannot get past, and that might be an indication for what these later fights will look like.
Man, Samsung was looking so good, so clean, you know, not any mistakes basically across the board, and they were taking it slow and steady, taking all the small objectives, not forcing it, but this time the Rocks Tigers got the better of them. Just a really nice play, some small misses by the side of Samsung, you know, the Fate's Call also not missing, but after all, it was really a combo play from Linderong and Key that made that happen for the Rocks Tigers. And so they should be proud about that. They're going to have a chance in this game. The 2-0 Kog'Maw with 2 items will definitely become a threat to deal with about 15-20 minutes later in this game. So we'll see what they can do. They still have this big front line with Linderong, Mighty Bear, and Key to help out.
They're looking for it. Look at Ambition's position.
The charge again, and he runs straight into lava, but they're going for this. The Cataclysm with that Shockwave doesn't really go off. There's not that much damage. Another Unbreakable is fantastic. There's the taunt coming in after the teleport, and all of a sudden, Samsung, they're all alone. It looks like lava is going to go down. Cuvée trying to carry this one by himself, but there he goes, hopping off Skarl. He is going to sacrifice his life for the rest of his team. At least he can do that. And Samsung, now they might be giving up a bit of a Baron play for the Rocks Tigers here.
Ambition is low, but he can fancy a steal. They're trying to turn, but there's not enough damage to go onto Ruler. The cease damage is not there yet.
The Glacial Fissure comes on in. Ruler with the taunt, he will go down. And that's another big pick. They still have time to go for this. Ambition still sticking around. Key very low as well. Here we go. The Baron is started.
Can Ambition be the hero that Rocks Tigers need? They don't have enough resources to try to turn onto him or vision of him. Of course, JJ is giving sight to Ambition. They're going to be able to take out Key. Oh, he's so low.
Okay, Key is going to go down, but that's okay. Teleport coming in. They're going for this. Maybe it's not all that okay. Trying to burst this down. Mighty Bear getting low too, but he gets the smite off before that. And now look at Ambition. Looking to full. Okay, he's going to flag and drag over the wall, and it looks like Songyun will go down as well. But the Baron was secured for the Rocks Tigers.
It goes onto 2 men. You got it on Lava, you got it on Linderang. Linderang having it is pretty big, as it will stop an entire lane of split push pressure. But how many times does Samsung have to learn the harsh lesson that the winter gives to you? Key's Unbreakable comes through once again. So we're going to look at it again. Orianna's not quite here yet. So sure, it goes in. But look at that. The
Again.
Unbreakable denies the Orianna ball. You've learned this lesson in day 1 of how to play against Braum. You get punished again, and Orianna gets eliminated immediately. Luckily, Ambition was able to survive that fight, but had that gone worse, this could have been a Baron on many more members of the Rocks Tigers.
I think Crown needs to go a little bit more man mode. He's had 2 failed shockwaves. How about next time he flashes into the fight himself and shockwaves himself? What do you think, Crumbs? Viable play?
There is a time and place for that, actually, to go for the Command Protect into Shockwave Flash, since you can buffer it.
I mean, he just keeps getting denied over and over by Key. They did target him with a bunch of bans, but he still picked up that Braum, looking good.
It's just patience, because when you try to go, I believe that the way that it works is that when you try to throw the command attack, will drag it down. But if you go Command Protect on a target that is not behind the Unbreakable, and then that target moves behind Braum, that the ball will remain.
I think so. Seems that way. Okay, Songyun, oh boy, getting out of position, but actually the QSS flash will mean that he stays alive. Did blow all of his summoners as well as the QSS.
That's pretty big. The Shockwave is down, so it will give Rock some more breathing room when it comes to pushing. But for some reason, Ambition is pushing this bottom side of the map. He is quite mobile, so he can offer some pressure alleviation for the rest of Samsung.
We've seen junglers do this from time to time. I think it was Ambition that actually did it the last time.
It's typically not Jarvan, though.
On the Rek'Sai?
Yeah.
Remember, he's like, oh, this, I think I'm playing the old Rek'Sai, right?
No, it was
Not quite.
Score earlier today as well.
Yeah. But I think it was some other jungler that did it before, and it actually was a not so good play up towards the right side, or the top side from the red team. But either way, not the first time we've seen the split push jungle. So Samsung's still in the lead. You know, there have been a couple of risky plays that haven't gone right. The Unbreakable out of Key has been stellar, has been the MVP so far of a lot of these fights in tandem with Linderong. But Samsung still have the lead by about 2,000 gold, and they do have a lot of very valuable Drakes underneath their belt. So if they can win fights later on against this Kog'Maw, especially while he doesn't have his summoners, there's still a chance. I mean, there's only 20 seconds left on this Baron. They'll probably get this mid turret as they begin to push in.
Sure, both teams are still plenty in this, but Kog'Maw is not human. He does not care about your gold, only his own
He's
power.
immortal.
And he's about to have that Ginsu's Rage Blade. I believe that's what he's going for with that recurve bow. I would be surprised if it's anything else right now. It would seem to be the build that makes the most sense, considering his position as not the sole DPS when you have Lava on the team as well, who, hey, he's got 3 items too.
Yeah, low-key farming it up. Actually has the most CS in the game. Oh, look at Songyun trying to check some of these brushes, but the ward looks like it may have spotted them going in, and now Ambition will be engaged upon. Doesn't look like they're going to fully commit. Mighty Bear wants it, but the rest of his team is not in position. Uh-oh, Lava is all alone. There's the Stand United. They want to get on top of him. They want to get that Rend, and there it is. With the Fate Skull, they do take him out, and now Linderong totally out of position, trying to get onto that blasting plant, but do you see that Ruler says no. Linderong still on the run, and Crown on the chase. We'll see if they can eventually take out this Shen. CoreJJ also coming out denying another blasting plant. There's the teleport. Will they have enough? Oh, there it is, just barely at the end. A risky teleport, and it doesn't work.
Instead of accepting death, he clings on and pays even more than that one. So Lava gets caught out of position, burns his own flash. At least he got CoreJJ's, but that shows you the quickness at which Rakan can pick you off. This champion is so valuable right now because anybody that is by himself can just get murdered. And it's even worse when you've got Kalista on the team, where you've got Fate's Call as well to drag him out for extremely long range, or use him to toss him right in there. And it all started because of Ambition's position. He was, again, pressuring Rox Tigers to respond on the top side of the map. The rest of Samsung collapses, and Lava decides to take a stroll through the mid lane, not recognizing that, hey, being next to these three members is not a good idea.
Yeah, and you can see the follow-up here. Nice play. Looks like both CoreJJ and Ruler were trying to get on top of that one. But they do deny it and take out the Shen in the end. A blown teleport just adds a little bit of salt to the wound.
He put that salt right there.
Yeah. It's like, I heard salt is good for wounds. Let me just add this in. Give you guys teleport advantage at the same time.
Well,
we'll have Stand United at least.
Well, you know, salt was used as the first method of preserving meats.
Yes, yes, yeah, I do know that, Crumbs.
Before refrigerators.
Yeah, I've heard that fact before. Do you have any other cool stories about
meat?
Not meats.
Because I do.
About any other kings that had some quirks about them?
Ooh, actually, I do have another one.
Okay.
So, I don't think many viewers would understand this one, but in Spanish, most people around the world have a similar method of speaking Spanish, but it's only the Spaniards that have a specific way of sounding, a bit of a lisp. Mm-hmm. And similar to the king, where, wait a minute, hold that, wait just a burger flipping second.
Are they going to engage? It looks like they want Mighty Bear. Sangyun is still good, and the ult is good, but you can see that Rox, they don't want to take the fight. Lava trying to go 1v1 on Ruler. He gets away, and look at this. The shock blast, the shockwave coming in is enough. The Cataclysm in the back. Lots of low Rox members, but Sangyun, he is safe in the back, still available. And it looks like Samsung cannot take the fight for now, and they will not take it. They back away.
They back away, but they have the inside track to the Baron pit. There is some life steal on the side of Rox Tigers, but they are starting it right away.
Look at this. They're going straight for it. They got the cojones. And here we go, the Rox Tigers, they're gonna come in. Ambition's getting low. We have the Rend coming in, and there it is. Ruler able to secure that. And now Samsung, they just want to disengage. They don't want to take a fight. Sangyun has blue. He's forever going to be attacking them. So they just disengage, and there's the Baron for Samsung.
And that's what happens when you have the inside track to the Baron. You get to get there first, and if your composition is quick enough, you can just take it. However, Rox Tigers will walk away with a traded Mountain Dragon. That can be significant when it comes to the upcoming objectives, and it will be their first dragon, denying Samsung's fourth, which is a lot of dragons.
Fourth and then fifth, and no! Ambition says, no, that's mine. Get away from my dragon. 5 dragons here, and the ball pit for the Sejuani means that she had a lot of fun, but she died. So Baron, as well as a 5th dragon, going over to the side of Samsung. They're looking pretty swell. They're looking good. Going for a push now towards the mid lane, as well as the bottom lane.
He might be military Jarvan Commando, but he owns those dragons as if he was Dragon Slayer. So 5 dragons to Samsung, as well as Baron. With 2 mountains, this will surely be mid lane turret. And they will transition to the bottom one, as Kled is already here trying to escort some minions.
They could look to go for a dive if they want to. They do have the charge available. think they'll just play it safe and wait for that minion wave, though. But that does mean that Mighty Bear will spawn and make this into a 5-on-5. So, here comes the push. Slow and steady wins the race. Crown still has his ultimate available. There is that Sejuani ult. When is she going to throw it in? There's the Rakan charming up everybody, and Ambition survives. Sten United coming in here as well. Shockwave still available. And it looks like Crown is just not going to go for it as he didn't find a suitable time. So Ambition, playing with fire, gets away. Now he's at full health as he did go back home.
But he's pushing the top side curiously, so Samsung still taking this at a 3v5. There's not a whole lot of engage on Rox Tigers, and Ambition still commits to the top side. So until they see that Ambition is up there, Rox will be refraining from going for an engage once again, even though they don't have ultimate. So they know that they have the man advantage, they just don't have the tools to punish it.
Yep, no Stand United, no Glacial Fissure, no Sejuani ult. Gotta learn the name of that one. Sick of calling it the Sejuani ult.
Glacial Prison.
Glacial Prison? I guess that's because if it hits them, it kind of puts them in a block of ice.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
It's a prison of ice. It's Glacial Prison, Glacial Fissure.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
Then Liz ult, Frozen Tomb.
So, the Glacial Prison is also down. And the push is coming on in. Shockwave still available. Look for the game-breaking moves out of Crown. The slow push coming in, the double cannons that are buffed by the Baron may just eventually take this out by themselves.
The Age of Empires, Trebuchet is just wreaking havoc on the top lane tower, and Shen's fighting with Kled in the bottom side, and he's actually winning that battle, but without Shen being able to teleport, it doesn't matter how much HP Cuvée loses as long as he can't connect.
The last Baron wave makes its way in, and that will mean the turret for the side of Samsung. And they're not going to stop there. They're still sticking around, even though both Crown and Ruler are low on mana. Songyun is as well. So they feel pretty confident in this point in time, but they have to be careful. All the ultimate abilities available on the side of Rox, as well as Summoners, so they take the smart move, the safe move, and they retreat.
It's quite good that they got 2 towers out of that push, so overall Samsung is quite content with that play, but they will have to revisit the top side of the map. Bottom lane inhibitor tower is also low, but there's a lesser chance of that turret going down with a 5-man push, so instead we can expect him to go to the top side of the map eventually, get some vision there, and prepare for the upcoming Baron.
Ambition running over a ward here. They should know exactly where he is, but you can see that Rox, they don't want to fight up against this just yet. It's going to spot Lava. That's annoying. Lava was about to recall. Doesn't have any mana.
He's having Valentine's by himself, and then you get somebody to knock...
to spear your
while
table and
down,
flip it.
He's down for the count already. He's mourning his wife, and then some ass just goes in and disturbs his meal, knocks over his dishes.
Who knew that Jarvan was that kind of guy?
He's a prince.
There you go, entitled as ever. No one can have fun unless he's having fun. So, the tower goes down. Only got 2 more left here for the side of the Tigers. Desperately trying to hold on to their base by just a pinky at this moment in time.
Oh, they just gave it up like it was no big deal.
Yeah, they're really delaying this fight. You know, even with Shen winning the fight up against Cuvée, still not going for any big plays. Seems like they haven't had it. And here we go. It's going to be that Shockwave after the engage from the quickness. And here's the counter engage. You can see Ambition getting extremely low. The Gargoyle Stoneplate is going to be procced, though. And Samsung will come out of this one alive. And with the threat of Ruler in the front, as nobody can get on top of him, or Crown, it looks like this will be it. Lava goes down. That is the biggest pick they needed. Pushing now down onto the Nexus turrets is Team Samsung. Going to take out one Mighty Bear, trying to make something happen, even though he's got cool nicknames the Mighty Bear himself doesn't look like he can take this out, as Ruler is the king of the Rift tonight. Taking out another member there is Crown, and that's game number 1.
Clean game there from Samsung. Sure, there might have been some missteps here and there, but overall they should be satisfied with their game win over the ROX Tigers. And best of all, they actually seem to have a pretty firm grasp on the meta and exactly what is valuable. Similar to what KT was running with the Orianna, Rakan, and Kalista, they take it as well, but instead of the Maokai, they add the Jarvan and Kled. So the Samsung flavor lives on through 7.14, whereas ROX rely on Sangin, but without the crazy hard engage that you typically need in this patch, the Kog'Maw just was unable to do a whole lot, and it might be time for ROX to reassess the playstyle that they have played through the entire season.
Yeah, it's the play style, but as well as multiple mistakes maybe made over the course of the game. Lava being picked off, other stuff over at the Rift Herald's not going too well, and well, Key and Linderong, they had a good mid-game. They had a couple of plays where they saved the Kog'Maw's life, and the ROX Tigers were looking like they had a chance to make it into the late game, but somewhere along the way, a bunch of mistakes were made, and Samsung were able to turn it into something much bigger than just a couple of kills.
The mistakes were picks, but I said it in the draft that by taking away the Kog'Maw and Lucian early on, you made your composition so apparent from the get-go that it was only a matter of Samsung saying, all right, we'll just take the champions that will be able to deal with this effectively, that can kite you around, especially the Orianna, that can enhance your tanks and put everybody on CC. And it all began with this attempt to the bottom side of the map. So you've got the Sejuani, who just doesn't have enough damage. And this should have been first blood for the ROX Tigers. So one more auto from Key would have done the trick, but it just was not enough. And in the end, Samsung gets to turn it around, and they walk away with a kill onto Key for first blood. And who better to receive it? None other than Ruler.
One auto attack does it. Core JJ sticks around, and here's where Lava got caught in the mid lane. Couldn't do much about this. He essentially baited Linderong in as well with the Stand United, who then afterwards was 1v3 against a Kalista. So eventually did go down, even burned his teleport at the end.
This is the story of Shen. It is a story that seems to be rewritten by every single team that picks his champion. You use it, but if you use Stand United defensively, it's never going to work. It will almost certainly put you in a disadvantageous position. And a huge shockwave that did so much damage allows Samsung to be able to retreat out of this fight and take a Baron. So even though ambition gets critically low, Ruler is able to lifesteal enough. They get the Baron, and we cut back to them just taking another dragon just because.
Yeah, ROX trying to make the best of their situation, but they do go down, and you can see that they have multiple times where they get good Sejuani ults. Actually, most of them were on point because Samsung was essentially just running straight at Mighty Bear. But it was good because it baited it onto Ambition, who was the most tanky member on your team. So they were totally fine to allow him to take damage to engage. And you can see just how free Crown and Ruler are in the backline. They're just like, yeah, we'll take this free damage any day of the week. And again, at this point, they were pretty far ahead. This was what led to the end of the game. So nicely done by Samsung. Not too many issues going into this one. They do pick up a deserved game number 1.
And they play the meta exactly. Since Sunday have been saying you need backline access if you want to play tanks. KT got it. Samsung gets it. It's only a matter of time till the rest of the teams pick it up as well, and we start to see more competitive games from Champion Select.
Well, looks like Crown is going to be poking some fun at Ruler. Those guys were going hand in hand on the damage. The Rakan doing more damage even than the Jarvan on the side of Samsung.
Ah, but it's a Jarvan. Can you really blame him? He doesn't do a whole lot for the team, especially in that composition where his sole purpose is to disrupt.
That is exactly what he did. So Lava and the rest of the ROX Tigers will have to deal with this issue. They got an 8-minute break to think about how they will take down Samsung in the next one. So we'll see you guys in 8 minutes for game number 2. We're back in the Samsung era here at the Nexon Arena. They're looking pretty good. They need to win this series up against the ROX Tigers to have a good shot at making the best placement for the playoffs. So they know the meta. They played it very safe, very standard, and they look quite good doing it.
CoreJJ gets our MVP. 400 points for him already. Must have been the Dignitas charm for him.
No doubt.
That he walks away with the Rakan, making so many plays for this team. The first blood that we saw earlier, catching out Lava, and best of all, just funneling all of his effort to shut down the main carry of the ROX Tigers, which is Sangyun, as we all know. And here we go, one that he gets to go in and sets up the Shockwave beautifully. So well-deserved MVP for him. And going into the second game, we're looking forward to Samsung putting up a equal performance.
Yeah, so no subs here. Looks like the ROX Tigers are going to stick with their lineup, as will Samsung. No Haru tonight, unless we do get to game number 3, perhaps. They will have another option to put him in. But after the way it went, even Ambition looking quite strong on that jungle Darvin. He did a lot to create the pressure down towards the bottom side early on in the game number 1. So, liked his play. It was a little bit more aggressive, not just that farming passive Ambition style. And did look pretty good. I like the fact that they keep him in.
He played smart. He didn't have to be aggressive. He was truly a Zen jungler, enabling the rest of his team. But we will be jumping into that champion select right away to see what ROX Tigers have in store for us on the blue side.
Camille ban right away, saying, okay, we don't want to see Cuvé's Camille. I mean, he is pretty famous for playing the Camille and the Kled up on the top side. So if you're going to ban Camille, I don't think you can ban the Kled as well, though. That would be a little bit of overkill against Cuvé.
Blue side does have plenty of freedoms, but yeah, the Kled, maybe not so much. I believe the main reason why it was picked was because of the Kog'Maw. You took Kog'Maw in an early rotation, so you left Cuvé no option but to lock away something that could try and dive it without the Maokai being available. And I'm glad to see that there is a Braum ban, because it was so impactful for Key that they recognized that they needed themselves. And perhaps an Orianna as a first pick could be seen here. Maokai still available. It was passed up in the first rotation. Remember, it was banned. Secondly, and if Thresh gets locked in, ROX Tigers is putting all their eggs in that early game basket. Again, a support that doesn't have a whole lot of engagement. CoreJJ can always resort to having that Rakan by his side.
Hi from New York, trying to sneak onto the camera. The sign did a good job of making itself known.
Oh, I thought all that lettering in Korea just meant hi from New York.
Yeah, that was the translation for sure. Good job, guy on the left. So yeah, Elise is open. They hand it over. ROX Tigers not going to go with the Spidey Bear this time, giving away the Spider, and also the Ashe is picked up. We've seen this a lot. 714, just really good with the Elise in general. Fantastic engage, 80 carry. And looks like Ruler will be playing something new as the Kalista is banned.
There is the Orianna being taken as their response to the Braum being banned for the ROX Tigers. So expected it as a first pick. Instead, it gets dropped down to the second rotation. But nonetheless, they do have a pick that was used by Crown previously. And it will be up to Lava to have a much better game, because he cannot be getting caught out of position. It's a bit more forgivable for your Lucian because you do have a dash, but Orianna against Elise is going to be a nightmare for him. There's also the Ashe, so he is forced to take that cleanse, and oh boy. Maokai, the Ent zone is here.
The Ent zone?
No, Ent.
Oh, the Ent zone.
Yeah, you know, the trees that are alive.
Yeah, yeah. For sure. I was wondering where you were going with that one. Could have gone down multiple different paths, but
we're a PG-13 stream here.
Yeah.
Valdez, all right.
I'll just try to ignore everything else.
In fact, the warning said 12, so there you go. Not even 13, but I guess that's for the local audience.
I'm sure some of those people are 12, by the way, haha. But that sign said that our host on the right side for the Korean side doesn't
is that what it is?
Well, it says that he doesn't seem to age. He doesn't seem to get older. I mean, that guy's like 40 years old. He looks like he's 30, yeah.
Holy crap. I thought he was contemporary with all of us.
No, he's been around for a while. He's been on the SPO.TV network for quite some time, doing not just esports, but other stuff. I think UFC as well. A lot of the hosts over here at SPO.TV come from UFC. By the way that works.
UFC?
Yeah.
Wow. All right.
Oh, we'll be seeing the Kench perhaps being unbenched. CoreJJ has played a bunch of the Kench.
But CoreJJ has been such a pillar for Samsung. You know, out of nowhere, it was last year towards the Gauntlet that CoreJJ really started to shine through. Before, it was Wraith that was the support, and they were having a lot of struggles, and it felt like the morale was being dropped by the support. They cited many times that CoreJJ just turned things around. He took the opportunity to step off as a substitute, come onto the team, and since then, he has been a shining star for this team. Rarely does he have games that are below standard. He's always there or shining like we saw earlier that gives him MVP points. I mean, 400 MVP points for a support is pretty damn good.
And he picks up one of his big picks, right? They ban away his Zyra, they ban away his Braum, so he picks the other one, the Tahm Kench. He's 7-2 on it. Seems very happy to do so. Lots of threats already on the side of ROX Tigers. You get death sentence, well, you'll get devoured. You get taunted, you'll get devoured. You get cast away, that'll be a little bit harder for him to deal with, but CoreJJ, as you said, he's got the Dignitas touch. We'll see if that helps him out this time.
Well, he'll devour people out of the Gragas ultimate, and the answer into the Galio is going to be that Lucian. So Samsung go with a great composition to run double AD carry with so much protect. It's exactly what you want to see. Not so much what ROX had previously, but when you have CC that can assist these guys, that can peel, that can set them up, they've got everything they could ever want, whereas the ROX Tigers rely a little bit more on the coordination between their engage. They have a plethora of hard engage this time around with Orianna, Galio, and Gragas, although it is a Galio top into the Maokai, a matchup that is far and few, although unfortunately it is not exciting at all. It's trees versus statues. We know how that happens, how that goes.
Yeah, you got to wait a couple 100 years perhaps
Trees
before
do
it
win.
defines. Yeah, they take over eventually. They'll slowly chip away at the statue until they reclaim their ground. As would be the case in any apocalypse scenario, the cities would be eaten alive by nature. So
those are some pretty images, though, when you see those small little plants breaking through the crevices of the pavement, and then you have a little flower blooming through. That's nice. Could a Cuvée be the flower blooming in our concrete today?
I think he's going to be doing a little bit more than that, but we'll see how many flowers he can poke out of the ground exactly with his Maokai, as the Cats will be the ones taking over the Rift tonight, perhaps. So let's do it. It's going to be ROX on the blue side, Samsung on the red. Let's jump into game number 2 right now. Here we go. Let's jump into game number 2. Getting a look at our supports to begin with. Definitely one of the key matchups here for this one.
Key using the Samsung Galaxy Thresh, maybe trying to trigger some hidden emotions inside Samsung.
No doubt. You got to use those plays, those tilt plays. We talked about them before.
Absolutely, it's psychological. There are no rules. Everything at your disposal must be used in the name of victory.
I wonder if you're allowed to name yourself something totally ridiculous, like something really long, you know what I mean? Like Waka 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 or something like that.
Wow, that is really not what I expected you to say. My God. Waka Waka.
Yeah, but all in caps, you know, so it like spans, you know, half the screen. I guess it wouldn't, but it would be kind of annoying to look at. Although I guess when you're playing League, the names don't necessarily show up above the heads, so I guess we'll have to take that play out of our playbook. Okay, Ambition, you're getting a little bit frisky, getting into the jungle. Look at how much damage he's already taken. He's trying to trade it back onto Mighty Bear, but you can see that Lava is here. Fortunately, Mighty Bear doesn't have enough to come on over, but here comes Linderong from the top side. Kiwi not even moving. He's still level 1. Has to stay on that wave, but somehow Ambition survives.
He's level 2 with red buff, so he's able to do a lot of damage with his little critters and get some extra health back. So he was trying to go for something cheeky, but the Rocks Tigers had vision there that were able to spot him out. And lucky for him, members were still at level 1, unable to provide more than just one ability to take him down. So he's lucky that he gets to walk away with his life, and all he has to pay for it is a flash.
Small price to play, no doubt. He's overdoing his own blue at this point. So that'll be cool. Both the 80 carries on the side of Samsung picking up the Doran's Blade. No Doran's Shield for them.
See, the idea that I had with the names, now I wanted to keep this idea private because I think it's a great idea, but I might as well release it into the wild to see what happens.
You guys are getting the breaking news release of Crumbs' idea.
So, just like in traditional sports, you've got people that have their own positions. You've got your top, jungle, mid, AD carry, support.
Yep.
Now, in a lot of sports, people don't care too much about the particular person. It's about the position. People identify with the position. If you're a soccer player, you identify with the goalie of a team, and you get to know the name, and that's about it. But what if you have a team that decides that everybody from that team has to have that name, similar to Power Rangers? So instead of being top laner that has your own personal name, you are, I don't know, top laner yellow, just for lack of a better word. So you get to have these individual positions within a team so that everybody can identify with, and it becomes easier for anybody to plug and play themselves into the team. The marketing becomes a breeze, and you can do a whole lot of creative content around that in terms of advertising and marketing yourself, it would be, I cannot see how that wouldn't be a success. Although the only qualm would be players that could be like, oh yeah, but I want to be my own person. Just throw money at them, and then your problem's solved.
The solution to any problem, just throw money at them. Interesting kind of viewpoint towards the pro players. I suppose it works in many situations, but so you would name yourself top laner yellow?
That wouldn't be the name.
You would name yourself yellow, and then the mid laner is named red.
I mean, you'd have to be a little more creative with the names that you'd want for it, but to differentiate, you'd have colors so that it becomes obvious which one is which.
Okay. So why don't you go ahead, buy a team, and try it out.
What's to say that's not my plan?
Someone hurry up and steal his idea.
I swear to God, if that happens, I'm going to be fuming.
Okay, we got some aggression down here. You can see that the bottom lane for Samsung is doing pretty well. Crown was doing pretty well in mid lane, but ever since Lava has regened a lot of his health. Feeling pretty good. The top lane, we haven't really been looking up there at all because we talked about exactly what that lane is all about.
Yeah, we do not want to see the top lane. We do not care about the top lane. And Galio top doesn't even do a whole lot if you're not going to be invading the red side of the map because his heroic entrance can't cover that much distance. So without teleports being available, we're not going to see these two guys battle it out for quite some time, and especially because they're going to be buying Spectre Owls against each other, which makes that matchup even less thrilling. So instead, we get to see the exact same lane in mid lane, the reverse matchup of Lucian into Orianna, and then bottom lane, which is really where all of our attention is focused on, and for a right reason.
So, we have the rainy season ending here in Korea. How have you enjoyed it so far, Crumbs?
I spend my days indoors, but I did get to see a ton of people getting wet the other day because, not from the rain, they shut down the street and they were having a a super soaker party.
Oh yeah, they did
Yeah.
that in the area where we live.
Yeah, super soakers for everybody. You could buy a super soaker and start getting people wet, and then you'd get shot at if you were on the sides.
It's pretty legit. It's just like one gigantic water gun fight, right?
Yeah, except it's kind of lame because it's all strangers, and then they're so polite. You don't want to be in one of those places if you're not with people that aren't going to be polite, because then it doesn't get out of hand. You need that to get out of hand. You need people to get routed and start shooting water at everything. You need those places to get shut down.
Oh, look at this gang. He coming in from the top side. That was the last thing Crown expected from the top side of the river. First blood goes over to Key. Well deserved for him.
It's all about the angle of the dangle, and he reaches it with the Moby boot purchase early on, so he gets to go for that quick roam, whereas Corey JJ went with the Sightstone. Key gets Mobies and makes it work. And yeah, the angle to go from the left side, you just don't expect that one, because look at the vision on the right. It's all littered after. So he waits patiently in the brush, and right at the final second, he was already leaving. The wave had already pushed, and in the end, it doesn't amount to anything. And hey, he even gets Core JJ's flash as he tried to save his mid laner with a Devour.
Key is doing his best to try to carry the Rocks Tigers to a victory. He had some really good plays with his Unbreakable for the Braum in game number 1. He shut down Crown multiple times, and then he shut him down in this game in a different way with that gank. So, I'm sure perhaps some other teams are looking at Key with their eyes wide open.
Liquid can't afford a Key right now. They don't have enough import slots, so not just yet. Hold your horses. Actually, that's pretty good. Hold your horses, because Liquid is a horse for their logo.
There you go.
But yeah, ever since the days of ESC Ever, he's been a great support. With his Bard, it was one of the biggest playmakers at the time. I believe how they beat SKT was with the Bard Gangplank combination, in which you drop the Tempered Fate into the crazy barrels and then just bop everybody. And I think since that time, he's been inspired to just amass a wealth of supports under his belt. And now that the Rocks Tigers have been struggling, when you see a team that struggles, the players that have the ability to shine through feel an extra need to stand out, to try to bounce back everybody else. And that's what Key is for Rocks.
Well, he can't do it by himself. He's trying very, very hard, though. It's quite admirable. See if it works out. Whatever happened to Gangplank? Why don't we ever see him anymore?
Did you actually like seeing Gangplank?
Yeah, I mean, he's got a cool design with the barrels. I like the idea of the Temper Fate as well. That's pretty cool. Flashy.
Well, GP got nerfed to hell, and with all the carries in the top side of the map, he no longer has an easy time laning as he's sitting fodder. Before, he was great into many tanks, and then the tanks kind of fell out. The nerfs for him came through, and a gank on Crown is about to happen too.
See what he can do. No flash. He is going to be able to dash this wall, but the flash play, but the hook is actually not going to land. But look at the heroic entrance. So much stuff being used, and it will be valuable for them. They get that kill, and here's the push on mid lane.
Oh, Crown must have thought, oh yes, we're going to have a gentleman's agreement in the mid lane. Their mirror matchup. I cannot wait to 1v1 you, Lava, but the entire Rocks Tigers refuses to leave this lane alone and punishes him once more. They understand how important Lava is for this composition, and if they can execute this dive like this, that's exactly what their plan will be in the mid and late game. And here we go again. Key once again making the big play. Starts with the flash play. Sure, the hook misses, but the play and the shockwave are just enough to keep him in range of the heroic entrance. And while the ultimate from Gragas was also chucked in and missed, he still had mana for the body slam, so it did not matter in the end.
Yeah, worked it out as a team. All that stuff being used in total. Definitely going to be worth it. You're shutting down the Lucian hardcore. He's 0-2 so far. And, you know, with not much else going on, picking up a couple of kills here and there is not bad. Unfortunately, they haven't gotten... Okay, hold that thought. Coming in now with the Abyssal Voids. They're looking for Key, but there's the follow-up and the max range Q. But GoreJJ is there with the Devour. Is going to save Ruler's life. The TP coming in, perhaps a little bit late. We'll see if they can get onto anyone. Looking for the taunt onto GoreJJ, who flashes it into the Cocoon. So nobody will meet their maker down here, but lots of action.
It is crazy that he was able to survive that engage. He looked like he was dead. He didn't have flash available, but in the end, his sidestepping kept him alive. Some missed CC from Samsung, and a trade that results in only Cuvee farming the top side of the map. He's already a bit of CS above the Gallia, but that's because Maokai in this matchup, he gets to heal 4 days. And wow, this turret, this Maokai, the trees have been creeping up on the concrete way faster than we anticipated.
Wow. This might be the first time you see a Maokai solo down a turret by himself, but multiple roams out of Linderong will open this up for him. So, good play. Good show, mate. And Cuvee going to pick up a lot of gold for himself, so sure to be extremely tanky. Mighty Bear, though, is all alone, is going to be able to pop himself out of there.
Just barely had enough mana to actually get out of that sticky situation. And now that the first brick went down into the top side of the map, because so many times we see the dual lanes turret go down and resulting into a swap, Samsung will now have to reevaluate their priorities. I think we can expect their bottom lane to stay in here, but first we're going to look at the replay to the bottom side. So the arrow barely whiffs, the Cocoon does as well, and in the end he answers back with the hook that turns him right next to the Tahm Kench. It all started with the arrow coming out, but this play could have been so much better had the teleport from Linderang come through, but it looked like he was not completely in sync because he was still inside of Maokai, and the turret went down in the end. And had ROX Tigers fully committed to make this play happen, they would have understood that they were going to be making a trade, that they could have pushed in for that bottom tier 1 and try to get it faster than Cuvee by himself in top.
Yeah, so the woes continue. Even though the ROX Tigers are up a couple of kills, they're down on gold. And overall map control, objective control. A second Ocean Drake is going to come up, which is quite interesting. This laning phase has been around for quite a bit of time. Looks like Samsung might make their way over to that. But first, we do have a blue buff steal attempt by the ROX Tigers. And because Crown is not answering, looks like Mighty Bear is just going to take him himself, even though Lava did walk all the way over there. Naughty jungler. But of course, he does have his own blue buff.
So I want to reiterate what happens when you take the top lane tower, because now that bottom is still available, both teams want to keep their dual lane in bot side so that they can get this next tower. They basically got a freebie already, and that will put a priority on the Dragon as well. And unfortunately, because dual lanes don't have interest in topside, it will keep them from going to the Rift Herald. So this game, I think it would be quite likely for us to see the Rift Herald not being taken at all.
Yeah, definitely may happen. Do have the Maokai. Every time we go up and look at him, especially because he got that early turret, doing very nicely against Linderong in every single trade, and you can see Ambition is making a case to take this second Ocean Drake now. The rest of them are going to be spotted rotating coming over here, but you do see that Samsung has got help. So Mighty Bear by himself, and they're looking for the hook. His key is going to go wide, and the smite will go to the Smitey Bear, and they're trying to get out alive, but he's taking so much damage. The Treant coming over, as well as the Maokai ultimate. It's getting really close, but it doesn't look like quite enough. And in the end of it, the Tigers run away with an Ocean Drake.
They can't fully commit because you have to remember that Linderang has his ultimate available. So in the end, he only gets to get for the Baron for the Dragon Seal. It is only an Ocean, but hey, it's nothing to scoff at. And it looks like they're thinking about going for a dive. Cuvee's already down here. They got to go into Key.
Songyun taking that long trail away. There's the heroic entrance and the cast with the knock-up. Cuvee in a little bit of danger here, will be devoured up by GoreJJ, but here comes the rotation. Lava coming in from mid lane is going to speed himself up. Mighty Bear desperately trying to slow, but he cannot connect.
He cannot connect, and more attention to the bottom side opens up room for Crown. And with Dragon being taken and no priority to the top side, the damage that you do on mid lane is so important.
Uh-oh. Lava. Okay, he's fine.
That's why I was highlighting the Rift Herald. Without that objective that typically cracks open the mid lane turret, you get to see these games stall out even further because it's so necessary to make sure that you can clear that tower, start getting serious map pressure against a heavy wave clear of an Orianna, and maybe even the Lucian, or when the Ashe starts joining in, then we can expect this game to be one of our lengthier ones. It's highly unlikely that we get to see Rox or Samsung crack this one wide open in the next 10 minutes and see a sub 30 or even sub 40 win. Not just because of the compositions, but because of what has happened with the turrets.
The wave pushing of Maokai is going to be good. Key coming in here trying to just relieve a lot of the pressure around the Dragon side. Get a bunch of vision himself, and they're looking to potentially make a play up towards top, but actually Mighty Bear isn't going over there. He's just placing a ward. He's like, yeah, Linderong, you can handle it yourself, right? You don't need my help, right? And now we'll just go for the blue buff. I hope he doesn't take this one away. Uh-oh,
No!
Kive! That was close.
Ooh. The hand grenade.
Doesn't do any damage when landing anymore, unfortunately, for Kive. Would have really liked to use that mana, especially looking for a dive towards mid, potentially. Has his ultimate ability up, but just takes the express train out of there.
3 people bot side, just chilling, waiting for each other, but this is the attempt onto Linderang, but I don't think much will happen. He can just get out with his heroic... Wait, there's nobody in range.
There's nobody there, and his dash will be denied, so now he's just trying to get over to Orianna, and you can see that they're not even going to try to help him. The Abyssal Void's coming in from CoreJJ, and still Linderong is on the run. He flashes that wall, and he should be okay at this point. And look at that, CoreJJ actually being taken out under turret, trying to save it by himself, and that means a turret goes over to the side of Rox Tigers, who take the gold lead.
And Crown, going for that roundabout, ended up losing the mid lane turret. They actually relied on CoreJJ to bluff it. He goes in with the Abyssal Void, forcing Rox to respond and think, oh, maybe he's coming in with multiple members. Could this be dangerous? Oh, he's just by himself. So they take him out and lose mid tower. And Crown basically single-handedly cost the tower for the Samsung squad.
Let's take another look. The arrow goes wide, and I mean, he's all alone. Ambition tries to help him, but thankfully he avoids that shockwave, actually, Ambition, because he could have been roped into that one.
That would have been disastrous, and the Lucian into Orianna matchup not looking that great. Gold still remains the same, though. So it's not the end of the world for any one of these teams, as Samsung will be claiming their second tier 1 tower now in the bottom side. They still have plenty of opportunities to take this matchup, but a Baron start.
Look at this. Okay. They actually do have a decent chance to do this. Look at all those members. The Abyssal Voyage is down. I don't think they can get there in time. Crown and Kive have to try to steal this by themselves, but it's not likely. There's the smite. What a move by the Rox Tigers, immediately deciding to go for that one.
Beautiful right there. You could not describe it any other way. They see Samsung going for that, and we actually missed it, or I missed it on the minimap, that Rox was responding with a 20-minute Baron. They've got plenty of damage, plenty of tankiness to do it, and a whole lot of percent HP between Galio and Gragas. They can easily crack that one, and now Samsung is on the back foot. Sure, the gold, again, is still in pretty much even, but Rox have Baron. They still have 2 outer turrets to take, and that could be all they need in order to start getting a gold advantage. And if they can pressure these turrets properly, if they can push out past the tier 1s, get enough vision, by the time that Baron expires, they can also be rewarded with a Mountain Dragon to boast.
Yeah, and you can see if the Abyssal Voyage had been up, even then it would have been hard to really get on top of that squad, because all 5 of them responded so quickly that Ashe was still in the bottom lane by herself, pushing the turret, so she couldn't join in unless she had tried to rotate up herself. So kind of just out of the fight so far Only 3 kills in this game. You can see that the Ashe has not been part of one of them just yet. And here we go. The bottom turret is going to be taken out. So 1 objective taken so far, but Samsung definitely will make a hold here at this tier 2 turret. Let's see how they do it.
They have,
Well,
Gally, there is no hold.
I guess not.
They let
Actually.
go real quick.
Okay, the push continues. They do have this wave coming in. That was close. Ambition almost getting death sentenced here. And here will be the engage. The Featherstorm comes down, and Zangyun taking a bit of damage. Ambition trying to get a pick on the left side, but it looks like Cuvée still wants to go for this. His ultimate coming out. Roots a bunch of them, but no follow-up. So Samsung will set their sights onto this mid-tier 2 for the defense.
And before going for that, it looks like they're going to be going for the Mountain Dragon. Samsung have no room to enter this side of the jungle, so they will be giving that up. And now Linderang will be rotating to the top side, so I expect ROX Tigers to go for a full-on base and set their sights on the tier 1 top, maybe look for that tier 2 into the top side as well, and that will make it a lot easier to transition to the tier 1 into the mid lane and start building up some much-needed gold on their bank.
Yeah, they got Lava in a good spot so far. Already has picked up his Merlinomicon, picked up the Arm Guard as well as the needlessly large Rod. So thinking about going into another item. It's not going to be the Zhonya's just yet. Yeah, does that have that Aether Wisp on the left side as well? Lava sticking around, will find Ambition. You can see how much damage he's doing. Look at that output, down to about 5% health is Ambition. Almost gets poked out by Linderang. You gotta be careful. Can't just stand around against that Orianna. Meanwhile, that play up into the top side, Zangyun, with the help of Key, is taking out that top tier 1. We'll just add to the coffers of the ROX Tigers.
You know, that's what I really appreciate about the design team from Riot. When they make a champion like Elise, she truly feels like a spider. Sometimes she's super deadly, and you're always afraid. She's always killing people, making people shiver in fear.
Okay, well, hold that thought. We got the big engage coming in the arrow as well, and lots of low members on the side of ROX Tigers. Now the heroic entrance, and dashing away, he's going to bring in Cuvée. I don't think he's tanky enough to get out, but the Devour is going to come in and save his life down to about 100 health, and he makes it out.
There was no Shockwave available for the ROX Tigers there, so Samsung felt like they could take that fight, but without Arrow and Maokai being in a position where the rest of the team can follow up, it's too difficult to funnel in through that location. There's just so much residual CC and damage that can hit any of the squishy members from Samsung that it's just not worth it for them to follow through.
Let's take a look at this replay.
So it starts with the twisted advance onto the Gragas, and then while the hook does whiff, the cask separates everybody as the disengage is already in place, but another twisted advance gets everybody out. And just imagine what would have happened had there been a Shockwave available. Samsung just can't go through into that one. The initial attempt was nice, but after that, there's just no more instances for an engage. But yeah, Elise sometimes feels super dangerous, and then other times she's super easy to kill. You squash her.
Well, here comes the Saving Private Crown play by Core JJ. And it's not even needed at the end of it, as just too much of a rotation. Samsung actually looking to push mid lane now, as all 5 members were going for that gank, and now they're out of position.
They got a bit of a crown after that one, similar to how he ended up losing that tier 1 for Samsung. Then ROX go on another chase onto him and end up losing their own tier 1. So now both teams are sitting without a mid lane tower, which expands vision into the mid lane. And with Baron coming up in a minute now, there is a littering of vision on the red side from Samsung to protect that side. So we're going to have to see how good is ROX Tigers' vision coverage, and you can already tell from their wards on the inventory. The answer is, at least right now, not very good. You don't have enough control wards to make a play here, and okay, this is not going to amount to much. There's no follow-up.
Okay, he's looking for CoreJJ, and yeah, you're exactly right. 0 follow-up. So uses the Righteous Glory. Now they're turning onto this Thresh. Look at that damage coming out, but the reduction, and he catches Ambition on the back of that one, getting extremely low, and there is the ball coming through. On the backside, though, able to take out Key is Crown, putting down that culling, and Cuvée is still very tanky, but he can't get his ADs in position. In comes Linderong, is able to get that kill, and a couple of them going down underneath turret as Samsung. The follow-up from Cuvée was just actually a bait.
That flash taunt from Linderang was beautiful. That actually got CoreJJ, who was getting close to try to devour Cuvée, but it got him right before he was able to press his W, and they walk away with 2 more kills, and with junglers being down, they're looking towards his Baron. They're not even going to try to contest. There's not enough room for them to do this. The Ashe and Lucian do not have any presence to be able to get past Lava at this stage in the game, and this looks like ROX Tigers are in the lead against a team that's trying to make a case for first place. And Valdez, this is exactly what you said. They seem to be struggling against these bottom teams more than anybody else at the top.
Yeah, I don't really know why this is happening. You know, it doesn't seem like a case of, oh, we destroyed them in game number 1. Let's go into game number 2 and just have a ball, right? The draft was pretty good too. They have good ideas. They get the Elise. They have the Maokai as well. Everything's looking swell and dandy. And then when it comes into the game, it's like, this doesn't look like the Samsung we were watching in game 1.
Well, legitimately, they got outplayed. This time around, ROX Tigers played well. The roam from Key was stellar. Then the dive onto Crown, which you could argue many times that maybe they should have seen at least the second dive coming. The first one was all about ROX getting that play, and that was great by them. And from now, it has been them just looking for plays to make. The Mighty Bear Gragas is paying off. They are being proactive in their moves. Their composition, while slightly different from what we see oftentimes with a Galio to the mid lane and it's got a Galio top, is working out well. So while you can't take away some of the credit because Samsung is playing lackluster compared to what we expect from them, ROX have been doing plenty of work themselves to say that at the end of the game, if they win, they have earned it very well.
Yeah, so props to them. Wouldn't be the first time that they challenged a top-level team. They were able to take out KT before KT went on their 7-game, now 8-game winning streak, taking out Longju earlier on. So ROX Tigers, another one of these teams, much like Dinair, that goes up against the best of the best and somehow shows up in some of these games. So they're making things interesting for sure. Samsung, they definitely want to win this game and challenge Longju for that second place spot up at the top of LCK. But looking in a rough spot so far in game number 2.
They're already conceding this inhibitor, so ROX Tigers have no need to be afraid because Crown is top lane. It's a Lucian top. There's no need for them to be afraid. There's not even anything that Crown's going to be trading. It looks like he's playing as if it was 15 minutes ago, just trying to go for that one. And maybe that's a bit too harsh. In reality, they don't have any tools to actually win a fight at this stage in the game. So it does have some merit for Crown to be trying to farm and be away from the team because ROX Tigers have Baron. They have been spiking well. There is a Zhonya's completed. There is the Mortal Reminder already on Sangyun with the armor penetration as well. So they're quite strong, and they just didn't want to take that fight. And there's not a whole need to do so because with a Baron there, if you lose a fight at that time, if you're not completely certain, you can lose the game. And it's been no surprise to us that Samsung, one of their strongest elements is late game play. So why not just try to reach that point as safely as possible as your final last resort?
Yeah. Just thinking about ways that they can win late game fights, though, with all of the protection that the ROX Tigers have, right? The Lantern, you have the Feather Storm for the Xayah. You have Lava with a huge front line of Gragas and Galio to help her out. That heroic entrance with the damage reduction is going to be quite nice. So, Ambition, he's on the Elise, right? He tried to make stuff happen early game, was only able to supplement one of these kills, and as we get later on in this game, he has picked up a Void Staff, which is quite interesting. Trying to deal with these tanks in the front line, which is good. Trying to make himself more relevant towards the later game. But as Elises in the late game kind of always go, he will mostly just be a Cocoon bot. We'll see if that works out in this one because they're going to be relying heavily on Crown and Ruler to output most of the damage.
Crown should be okay. He's got plenty of lifesteal here, but what these games teach us is that we finally have the answer to Elise. With all these tanks into the top side, if you mitigate any kill pressure in most lanes, Elise can't find anything to do. Sure, Ambition with his level 2 invade did backfire, but was he realistically going to kill the Galio with a Maokai lane? No. Was he going to kill the Orianna with Cleanse? Not really. Bottom lane with Tahm Kench, the defensive lane against Thresh? No. So because there was no kill pressure, Elise doesn't get a whole lot. She didn't play it as well as you would have expected, and ROX Tigers get to have a Gragas that is infinitely more useful than this Spider.
Okay, we got the TP coming in on the minion that's being attacked by the turret, but Crown has come back. It's going to be a 5v5. Nice burst damage onto Sangyun to start. The ROX Tigers, after taking the turret and a bit of damage, will retreat for now. Just wanting to regroup. They still have this push down in the bottom lane that Samsung hasn't dealt with quite yet. Here we go. The follow-up coming on in. Lantern being taken, grouping up as 5, but Samsung has cleaned out the bottom side. Are threatening this 5v5. Cuvée in the front, looking for an engage path. Let's see what he can do. Cass comes out and doesn't do anything, so now they're really trying to lay down some damage for the fight. Cullen comes out, hits mostly Mighty Bear, fortunately. And, well, the ROX Tigers still have taken a bit of damage, and Lava is low on mana, so they decide, hey, let's take it slow. We're not going to try to force this. Much in the way that Samsung, if they lose a big fight there, if the ROX Tigers try to force it too much, they'll not be happy.
Even if Samsung win a fight there, there's not much that they can claim except control around the Baron and Vision. So it's important that ROX base is here if they want to prioritize that objective and start setting up. Because the base is already so damaged, they know that a Baron can result in up to 3 inhibitors for them and maybe even a game. So it's just not worth it for them. They take the safe recon. We can expect control wards out of the carries. Please, they have open inventories. Here we go. Wait. Come on.
He's thinking about it. He's like,
Lava doesn't have one.
I'm
not sure why. I guess he truly did not have
none
75
from
gold. None from Sangyun. That's just an open inventory slot at this stage. No.
There's no way that
guys.
There's no way that both of them don't have 75 gold. Like,
and
let's
there's
be real.
only one control ward on the map. They don't. Wait, they don't have any control wards to place. Nobody has control wards.
And they only have 2 scanners, too. It's not like they're doing the SKT where it's like Faker gets the early scanner. Lava's still sitting on a yellow trinket at level 17. So relying mostly on normal wards in this one. Okay, Cuvée is just taking free damage. What's he doing out there? Although, as I say that, that stone plate is really going to help him out. Here comes that disengage from Cuvée, but Mighty Bear gets a little bit far forward. CoreJJ goes down, and Ruler, look at the damage out of Orianna. It's way too much. You can't fight her right now. And it looks like the ROX Tigers are now going to set their sights on Baron.
Key is still low, and so is Mighty Bear, so they're likely going to be trying to turn. There are still healthy members and teleports on Cuvée, so they can't go ahead and do that. But the vision doesn't matter if Samsung just want to face check you, so in the end, their vision or lack of vision control ends up benefiting them because Samsung face check. Here comes the Baron attempt, but there is Lindarang on the side. This is just like Smeb.
Here we go, the TP as well from Cuvée. There's still a big wave down in bottom side. They were convinced that the ROX Tigers were going for that Baron play, so still remains, I guess CoreJJ is going to have to be the guy that cleans up that wave.
He does have Abyssal Voyage to help out in this, and the Ocean Dragon regeneration from the Tigers is now keeping them in this fight.
Sangyun took blue. Is that a thing?
No.
Where the Xayah takes blue away from the Orianna?
No, it's not a thing. It's a bad thing.
Yeah, I guess it is a thing, but not the type of thing that ROX wants to see. They've been taking away Lava's blue buffs all game.
So, without any vision control, ROX Tigers can't do anything here. They are truly reliant on Samsung, but Samsung have to do their part. They have to establish vision control that ROX Tigers will not be able to fully clear. And until they do that, they will be able to continue to walk in and do whatever they want. But look at this. A 4-man push that results in 1 shallow green ward is nothing impressive.
Yeah, and there's control wards in the Baron pit for Samsung. I mean, they know when this Baron is being started. And I don't think they're going to be making any more mistakes. You were talking about the face check by Cuvée before, and that's really what got them into trouble. But Samsung, if they can just deny the Baron with their vision and then just play it passively and try to bait out a tower dive perhaps, that would be nice for them. We'll see if Rox wants to channel a bit of their inner KT in this one.
Well, if they want to channel their inner KT, they will need 5 control wards on each individual member. Yeah. So they've got a long ways to go. There's no need for you to be a support and have a Crystalline Brazier or a Forbidden Idol at this stage in the game. You absolutely need that ward, but it got scouted out by the Hawkshot, so they know it's clear, so it's just a full-on trade.
Yeah, Baron for Elder Drake here. Down it does go. So full-on trade, as you said. Not much action in that one. Just playing PvE are both of these teams.
Oh, but that's like a cop-out, though. Because if you're Rox, you are in the assertive position. You should not be trading. You can just be controlling the map. You can have both. But because they don't do any of the steps, literally none of the steps for vision, they resort to a trade, and they're probably stoked about it. They're like, ah, yeah, we got Baron, we can push now, but there's Infernal or an Elder on Samsung, which is only 1 stack, but it could be enough to make a difference in burning down these tanks that are so eager to be taking damage of the front line.
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty big here for Samsung. They were 100% happy to take the trade, given what they were given, essentially, and it's very obvious that the Rox Tigers now are going for a big push on the top side. And Samsung, they're already setting up. 5 members up here. The bottom lane is pushing for the Tigers, but it is still a ways out. Or no, actually, it's pushing for Samsung as a big wave does crash in. So they'll be happy with that one.
Trade for Samsung is basically expecting no money on your tax returns. Turns out you got 50 bucks in there. Like, oh, yeah. I can have a nice dinner for myself now. Better than nothing.
So again, this push, I mean, is not doing much. The Rox Tigers, they pinged bottom a bunch of times, but nobody's going down there. All sights are set on the inhibitor. And again, I mean, the Baron will last longer than the Elder, so if they want to take it extremely slow, they can wait another 50 seconds.
I'm intrigued by Ambition's build here. You don't get to see it as the scoreboard has been minimized, but he has gone with full AP. He better start hitting some major carries.
Okay, here we go. The engagement, the shockwave is good. The follow-up is also fantastic. Crowd will be eaten up, but he is extremely low. Will dash away. Down he goes. He is taken away, but really good taunt from the side, and all of a sudden this one is running away from Samsung. Ruler's going to be rooted as well. Does take the victory in that fight, but can he possibly stop this by himself with the Fed Lava? I don't think so.
No, no, no. There is a teleport. That is a 1v3 Ruler. I don't think he's got this, and Rox is going to take us to game 3.
Whoa, how have they done this? What a game, and Ruler, he knows it now. He can't get away with this one, no matter how hard he tries. He's extremely low, and he's actually giving the kill away as well. So there you go, 1-1 now. The Rox Tigers, they tie it up.
Ride or die, says Ruler, and Samsung, unfortunately, all of them die, and Rox Tigers even up the score against all odds, the 5-11 team, contesting Samsung, which is trying to say that we're the best team, but losing here is far from it. Are those tears of joy? It could be. Perhaps incredible eye strain. Somebody get this man some eye drops.
Well, it's for me, it's tears of disbelief almost, as Samsung, I don't know what's going on in there. Why do they have trouble against some of these lower level teams? They lost to MVP. Now they're 1-1 against the Rox Tigers, and it's no longer this kind of far away idea of, yeah, I mean, there's always a chance that you lose to the lower level teams. Now it's straight in their face, like, okay, we need to play a best of 1 against a pretty decent team in the Rox Tigers. Yeah, they're 5-11, but that's an LCK against, you know, 5 or 6 of the strongest teams in the world. So it's rough. It's rough for Samsung right now. They shouldn't be too happy with their spot.
See, they were sloppy, but when we as spectators look at it, we can always say, oh, maybe they got cocky, but I don't think we've seen a single interview with teams actually claim to underestimate other opponents here in the LCK, and they legitimately just got outplayed. The ROX Tigers played well, their composition had synergy, whereas Samsung was all over the place. Ambition's early game was completely nullified, and it seems like Elise now is not as strong of a champion, and this is where it all began with the roam from Key on the left side. You don't expect this one, and right at the final seconds, it might have been worth it had he used his heal to try to get closer to CoreJJ, but the repeat gank was where it all went even further down the drain. Even though the hook missed, look at just how much they blew onto this guy. The cast, the ultimate, that's 4 ultimates. If Key had bonks, he would have burned it on that one. And look, once again, just individual people from Samsung getting caught out. Their communication was lacking in what they were trying to do. It started with Crown being out of position a couple of times, but then it spread to the rest of the team.
And here's the key bait, right? You go into it, you bite that bait so hard, you're grinding your teeth as the rest of your team dies. And even though they do take out Key, they get that one target. They lose, I think, 3 members at the end of this.
Oh yeah, because of the taunt from Lindarek. Check it out. As soon as CoreJJ approaches, he says, I'm gonna flash and get Tahm Kench as well. So they get 2 for 1. You didn't expect that sale, and you didn't expect Cuvee to be face checking you when you had 0 vision control. I did not expect this to be working out at all. The second I saw a team having that abysmal of control ward and vision control around the Baron, you just never imagined that it's going to pay off, but it did. Samsung just walked right into it instead of recognizing that, hey, maybe they just didn't place any vision.
Yeah, so pretty one-sided game at the end of it all. Ahead about 7,000 gold were the ROX Tigers, and almost tied there was Xayah versus Orianna. Lava having a good game there with Songyun as his sidekick, but it definitely was a team effort at the end of it all, as that front line of both Linderong and the Mighty Bear coming in, and Key, of course, with his big plays on Thresh once again. So guys, we are going to take our final break of the night before we get into game number 3 of Samsung versus ROX. We'll see you in a bit. It's all tied up 1-1 between Samsung and the Rocks Tigers. Not what I was expecting, Crumbs. I was expecting Samsung to look really strong, but they've been having trouble against some of these lower-level teams.
They certainly have, and it all came at the hands of everybody on the Rocks Tigers. It was a collective team effort, even though Key did so much in the end. Lava walks away as MVP with 100% kill contribution, 8 kills. That was one legendary Orianna play, and it all came together when everybody helped them out. And that's what you want to see out of these lower level teams, cohesion, that they understand how to close out the games. Now granted, Vision was the worst element of the Rocks Tigers play this time around, but Samsung helped them in that regard by making sure that they approached the brushes without any judgment whatsoever. So now we're sitting at another game 3 with no substitutions. And so far Samsung, last time around, was actually capable of taking down Rocks in 3 games. Bluesat has won twice, but that's not the end all be all.
Yeah, it definitely is not. It was cool to see that you were talking about it before, the tank into the top Elise. I wonder if Samsung will still go ahead and pick that if the Rocks Tigers leave it open from the red side this time around. Definitely seems more counterable than the Kalista currently, so especially in this series, maybe they'll go ahead and just let it go through.
Well, Elise is still super viable. She's just more situational now. If you pick lanes that can't set you up for kill pressure, and the opposing team has champions that are much tougher to kill, that's not going with squishy carries every time, then Elise will have a hell of a time in trying to find something to kill and trying to invade. She just will not have as much influence early on in the game, and then she falls behind and we get to see what happened. Now, we would have liked to see what would have gone down had Ambition not invaded level 2, but I imagine that the result would not have been the same because to kill the Orianna is hard, and Galio even harder.
Well, Samsung says we don't even want that Elise for either team, so we'll go ahead and ban that on our side. And looks like maybe the Kalista will come through again as another Zyra ban on red side from the Tigers, and they've done this on every single time. They really dislike CoreJJ on Zyra, and that's showing an immense amount of respect.
Oh,
and Caitlyn's left available.
Oh, okay. Oh, God. Why did they do this? You've let Caitlyn go through.
Oh, God, why?
Will they be struck by lightning now? No. Holy.
What is... They're going for
So
Orianna.
without Braum, they're going for the Ori. They're okay taking it. So if you take Caitlyn, there's still Rakan available. So you can go Rakan Kalista. So they're expecting Sangyu to go for Caitlyn. It would be crazy for Sangyu not to take this.
Look at the Rocks
This has been
Tigers
his
coach's face. It's like he got caught with his pants down. He's like, oh, they caught us.
Okay, Rakan is huge now. Rakan and Kalista is probably what Samsung is trying to go for. They need to go with full-on hard engage, and so they go with the Thresh as an answer to this. I fully expect that to be the second rotation here, maybe a Maokai being taken away, but this combination is tested. We saw it in the previous series, we saw it in game 1 here, and why would you not take it again?
The key to Rox's victory is key. Nobody's made that joke before. We got the Kalista coming in. I think this is 100%. You want to make sure you pick that before it does get banned. Question is, what other engaged champion are they going to pick? The Maokai is available. The Rakan is available.
There is the Gragas as well. I think that whatever they take here
Jarvan
will
as
be
well.
answered by a equal value champion out of the side of Rocks Tigers. I really think that the Rakan would be okay. So they're going with the Gragas instead. There's still different supports. You can go with Alistar too, right? So there's still different options. So the Gragas, in hindsight, seems like a great choice by them. We're denying it as well from Mighty Bear. He had a big influence in Game 2 with that Gragas. So denying so many of the powerful picks that allowed Rocks Tigers to beat Samsung in Game 2, and once again putting Samsung and Crown on a more comfortable pick. And yeah, that's a Sejuani hover, Shiv hover, but let's be real, we know that's not happening.
I was very close to saying something. I was close. I'm like, well,
no way, man. If
Mighty
you
Bear
mention
is
the
a
Yasuo-
strange kind of guy. Played a game of Ivern. Haven't seen that since. But we'll see. We do get that Corki coming out here. So going to have that up against the Orianna in the mid lane. Rakan immediately banned away. Pretty obvious there. What will be the follow-up ban?
I think you go with
question.
the Alistar, absolutely. Deny all the hard engage tools that Samsung is looking at. Top lane, you've got Maokai as a possibility, but it would be wise for Rox to first pick it, and as such, Samsung would likely have to ban it as well. You can expect the Alistar bans. Sejuani and Maokai, they definitely have to be these bans, because you know what is trying to be comboed into these compositions, and if you do that, you might have Rox resort to a Shen, which was lackluster in Game 1 and would be a much better pick for Samsung to be facing into than a Maokai. So the Alistar ban comes through. Here is the Maokai. Show me Maokai. Oh! Rek'Sai, no!
Oh, man.
Oh, here's Maokai. All right, show me the Maokai. You know you're taking Maokai. It's great against Kalista. Same against Orianna. Keep your ADs healthy and hitting multiple rooted targets. Really? What?
Well,
Is
I
this
mean,
a denial pick?
yeah, it's a fantastic ball carrier for the Orianna.
It's denial.
So, I mean, you still could throw that up in top lane and hope to pick up Maokai if Samsung doesn't pick it.
So, yeah, Jarvan's a great ball carrier, but Maokai literally locks onto somebody.
Who's the better ball carrier in the end of
Right.
the day? Is Camille the best ball carrier?
She's pretty damn good at it, and it was banned in the previous game against Cuvée. So now they're just looking for the support for Core JJ, and oh boy, talk about hard engage. This is crazy. Is Caitlyn strong enough to beat all of this? I actually don't know. We'll have to see it. We really have to see it, because this is a wealth of danger. She is not strong enough to deal with Zac. We have seen how that goes, as the Zac engage is too much for Caitlyn to deal with, but Zac is on another tier. So if Jax gets locked in, it'll feel like Rox's identity has spread itself too thin, whereas Samsung have decided to go all in on their hard engage, committed to a ball carrying composition with Orianna and Kalista. Rox initially goes with Caitlyn, and you're thinking, could it be a protected Caitlyn composition? No, it just turns out to be some wonky Caitlyn Corki with a split pushing Jax. Your team fighting is not even close. Maybe late game if Caitlyn hits 6 items, but for the most part, we need to rely on Lindarang to get ahead of Cuvée and then go for those 1v1s, because elsewhere, Rox don't hold a candle to the initiation that Samsung brings.
I don't know if you said this on stream or maybe it was just us talking during lunch, but you said something along the lines of when you go for a composition, generally you want to stick to that composition and you don't want to change it up. Otherwise, you end up with stuff like this where it's like, what exactly are they doing? So maybe you can touch on that a bit.
Yeah, so what I was mentioning is when you go for a certain priority picks, you want to make sure that everything in your composition synergizes with it to accentuate how powerful that pick is. So you go with the Orianna, make sure that all your picks benefit Orianna. You've got Gragas, Kalista, Tart, even Camille as a ball carrier, and everything works around her. Whereas on the other side, you've got the composition that Rox has, and you would say that Caitlyn is their most valuable pick, but the composition does not revolve around her at all. You've got Thresh that makes sense, but everything else, the Jax, the Corki, is not what you would expect to fit around a Caitlyn, and it makes me imagine that the synergy that the Rox is packing in this composition might be their undoing when they come face-to-face with Samsung's draft.
Very excited to see how these fights are going to go down, no doubt about it. Finally get to see Caitlyn again. Let's jump onto the Rift for the final game of the night. Here we go, game number 3. Samsung, they need this win. They really, really do, because I was talking about it during the KT Longju series earlier. It was like, okay, if KT wins, Samsung, or Longju rather, they're going to need Samsung to lose to Rox to have a good chance at hitting second place. But Now it's just one best of one, and I know the draft definitely looks in favor of Samsung, but we've seen crazier things happen before. You know, you lose lane, a couple of mistakes here or there, you give up a big objective, and all of a sudden you're playing from behind, and perhaps the other team closes it out. So Samsung on the ropes, really want to take this win away so that they can go into their next matchup, which is against Longju in the final day of LCK Summer for the regular season.
This match has even more implications than that, because if Samsung wins, they will create a big enough gap with advantage over SKT that would lock SKT into 4th place. If Samsung wins this, SKT is 4th. They cannot advance further. And that means that in the start of the playoffs, it would be SKT against Afrika. And Afrika have a winning record against SKT. That's what we want. So for the sake of playoffs, we want to see Samsung win. It's unfortunate that ROX gets thrown into this because they are not in contention for playoffs. So we're kind of like slightly biased in that regard.
And it's hard to avoid. I think it's a very cool situation for pretty much any LCK fan. Can't really deny that one.
Seldom do you see a 4-way tie or a 4-way battle, as what we have this week.
Yeah. Really came in because of SKT. They're no longer the top dogs. They're no longer the god team. I mean, they still have that kind of air about them, but they have definitely fallen a couple of rungs, and they have to kind of prove themselves back, at least in LCK. I'm not really doubting them too much. We've seen what SKT can do. We'll see how they do. But first off, this gank, the flash body slam and first blood, 2 minutes into the game, making that look easy peasy.
Welcome to the Cuvée zone. Once again, you think you've got the 1v1, you draft for the 1v1, but it's a surprise that you're never going to get it. Ambition goes for the gank, and Linderang uses his leap strike to try to go for an extra cheeky trade, but his own jungler had recalled, and actually, never mind. He chose to stay around after doing that Raptor camp, so he's even lower, and here comes oh boy. Oh no.
Look at Mighty Bear. He's getting greedy, man. He's all alone. Hookshot comes in, and immediately the flash is forced, and oh boy. A couple of mistakes already before the 4-minute mark. They took a win, and all of a sudden it's like they're getting overconfident.
So here he goes for the leap strike into him. I'm not sure why. Minion waves were crashing. His own jungler was nowhere to be found, and he just gets bopped. And the kill going over to Cuvée could not have been worse, as he's now sitting with 2 laning items as well as the refillable, or the corruption potion rather. And Linderang only has a cloth armor, which will be transitioning into a ninja tabi, but still, not a whole lot of damage for him to keep going that aggressive into the Camille.
It's interesting to see the mechanics sometimes of the body slam. Generally, it's you're going in a straight line and you flash in a straight line at your target, but Ambition made it so that he's body slamming up towards the turret, and then all of a sudden he flashes to the left, and stun still connects at the end of it all.
There's actually no direction where you can't do it. You can even body slam backwards.
Really?
Yeah, you can body slam and flash backwards and it will still connect. He's so fat, he just has an aura of stun around him.
You get too close and you just get enveloped in the rolls and you can't move. That must be it. Mighty Bear spotted out here. He had his Krugs taken away from him, and Ambition comes back and confirms that his Raptors are being taken and takes them back. So already off to a good start here as Ambition versus Mighty Bear as well, not just that top lane.
Not at all. And what I really love to do is think about different draft scenarios and how it would have affected compositions. So Samsung is not a team that prioritizes the Thresh. In fact, CoreJJ has 1 game of Thresh played this season.
That's crazy for LCK.
And so by ROX taking that pick away, it's just securing what they want instead of going for a deny pick. Whereas nearly everything that Samsung went in the first rotation was a denial pick. So imagine if the first rotation from ROX was Caitlyn Gragas. Oh, now all of a sudden the composition is deadly. You can't get engaged on the engaged supports aren't there, and maybe Samsung would have had to responded with a Sejuani themselves, and that would have put Rox in a much better position for an early game, for a late game as well, with a stronger jungler in terms of peeling for your Caitlyn, even for engaging into fights. And then you could have locked away the Thresh later, could have seen the Taric and an engage happen in the bottom lane though.
That hook means that the Taric stun doesn't land. He dragged him to the left side. I'm not sure if that was on purpose, but that was pretty sick by Key. Small little play keeps his AD carry alive, especially with the threat of Ambition coming back for a gank.
I don't believe that was on purpose. Happy accidents, as Bob Ross would put it.
Happy little accidents.
You know his son paints too.
Really?
He's just as wholesome too.
Does he do TV?
I don't know. I've seen the videos on YouTube.
What's his name? Is the name as wholesome as Bob Ross?
I think it's got Ross in his last name, but that's about it. Maybe Steve Ross. I don't actually know. Tim Ross, something Ross.
Let's just hope it's
I
not
think he has
Chad
an
Ross.
afro. No, he. Come on. We know Bob better.
Jesse Ross. Okay, we got to fight him on top side. Linderong flashes away, and he's going to be just fine. Kive still does have his flash, missing his ultimate, the Hextech ultimatum now, but nice little trade he's got there.
You got a problem with Chad? What did that country ever do to you, huh?
Chad the country's fine. Haven't been there yet. You were talking about certain vacation destinations as we were having lunch, and you recommended New Zealand, actually. A cool idea.
Yeah, I'm trying to look for the most desolate place on Earth to go to, really. Can't go Antarctica, but I don't want to do any tourist crap. I want to get away from people. Just how Crown will want to get away from this gang.
Whoa, okay, the hook into the knock-up, and with the exhaust coming down, the flash out of that shockwaves means that Lava can pick up the kill, so nicely set up. Key once again with the big roam. He just keeps doing this.
And it's all on Crown, and 2 summoners burnt. He is feeling the pain. Boy, I really enjoy when these supports are being so proactive. The meta just allows them to do this in the exact same build path from the supports. Mobies versus Sightstone. And he goes for the great flash into a beautiful hook. Everything is there, and even better is Lava going for the flash over the shockwave and then Valkyrie out of there.
Yeah, good confidence, knowing that, okay, if I get shockwaved, perhaps I don't pick up this kill. So let me go in there. I will have my escape, and I will be good. So.
Oh, this is a great repeat right there. They can get him as long as he's not going to be in turret range, but packages available. I think they've read this one a little bit.
It's almost unfortunate that the package is available, you know.
Look at how close he's under turret. He practically has infused himself with it.
Tower infusion.
She is a robot.
Yeah, that is true. Maybe there can be a champion in the future that takes the power of the turret. You get to have it for like 15 seconds or something, but you got a channel, and then as you move around, it's like you've got a tower on your head that shoots any nearby enemies.
See, I had something a little bit different in mind, but sure. That would be a cool. Channeling the turret, I think that's a pretty cool idea.
Yeah. What were you thinking?
Not putting a turret on my head and starting to shoot. I was thinking more like around turrets you get certain bonuses, such as how the way that a ZZ Rot portal interacts, or the Raptor cloak that makes you faster. They're looking for Ambition.
Okay, he's going to be Cataclysm here. That Cosmic Radiance is going to fall. And that means that they can disengage. Key will get cast into the wall. You can see that Kive, he's thinking about it, lands on a trap, can't fully engage. This means that Rox will disengage, and the Ocean Drake should go over to Samsung.
That's some breathing room from Linderang now that he didn't have teleport, and luckily for Rox, nobody dies, and just a free farm for the Jax if they can stop some of Q-Bay's farming, but he just makes a beeline back to the top lane, understanding how important it is for him to get back up here. And what I want to see now is Rox. What are they going to respond with? They're going for the Herald, not trying to go for any denial onto Q-Bay. Samsung should have sniffed this out. They are going through the backside of it. It looks like Linderang has baited or faked a recall, and with Ambition turning back, it is going to be a Rift Herald traded for the side of Rox. So great proactivity out of this team.
This is a sneaky one, too. They keep it out of the sight line of Samsung right up against the wall. They're just going to two-man it, and here we go. Will be given over to Mighty Bear, it seems. Yeah, there it is, and nice little objective picked up, treating that Ocean Drake, going over there, being active on the map. That's what we like to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Proactivity is the #1 sign of a team at the bottom that is trying to win, that is legitimately concerned with being victorious. You always want to see teams that are trying to make the moves that will win them the game, not what will prevent them a loss. So going for that Rift Herald means that if they can go and punish Crown's lack of flash, can yield them that first brick on mid lane, as Lava already has his Sheen. Plenty of damage to take down this tower, and we can expect now Mighty Bear to hand off blue and try to find a way onto the mid lane. And with Key roaming with him, they look like they are setting something up. Oh, Ambition's getting cornered.
That scanner was right outside the vision of the ward. That ward was placed right in a position where if you go for that pretty standard scanner before you're level 9, it wouldn't be shown. Look, I'm going to steal that spot.
Yeah, like there's plenty of ward spots where the wards are nothing more than a bait. It's like luring your enemies there to see if they'll fall for it.
That was a big mission just to kill that one ward. But they do pull it off.
Yeah, you see how hard it is because nobody has full control of the minion waves. Corki and Orianna are still battling in mid. Caitlyn is under tower, so fully committing onto this, although they are going to commit for the blue buff, and Camille's already here.
Okay, blue buff onto Mighty Bear. He smites it away, and uh-oh, CoreJJ will be taken with that Fate's Call, though, so he's okay. Looking to go, actually, over the wall. Here we go, Cosmic Radiance coming down. Just going to land on 2 members, but look at Linderong right onto Ruler in the back. He's all alone, but Crown is able to take out Mighty Bear. They need to get Ruler in the back. That's 2 kills for Samsung already, but no, Linderong can't do it alone, and that will be a big series of unfortunate events for Rox that gives Samsung the lead.
Oh, that could have been everything that Linderang wanted for his lane. The Camille roam, the blue buff was already secured. Samsung was not going to go for a tower dive anywhere. There is no opportunity for it, and so the hook baits everybody to commit onto this, and the teleport means that they want to go even deeper. And what it looks like they would have been able to take down Ruler as he went over the wall with that spear. Unfortunately, they don't have enough damage at this stage in the game, so the heal is enough to keep him alive. Watch Linderang. He goes, bam, gets the auto, not enough, but flashes in the W, either not in range or hits Crown. The range did get buffed, but I think he's slightly out of it. But he could have gotten a huge lead on the Camille had he stayed into the top side. And this is the bane of every single Jax. It's hard to say, or hard to watch every time when a Jax tries to be a teammate. Jax, you are not a teammate. You are your own man. They belong to you. They do what you say. And every time that Jax joins to help a team out, if he's not super fed, he's almost always going to be a liability.
We gotta have the teleport disabled for some Jaxes from like minute 12 to like minute maybe 30, and then you're allowed to use it again. It's happened many times like that, where they try to get into the back, and meanwhile, while he was going for that pick, it was just the bouncy town for the rest of the team, as it was the Shockwave into the Cask, into the Hextech Ultimatum, and everybody was kind of just bunched up and died, as the rest of Rox was very much just not together. So big plays from Samsung to make the best of that. Definitely in a good spot so far. Camille looking a lot better than the Jax in this game, already 2-0-1, looking for that Trinity Force.
Still got a long ways to go. You ever notice that Rift Herald looks like what Cockroach would look like after the nuclear wars? A mutated purple roach.
Looks like a giant roach crab.
Yeah. Wouldn't you think that's what they'd look like?
If they're that big, then I don't want to survive the nuclear apocalypse.
What? How would you have survived?
You know, maybe I got a bunker, and then you're like, okay, let's go check and see what's outside. And you see that thing, and you're like, nope, okay, I've had enough.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
I'm out. Maybe I shouldn't have built this bunker.
There was a movie, Cloverfield something or other, but actually, hold that thought. Mighty Bear being focused down. Look at Cuvée get to work. One-on-one, just straight out. Mighty Bear not respecting the damage that Cuvée can do at this point in the game. And Linderong too late to get there in time. The rest of Samsung coming up, and so Just a free kill given to Kyve, who's now 3-0-1.
Another freebie, and it's so hard to go up to a team that is struggling and preach that you got to help yourself before you help others. There's a fine balance. You don't want to be completely selfish, but at the same time, complete altruism will only result in death.
We have a bit of a push coming up in topside as CoreJJ has joined Kyve, and Ruler's actually down in the bottom lane still, and you can see the pings going down onto him, so they may want to take a 5v5, or 5v4 rather, up top, especially as Ambition gets a bit caught, but who's caught with who? As Ambition helps out the Shockwave, in jumps Linderong, and there's that Cosmic Radiance. Nice little trap is going to keep Kyve from going any further. Still, very healthy members of Samsung, and they will continue pushing the turret.
Kate's still alive, and Ambition does have flash, so looks like one more wave will be all that is necessary for a Samsung to take down this tower, and they might be able to also walk away with the tier 1 bottom side as Ruler continues to farm, but instead the teleport gets forced out from Linderung, and he walks away slightly into the mid lane. Oh, no, he's not going to do that, Dragon. He's just hopping away to try to farm.
And he was thinking about going mid, but then the rest of his team took his farm, so kind of just hanging out in the river.
Okay, this is a good trade for Samsung, or for Rox if they commit to this tier 1. Every time that Dragon is up, they can expect Samsung to go for it, and they... Oh, that was close. That would have been a Lantern into Jarvan, follow-up from Ace in the hole, and possibly the death of an Orianna.
We got Linderong in trouble. It's 2v1, and nobody from Rox is nearby. Tries to flash there. Actually is decently successful, but can't get over the wall. And trying to get away from a Camille at this point is extremely hard. Looking for the counter-strike, doesn't have it available. Kyve on the hunt, man. Taking all the kills on the Rift tonight.
Yeah, this Jax, he deserves all this, to be honest, because you don't play selfish. Oh, it hurts. You gotta be all about yourself. And you need to hit the level 6 so that you're super strong with your itemizations, because you know you've got scaling on your side. So all you have to do is allow yourself to get to that point. Otherwise, you're just a place to come and feed. You're basically a soup kitchen here that Kyve is like, oh, I didn't realize I had extra coupons in me. Thank you, Linderang. I'm even more fed now.
Is there any such thing as getting too full?
I think you puke at that point.
What if in League of Legends you had to spread the kills? So like one player couldn't get multiple kills in a row.
Have you ever thought about staying out of game design?
Yes, in fact I have. I'm glad you asked. I don't think that's an interesting mechanic. That's like, I don't know.
You just become immortal after you die a certain amount of times to certain members. What if you just have too many kills? What then? Nobody dies anymore?
Well, you get too full, so if you get a kill, then you die. Because, you know, you're so full that you die, obviously.
No.
All right, I'll accept your feedback. I suppose there's not much else I can do. We got Baron coming up. You can see already Samsung is preparing for it. They do have Kalista on their side. Kyve not doing the pushing just yet. Just taking all the farm that he possibly can down there doing Krugs. Will he also take red? Looks like he will.
Once that red comes through, Linderang has nothing to do but wait for the wave to bounce back. Oh, whoa, he's looking for getting to the wave. He's gonna die right now. Oh yeah, he's dead. Jax is about to die.
Gets the speed buff. Meanwhile, we got Lava in here. Nice flash as the cast does not connect. We've seen that before as well. This fight down here in bot, it looks like Linderong did stay alive at the end of it all, although Samsung is winning on the opposite side of the map.
They are indeed, and they need Sang Yoon to hit critical mass very soon. He's already at 2 items, so some decent damage coming out of him, but they need a lot more for this Caitlyn to be able to make up for the gold that is in Samsung's pockets that is just hurting ROX Tigers so much as Samsung continues to push onto the red side. And with Kalista, the threat of a Baron steal goes to nil. And that's not what ROX Tigers wants to do, because that puts more pressure on them to have immaculate vision control, and that's far from what's happening.
Lava looking to make a potential play with the package, but good read by Kive. Of course, he gets that audio cue.
It's not just an audio cue, it's a visual cue, which is such a nightmare. If you want to make Corki super viable, if you actually remove all of that, he might be quite good.
I mean, he's already pretty good.
He's okay. He's got a super bad win rate.
I guess so. He actually does, but he is still played a lot, funnily enough. Oh, nice shockwave. They just run straight into that. You can't just walk on top of an Orianna ball. We've seen that happen, and you'll get punished for that over and over. And the cooldown on Shockwave, when you get to this level, when you're almost level 16, and you have those cooldown items, it's getting to around 60 seconds at this point. It's not all that long. Forces you back and nets Samsung a turret, and now they are going to be about 8,000 gold ahead in this game, so feeling pretty happy.
And these two towers being taken out means that they can poise themselves around Baron and have enough time for them to crack it down, especially with a Mountain Dragon already. So the path to victory for Samsung is clear, it's laid out, it's easy to execute, and ROX, for them, unfortunately, it's an uphill battle of the worst kind, because without proper vision control, they are not going to be finding it easy to get back into this, and everybody has to contribute on vision, and unfortunately, Lava nor Mighty Bear have control wards on their inventory, and that hurts, because if you're a jungler at this stage, you need that item. You're a jungler. What else are you good for? You're Jarvan. We saw how little Jarvan did in terms of damage in game 1 where Ambition played him. He played it pretty well, but he maintained vision throughout the game, and for Mighty Bear to not be doing so could be the difference between Samsung rushing out of Baron and walking away victorious in the next 3 minutes in terms of securing that objective, or not.
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely see the difference between the top-level teams and the lower-level teams. It's a very simple fix. We saw it before where both AD and mid laners weren't buying it. That's kind of interesting. Samsung bouncing him, or rather Ambition bouncing himself back. Just wanted to deny that bouncy plant.
By the way, Corki's win rate, 13 wins, 25 losses, 34.2% win.
Yeah, that does qualify as not good. I would have to agree with you. So this is, you know, a slowly started Baron, but I think ROX is beginning to sniff this out. The Smite already coming in, those Ren stacks getting really high. That teleport is a little bit late. By a little bit, I mean a lot. Here comes Ambition. Not even gonna try for Linderong, just saying, okay, we'll let you go.
He's not even on his radar. He's that far behind.
Yeah.
There's no point. Why would Jax even complete that teleport? We'll never know.
Yeah, I mean, he did have a good half second to
Oh, he had
cancel
plenty
it.
of time. The Baron went down way sooner.
Yeah, bit of a mistake. Thought maybe they could go for some kind of deny or 5v5, but that's obviously not the case at this point.
You know, the more I think about it, I think you're right that maybe we should be not allowing these Jaxes to have teleport. Just give him Ignite. Give him Ghost to Ghost back into lane. Don't let him TP because it's
back into lane.
Yeah, like this has just been abysmal. Ever since Jax made it into the LCK, it's been like 3 games where people legitimately find a way to actually get advantages on him and play him effectively as a split pusher. Otherwise, they always TP and die. Fall behind, and then they wonder, hey, why do I die so quickly?
Oh, that was some pretty gross damage. He's stuck now. The Shockwave, with the help of Crown, means that that's going to be another death for our 4-0 brother Linderong. Down on that Jax. We've only seen him in the death pose so far in this game, unfortunately. And that's going to be a couple of turrets, the inhibitor, And Samsung looking to end this one as soon as possible. They want to go home fast. And even that Caitlyn, not really doing too much. We were, questioning her, like, really, are you going to go for the Caitlyn in this game? Are you going to let them have it? And Samsung with a hearty yes.
Yeah, the Orianna's paid off. The team composition and the play has really been what has defined them.
Okay, Ambition in a bit of trouble, but we'll have that Cosmic Radiance coming down, and now he's totally fine. The Taric working wonders for this team that is miles ahead. Already 13,000 gold and counting. That's going to be the second inhibitor turret as well. They're making their way towards mid. They won 3 inhibitors, end the game. And Samsung, even though there were some scares in this series, even though they did go down in a bit of a longer one in game number 2, and we were beginning to chatter our teeth, they're not going to be going down in this one. Linderong almost dies again. Very unfortunate. It looks like Juve might go down. Nope, I spoke too soon. Just the heals coming out from the Taric, keep him alive, and he does flash away. And the push will come in.
Juve's TPing. This is going to be the final push, and Rox cannot make a last stand.
Yeah, so going in and blowing up everyone. Goodbye, bot lane. Goodbye, Linderong. He's 0-5. Down he goes. The Jax doesn't work, but Samsung works. They get the win, even though it's a little bit dirty at times. They make it, and all that matters is the results.
1 kill and 1 turret giving away to the Rox Tigers. But overall, Samsung have a fantastic Game 3 compared to the Game 2 and Game 1. So they walk away happily, and Linderang might have to check his PC because it looks like it lost all color, as most of the time it was in black and white.
How come every time I tune into Linderong's stream, it's in gray? Where's the option to turn my screen into gray? I don't really like those bright colors. You guys might have to ask Linderong a bit, but don't want to trash on him too much. But definitely not the most.
We trash all Jaxes. No Jaxes spared.
It's the Jax. Take away the teleport option. Give him Ghost. Give him something else, man. Give him Smite. I don't even care. Just not teleport. At least not for like the mid game.
And my heart goes out to Key though. This man tries so hard to salvage this team, and it shows. It really does. He has been making the most out of his roams, trying to influence the map. Unfortunately, there are too many holes in this ship. Fortunately for them, the season's coming to a close. They only have 1 match left, and it's up against BBQ. But dropping this game does put them at a 5-12 record, 2 games away from BBQ, so they will guarantee themselves ahead of that. But MVP have an opportunity to surpass them now.
That brutal long camera shot of Linderong. Even Spo TV has no chill, man. So we will be hearing from the MVPs. For some reason, I wanted to say MTV, but either way, this is the first gank. Linderong just not respecting that Gragas timing up top.
It's hit with the Shocker. You never expect the Gragas at minute 3. Never mind, you kind of do, but you don't expect Key to go for the repeat onto the mid lane, and this is where it all fell apart. They got cocky, and they wanted to follow up on the teleport. It's so hard for them to always call it back, but the engage that Samsung go for right at the end,
the
as
bouncy
soon as
house.
Rox commits, they
Boom.
walk straight into the wall, straight into the stun,
Boom.
the cast. They never even saw it coming. They had no chance to get out of that one, so they gave so much to Samsung, and from this point onwards, they never looked back.
I love the Kalista too, just adding insult to injury, saying, "No, you can't get me. I don't care how low I get. You're not going to catch me." This is when Kive began to pop off. Mighty Bear down a couple of levels, and Kive already, I think it was 2-0 or 3-0 at that point. And coming over here, getting on top of Linderong as well, taking away the blasting plan, just making it so hard. They were trashing on Linderong all game long. The poor Jaxes of LCK. Maybe someday they'll have some better luck.
Look at how much damage he took to the hands of the Camille, and then Shockwave to make matters even worse. And we're just getting to see him so low. Pretty much every replay is watching Jax cower away. Looks like it would have been better with a fake weapon.
I think so.
But this game is not a representation of the power of the Kalista or the Caitlyn, as I don't think that the draft was proper around the champion. It's simply a representation of what Samsung is ready to throw, and I think that while the play might have been lackluster, Samsung shows a proficiency in drafting still in this meta as well. So in their upcoming match against Longzhu, Longzhu needs to take notes from their loss against KT, otherwise they will find themselves in the short end of the stick in the champion select.
That'll definitely be a fun matchup to end LCK regular season.
Hey, Jarvan did less damage than Thresh.
Again, the poor Jarvan jungles, they don't do anything. At least he didn't do less damage than the Taric with just 1,000 lol. So, there you go. Here we go, guys. We are going to jump into the interviews now with our MVPs. I'll hand it over to Jisa.
Hi, this is Jisun, your translator, and here we have Core JJ for the interview. So it was a really important match today. How do you feel? Yeah, it was the most important match of the upcoming matches. So it was 2-1, so I'm not really that satisfied, but I'm going to prepare harder for the next game. And did you have a haircut? After having a losing streak, I think I needed some change. So I tried a short haircut. So you had great initiations. In what kind of situation do you open team fight? I thought that we can win every team fight if we open it, so I tried to see the most supportive role that I can play. And they banned Zyra all 3 times. How did you feel? Well, I really wanted to play it, but they banned it, so I was kind of sad, but it's okay. And what kind of feedback did you guys have after the game? I think we lost the game that we could have won, so we're trying to talk about our mistakes and also remind that this is really important match, so we're trying to focus on the 3rd game. Then let's check out the other MVP.
Who's it gonna be?
Ends with an E.
It's QV. QV here, 5-0-5, 91% kill contribution. His Camille was stuff of legends, but they kind of let him get away with it. The early gank got him off to a great start. He just ran away with it.
Another kill onto him. It's just going to be a highlight reel of him bopping Lindarang, unfortunately. He didn't have the greatest game, but QV did with, and it's crazy to see 91%.
And we're back with QV. So how do you feel? I think I've showed my own play, so I'm really satisfied. And also, I think our teammates really played well too, and that's how we got the victory. So how's the laning phase versus Jax? I think Jax is in the lead in the taking a look at the skill shot, but with the jungle's help, I think I won the laning phase. So do you believe in QV's Camille? Not in every Camille, but when QV had 2 kills with his Camille, yeah, I believe in him. What is so special about QV's Camille? There's nothing really special. It's just that our teammates are really aware of the strengths of Camille, and we try to make competition with it. Talking about the pick and bans, you guys let them get Caitlyn the most OP and picked Orianna as the first pick. Why was that? Well, we had rulers, so we could let them play Kalista. So I thought it was okay to let them play Caitlyn. Well, I was worried at the first place, but Throughout the game, I think it worked out quite well. How was it as a top laner? Well, I think I grew up enough, so I wasn't really afraid of Caitlyn. So, are you ready for the next match? It's really important, you know. So the last game is versus Longzhu, so I'm going to prepare really hard. Yeah, recently Longzhu's performance is really great, so we have to be really careful and think of our mistakes and get a lot of improvements on it. Then last message for your fans, please. So it's almost the end of the season and we're about to go to the postseason. I think we have to keep on our hard work and our performance, so thank you for your support and we will try harder. And this is the end of the interview. Thank you for listening.
Thank you once again, Jisun, for the translation. That's going to do it for our interview, and that will be the end of the games and the fun tonight, guys. It was a great night. We had KT taking out Longzhu 2-0 in what I thought would be a closer series, and at the end of the night, Samsung does take the win. So here is our standing. Samsung standing in second place, tied with Longzhu here, and SKT down at fourth.
And those two will be battling for the second place later this week rather. And then you have SKT, which is now locked into fourth place. That means that they will be likely facing Afreeca. Sure, there's still that off chance, off the wall, that Jin Air ends up fighting Afreeca for that spot, but we're likely going to be seeing Afreeca into SKT in the first round of playoffs. And
Sick.
What doesn't get you more excited than SKT facing, in a way, their new... Actually, I guess Afreeca Freaks have always been the kryptonite for SKT. When Mickey was on the team, they could have been the last place team and still found the way to knock them down. So they're up against their arch nemesis.
That's going to be a fun one. It's basically locked in here. I think maybe 95% that will definitely happen. 95% that it'll definitely happen. Funny the way that works, but that'll do it for us. How did you feel today, Crumbs? I kind of gave my thoughts on today's matches.
I felt great, Valdez. Thank you for asking about my feelings.
That's what we do.
I wear
here at
them
Spo
on
TV.
my sleeve, and as you can tell, I have no sleeve, therefore no feelings.
There you go. So when KT took the win, how did you feel?
Stoic. Beautiful.
Stoic.
League of Legends, great League of Legends from KT, but no, we have yet to see so much. It's all about playoffs. We already see the teams that are in that spot. It's going to be a matter of how the meta evolves and just how good they are and how the world will respond to what teams will be seeded for Worlds.
Yeah, liking KT's chances. I think they've totally gone up and up and up and are proving themselves to be the best team. Finally, the super team is coming together as one. Their communication is on point. They know the meta. You know, nobody's tilting. Deft isn't face-checking brushes anymore. Everybody seems to be on the same page. And that KT hype train, man, is going off the rails.
Well, they always tilt a little more when it's up against SKT themselves.
True.
So they have yet to face them, and that will be the one that will be exciting.
Yeah, for sure. So thanks once again for watching, guys. That's going to do it. We'll see you next time.